And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. this guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. They are drumming round in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
Ladies and gentlemen, FIFA fans from Southern California and around the world, welcome back to the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. I'm your host, Dan Campion, and I'm joined by the one and only Lisa Manley. Lisa, yet again, say hello to the beautiful people at home. I think Lisa might be muted. Okay, a little bit of technical issue. That's okay. Get it sorted, Lisa. Come on. Yeah, she said. Listen, while Lisa gets the technical issue sorted, let me just say how incredible this week has been. But we are finally here. We have made it to the round of 16. It is gonna be absolutely amazing. 16 competitors have made their way to the top, and they are through to the finals. It's gonna be incredible. I cannot wait. Listen, I have to say, looking at the bracket and the games that we are going to be seeing tonight, it is mouth-watering. We will show you that very, very shortly. The thing to talk about here, obviously, is, look, these guys are all competing for a massive prize of $1,000. It's going to be incredible to see them battle it out. It's the top of the top. And yeah, I really can't wait. Listen, guys, while we get this little technical issue sorted, and we're just going to go to a quick commercial break. I do apologize, but these things happen when we go live. So, bear with us. We'll get it sorted and we'll be right back with the rest.
You say you wanna try,
Okay, let's try that again. Lisa, are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
We have it. It's fixed. Well done to everyone. Listen, like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. I am your host, Dan Campion, and hopefully you can hear Lisa this time introduce herself. Take it away, Lisa.
I just wanted you to say that again, let's be honest. But yeah, hello everyone. I'm thrilled to be casting alongside Danny again today. To be honest with you, I just can't believe we're already at the round of 16. It's gone like so fast. It just feels like yesterday, like I was mentioning, crazy.
Yeah, this week has been absolutely unbelievable so far, Lisa, from last-minute draws to last-minute upsets to advancing due to head-to-head results to even determining the winner by of a group by who scored the most goals because the head-to-head and goal difference were tied. As I said yesterday, Lisa, I have never seen anything like this in any FIFA tournament I have participated in or casted, literally ever.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happens when you sort of use, the round the robin sort of scenario, right? But the group stages this week have definitely been unbelievable so far, which makes me even more excited to kick off the final bracket round of 16 for our FIFA tournament. A quick special thank you again, obviously, to our sponsors, Coca-Cola and McDonald's and Bragg House, who joined forces to create this incredible opportunity for Southern California college students and, of course, for you guys watching at home.
Absolutely. And for those of you who are joining us today for the very first time, I feel sorry for you because you missed an incredible week. However, you are in for a special one today. As Lisa said, today is the round of 16 of our SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, where college students all across Southern California competed in 4 consecutive grueling days of group stages to determine the best student gamer of each group. And all of those 16 games will be played today. I just got chills, Lisa. Literal chills.
Yeah, amazing. And obviously here is a list of the 16 finalists for the round of 16. I wanted to talk about it, to be honest with you. You can see on the screen, obviously, the people that qualified: Raxanti, Gold Links, Lima Boy, La Concha, Daigo, Ninja, Grungy Lime, Biscuit Teen. I'm even wearing a United shirt. Please rep United. Don't let me down. Barcelona, Tupa, Vision, Daigo, Mo, Kimbembe, Spicy, and Tank. I mean, what a lineup we have, right?
Incredible lineup, Lisa, and some big names there. And of course, the ones that qualified first are not forgotten about either. Raxanti leaving a massive imprint on our memory of how they went through as well. Of course, Biscuitine as well, Lisa. You said that's you got to be supporting Biscuitine, right? With the Man United, it's going to be interesting to see if they still rep Man United, right, Lisa?
Yeah, we know obviously the teams do come into equation when it comes to this tournament as well. Obviously, 2 legs of FIFA. You're gonna want the best team, but I mean it works for them. So would you change it up? However, let's talk about the obviously matches that are playing today and who's playing who. So first of all, we've got Raxanti against La Concha. He's obviously been watching so far in this competition. We have Spirit Ninja against Tupa Franquito, Gold Links against Diego, Biscuit Teen against Barcelona, LV John first Grungy Lime, Spicy against Tank, Daigo against Kimbembe. That'll be a good game. And then Vision Killer against Mo. I mean, does any of them games to you, stand out? I'll start off. I think the Vision versus Mo game is going to be crazy. I do want to mention that both have scored 14 goals in the group. That's going to be a game over 2 legs where a lot of goals could go flying in.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at this, I'm so excited. I genuinely, I'm not even just saying it. Like, I am so excited to see these games. Having watched the journey that these guys have been on from day one of the group stages, now bringing it up to the finals. And of course, Lisa, they want that prize. They want to secure their place into tomorrow's finals. And listen, it's going to be explosive. I cannot wait. The matchups are so mouthwatering as well. Every single game there, I'm looking at it and I can't call who's going to win. We did have a couple of cool statistics for you guys at home. Just very, very interesting, Lisa. I'm going to read these off, but I was quite surprised when I've seen these, actually. There's a lot of really, really cool statistics in here. And let me know what you guys think at home about these because I was mind blown by some of them. So out of our round of 16 gamers, only 6 finished their group stages without losing a single point, i.e. winning all 3 games. They were Gold Links, LV John, Daigold, Tupa Franquito, Mo Jr. and that boy Spicy, who we had the pleasure of speaking to last night as well. So very interesting there, Lisa. You know, 6 out of 16 gamers went undefeated.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows the level that we've got here. You know, there's a lot of teams and lots of groups that was in here. So for only 6 of them to do that, I think is crazy. However, you know, more statistics on your way. I've got another one for you. So 4 of the 16 advanced this round thanks to their head-to-head win against the Students Gamers, who finished second in their group with the same amount of points. So it just shows that every game mattered in the round of 16, the round robin even. And they were Group A, Raksan team. You know, he's watched quite a bit of the broadcast. I'm pretty sure he's been there every day since he qualified in the first day. We've got La Concha, Daigo and Diego, my bad, and Kimbembe. So, I mean, we know how good they are as well. So I'm looking forward to see how they do today, especially with the pressure on the line.
Yeah, very, very interesting, you know, because even though they didn't finish, say, undefeated or all 3 games winning, you still can't count them out in their matchups. Even if it is somebody who did win all 3 games, you know, these are players that are capable of doing anything at any given time. But Lisa, I want to talk about goals, okay? Because it's been a talking point throughout this whole group stage that goals are so important. Goal difference, head-to-head ties, and goals scored as well, as we've seen with the head-to-head not coming into play, goal difference not coming into play. It was the amount of goals for the player that actually got them through in the end. And listen, when you're talking about goals, Mo Jr. comes to mind. Now, he is representing National University of San Diego, and he has been our top goal scorer with 18 goals in the group stages. To put things into perspective, the second highest goal scorer were Gold Links from Group B and Vision Killer from Group K with 14 goals each. So very impressive. I mean, like 18 goals in 3 games, averaging obviously, you know, 6 goals per game in that. I think he won 10-1 in his final game. Mo Jr. is to be feared.
Yeah, he definitely is. I think, you know, when you're scoring 18 goals, I mean, I'm just going to quickly look up actually and see who he's playing. He's playing Vision Killer, who actually scored 14 goals. So they both scored quite a lot of games, goals, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we have a goal scoring fest of a game in that matchup. Now, in terms of clean sheets, not a single gamer across all 64 competitors succeeded to finish their group stage with a complete clean sheet throughout. The so-called student gamers who had done the best job defending and keeping the goals scored against them to a minimum were Gold Links, Daigo, Franquito, and Mo Jr., all with only 2 goals against them. But the most impressive so far, Lisa, is again that boy, Spicy XO from Group O, with only a single goal conceded against them in the group stages.
Wow, I mean, you actually spoke to him yesterday, didn't you? And I was actually seeing that Moby and mentioned quite a bit. Obviously, he scored quite a lot of goals, and he seemed, if you saw that statistic there, he's not conceded too many neither. So over 2 legs, I'm going to be getting my McDonald's and my Coca-Cola ready, because that's going to be a great game to watch. I'm pretty sure it's quite towards the end of today as well, so make sure to stay tuned. But yeah, that is perfect segue to talk about the Brag House bragging, which are in-game stats predictions, which you can win many prizes on the Brag House app. So make sure to download it. Prizes like brand new Apple AirPods. I mean, come on, hashtag, you know, in the chat, make sure that I get them. The power banks, popcorn machines. I know, Danny, I mean, you want them, don't you? Let's be honest. And backpacks and more.
I want the popcorn machine. I want that popcorn machine, Lisa. Make it happen. That's right. Listen, all you folks at home have to do is go to the App Store or Google Play, search and download the Brag House app, create an account. If you were referred by one of our lovely SoCal ambassadors, make sure you use their promo code to show some love. Place your brags to earn SoCal FIFA 23 tokens to then redeem your prizes on the app's virtual store. We will have game stat predictions, or as we call them, brags, posted every day in the coming stream days of the tournament for you to place those predictions, climb up the leaderboards, and win prizes. In fact, you still have some time to place brags on tonight's matches, so hurry up before the matches start, because the brags will be locked in.
Yeah, exactly. And for those of you who are new to Brag House and you're sitting there and, let's be honest, really maybe asking yourself, what are they talking about? I mean, I might be confused if I was new as well. What are brags? Those are some great questions, and we will give you a quick rundown that should provide a lot of clarity, so listen carefully.
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
Fantastic. Like I said, guys, go and download the app right now for a chance to win some incredible prizes, i.e. the popcorn machine, and then you can give it to me. Listen, here are some of the SoCal FIFA 23 token brags that are already available on the app for you to go and place your predictions. So, number 1, how many goals will be scored during the round of 16? Interesting one there. That's hard to call, really, with players being so dominant in their games with so many goals scored with these players. Number 2, how many different clubs will be used during the round of 16? Number 3, how many times will gamers succeed to keep a clean sheet, not including extra time or golden goal? And number 4, how many matches will end with a 5+ goals? Listen, some brags there, Lisa. Very, very cool. I know I've got mine locked in. I don't know about you, but I'm coming for that popcorn machine. But let's remember and remind everyone at home what these SoCal college gamers are competing for. First and foremost, they are competing for the bragging rights. Okay, listen, everybody knows FIFA's about bragging rights. You want to be the best FIFA player in your home, in your community, everywhere, right? Bragging rights to represent their school and their community proudly. Bragging rights to show off a little bit of the FIFA skills and to claim the championship title of the tournament. But that is not all. The champion, numero uno, will win $1,000, Lisa, $1,000 in cash. Second place will win $500 cash. And third and fourth place will win each $250 cash.
Wow. Wow. A lot of money on the line, especially for even third and fourth place, you know. That's actually amazing. I didn't realise. I knew it was first and second, but I weren't sure that the third and fourth get $200 each. That's amazing. And I actually wanted to mention quickly that the brags and the goals scored, you know, in the group stages we saw a lot of goals, but you got to remember this is 2 legs of FIFA. So the 101 plus goals weren't used, which is interesting, but I do get why. But yeah, Danny, I mean, we have to explain to the audience at home how our format for the round of 16 is, because obviously it is different to the group stages. Unlike the group stages where there were 4 students in each group where the gamers played each other once, totaling 3 matches per gamer, now it's very focused and strategic. 1 2-legged affair, isn't it?
Yeah, 1-on-1 2-legged match. So not only that, Lisa, but while the main drive was points, then head-to-head, then goal difference to determine the winner who advanced to the round of 16 from the group stages. Now it really is mostly about the goals. If I was competing at this level, at this stage of the tournament, I would not step my foot off the goal scoring pedal across the entire 180 minutes plus stoppage time, of course, because we know how important them stoppage time goals are. It is the aggregate score across 2 matches that determines who advances into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very excited, Danny. I can't lie. However, I just wanted to say, in the event that the aggregate score is a tie at the end of normal time and a second leg of game, the gamers will go into a third under golden goal rules, which is in the most simplest sense means whoever scores first advances. Crazy.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking way to determine, Lisa, but you know, a winner has to be decided. And if these guys who, what we've seen in the group stages, they were very hard to separate, right? And you know, some of them were like you said, tied on points, tied on goal difference. So you know, we have to create a way that is going to be fair, yet a little bit harsh as well. But listen, I would definitely be doing everything in my power to avoid going into that golden goal situation. You know, this is exactly why it is so important to keep your composure during gameplay and score every possible opportunity, because it can be the driving factor of winning and losing. And we know how different defending is in FIFA 23 as well, Lise. You know, you might be the better gamer, but you could easily lose in a golden goal stage.
Yeah, exactly. And especially as we know they're both so good competitors, it's going to be tough, especially if they both cancel out each other. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. Those who do win today, however, advance to the quarterfinals, who will play tomorrow at our quarterfinals to finals, all take place tomorrow, Sunday, from 1 p.m. To 6 p.m. specific time, of course. Wherever you are watching us now, whether it be on the Brag House or on the Twitch or the YouTube, there's so many different places to obviously see us. The Brag House website or the app, we will be able to see us tomorrow all at the same time.
Absolutely, Lisa. And just kind of thinking about the brackets as well, Lisa. Is there any match that takes your eye? Like, I mean, we spoke about, obviously you're going to be supporting Biscuit Team because of the Man United affiliation, but is there any like real game here that stands out for you that could be an absolute firecracker?
Yeah, I think obviously we spoke about it earlier, didn't we? I think that Mo Vision game will be crazy. Obviously, knowing that they both scored so many goals, I think over 2 legs as well. I mean, I'm ready to see that one. I think obviously looking at the other games, obviously not picking up that game. Ninja and Tupa, obviously we know Tupa's very, very good. Pretty sure he went unbeaten in all these games. So I think that'll be a good game. Barcelona, Biscuit Team. I'm going into that game. I'm praying they're using United because it worked for them in the group stages. You could say if they go on to lose today, is it because they switched teams? So I think that could be a matter. So I think you just got to stick with it. And obviously Barcelona, I assume they'll go with Barcelona because, yet again, they used them. Their name's Barcelona. So I think that one will also be a good one. And then finally, I want to see the Spicy game. He came on yesterday and he spoke really well. I think, he showed great character. And I think, especially how he played yesterday, I think he only conceded like 1 goal in the groups yesterday. So I think he's one to go on. But we know how good Tank is, especially in that last game yesterday.
That's the thing, there's a couple of dark horses in this tournament, and people like Tank who came down to the final game, but under pressure, at least got through it. I believe it was 5-0 in the final game that he had to win against Grunge, I think. Very, very disciplined and professional performance. Gets himself into the finals today, and he is probably playing one of the better players. Spicy, we've seen what he was capable of. I had the pleasure of interviewing him after the games, and we found out he gets like 18 wins in foot champs, and he just said it as if it was just kind of like, yeah, I get 18 wins, and having watched his gameplay as well, we know he's a high level player. He's definitely one to watch today. Barcelona, another talking point as well. Listen, Barcelona went through in not really like dire circumstances, but it was the head-to-head with Tyler. Tyler had to win, but it was kind of unclear at the time that he had to win because they were level on points. The head-to-head, this was for all the marbles. They ended up drawing, Tyler getting a goal in the last minute of the game to basically save himself, unbeknown to him that he actually was behind on goal difference. So Barcelona goes through on goal difference. So a little bit of a roller coaster game there, what's Barcelona going to be thinking coming into this, having taken a couple of days off as well in between? I guess the kind of the perk of playing in yesterday's group stages, the likes of Mo Jr. and Spicy and Tank Davis, like they've had no time to really reflect. They're going straight in. Momentum is kind of taking them through.
Yeah, I think there was perks of sort of, going first. You can, if you go through and get out of the groups, you can watch everyone else that's going to be playing. On the flip side, if you're last, you could say you're a little bit more warmed up. You played yesterday. You're, especially if you top the group, you're ready to go. You know how good you are. However, earlier you can, if you're gone through early, you can practice. You can maybe ask friends around you to play loads of games. So I think it's going to be tough. I think. And we saw obviously in playing first day, Paul Tyler, he went out because he didn't realise of goal difference. However, day 2, day 3, day 4, they know that, so they've got to go for it. And I think we saw that a bit as well, especially in the last game, knowing that they had to go through. We saw quite a lot of goals. We spoke about yesterday, Tank, obviously must-win game. We thought, will the pressure be on? No, he went out and won 5-0, and he knows that he had to score a lot of goals as well. So yeah, I think it's crazy, but I think Kimpembe and Daigo will be a great game as well. Obviously Daigo, he won all of his games.
Yeah.
I feel like Kimpembe sort of sticks in my mind as well. I'm a very, very good player, so I think that'll be good, especially over 2 legs. I feel like in FIFA, the better player wins over 2 legs, whereas 1 leg, something could quite go wrong. You could lose your head. We saw it yesterday. I think it was Lalo. He said he was going to win the competition. He got a red card against arguably the best player in his group, and he lost because of it.
Yeah, but that sticks out like a sore thumb in my memory for Lalo. He really self-destructed was the phrase that I used yesterday for him, because I feel like he was definitely, up there with some of the best players that we've seen. However, an ill timing of judgment, really. 17 or 18 minutes into the game, and he decides to take out a player who's through on goal and subsequently gets a man down. But to make matters worse as well, at least, they scored from the free kick as well from that play. So he effectively could have just taken the 1-0, kept 11 men on the pitch and given himself a fighting chance to really go through. And that, again, is subsequently, you know, the reason why we're not seeing him here in the round of 16. And it does come back to the pressure release and decisions, and they have to be at the top of their game. They have to be making the perfect decisions all the time, because if you make one mistake, we've seen it in the group stages, but especially more so now in the round of 16 when you're playing against the top players from each group, it's going to be even more detrimental to the outcome of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously now it's 2 legs of FIFA. I guess you could say, I know he made a mistake and he got a red card early on in that game. However, if he had a second leg, try and keep the score down and potentially come back, obviously still a mountain to climb, because he did concede 5 goals if that was the case today. But yeah, you can't really make mistakes, especially today against the best of the best in this competition. You know, getting a red card. I think that was the first time he actually saw a red card in a game this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it just shows that I'm pretty sure 1 or 2, I'm pretty sure it's 1 though, and that obviously cost him. And we saw him in the chat obviously saying GG yesterday, which I think all the competitors, you know, when they've won, they've come in the chat, they said they're playing tomorrow, they're nervous and stuff, and it's great to see them interacting with chat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lisa, I have a couple of cool stats here. Just want to talk about this. So this is on how many games have been played per team that we've seen, right? And their win percentage, loss percentage, and their tie percentages. So how many games they've drawn. So we've seen 1 game with Dortmund. They lost with Dortmund, so 100% loss percentage. Ajax, we've seen 2 games, one draw and 1 loss. And then Liverpool, we've seen 3 games, 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss. Moving on up to kind of the top of the pile, and PSG, of course, has been used 62 times. They have a win percentage of only 52%, Lisa. So they've won 32 and lost 20. So that's quite high. I thought that was very, very interesting stat coming into this round of 16, because it does prove that, you know, okay, PSG is the best team, but it doesn't always mean that you're going to get the result. But at least, just as I was going through that, we have gone into our first game, Raxanti versus La Concha. This is the opening game of the round of 16, 2 legs of Ultimate FIFA. This is going to be incredible to watch, Lise. How do you see this one going?
Oof, throw him on the bus again, chat, very early on. Yeah. To be honest with you, I think in terms of, you know, I was going to mention earlier, hang on, potential chance. Every time I try to spit, they do tend to score. So I'm going to carry on with this at the moment. Great overlap there and a pass across the box. Oh, well defended. That is why you use Real Madrid for defence. They have, let's be honest, and PSG on the flip side. But yeah, I mean, defended really well there. You know, when you have Kimpembe and Marquinhos at the back, they are going to get their head on it. However, yeah, I think, you know, Raxani, I think it was 7 points that he got in the group. On the flip side, La Concha got 6, if I'm not mistaken. So literally a point in it. So it just shows that they're both at similar levels. So I think they're going to cancel each other out. I want to see Raxani, you know, do well. Potential chance here. I think he just cancelled that, by the way.
That was a big opening, and it seemed to just kick it straight at the goalkeeper, Lisa, instead of picking a corner, either near post or far post. I think either would have done. But early signs here that Raxanti means business with this Real Madrid team. And Lisa, I think, you know, for me, I would prefer to play with a team like Real Madrid. You know, have Benzema there, Vinny Jr. with the 5-star, instead of this PSG team. I think I'd be more effective with Real Madrid.
Yeah, I definitely think they're a better team. Potential chance here!
The opening goal, Lisa! There it is! Raxanti with the opening goal of the round of 16. And it is First Blood Madrid. And La Concha finds himself 1-0 down early into this half. A fantastically worked ball into the area. Found the space. And this time, Lisa, he made no mistake finding that near post.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's been the dominant person in this game. However, on the flip side, almost a kickoff goal, but potential chance for him to win it back here, twist and turn it on the edge of the box with Messi. Potential chance from distance. You don't really expect people to shoot with, let's be honest, Renato Sanchez in that position, but we know that he's scored quite a lot of goals in this tournament, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. That Renato Sanchez has been used at the cam position, the front of the 2 in midfield, quite a lot by players. And again, Lisa, it's something that's kind of we've highlighted and taken note of, maybe for ourselves to use in Ultimate Team and other game modes, because I never would have played him in that position. But we have a chance here. He has gone in at Courtois again. The beast in goal, time and time again, Lisa. We keep coming back to Courtois and the likes of Donnarumma, saving some big shots. And another example of it there, like I said, he has arms like wings. They are a very, very big wingspan on them arms. So very, very effective having him in goal, using Real Madrid. Obviously, some very, very effective players as well going forward. But defensively, they're very solid. Rudiger, Militao, and obviously Courtois. It's a beastly backline and goalkeeper release.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why we've seen people use these two teams, not because of the outfield players. I mean, don't get me wrong, it helps having the likes of Messi, Mbappe, Neymar up front, and Sanchez in the midfield. And on the flip side, you know, Valverde, Modric, Benzema, Vini. But the goalkeepers have been definitely, in my opinion, the best for these two teams. You know, Courtois, you know, he's made a lot of saves throughout the tournament. And then one game that makes me think was when Donnarumma made 16 saves in one half. You heard that correct.
Yeah.
One half of FIFA, 16 saves. And throughout that game, he made 24 saves. And it just shows that, imagine he went on to win that after making 24 saves. Potential chance here, extra pass!
Lisa, just as you come to the end of that point, we see a second goal go in. Vinny Jr. is free in the area, 6 yards out. He couldn't miss. And Raxanti giving himself a very good chance here in this game to go 2-0 up. And Lisa, like we said before, the whole mindset of the round of 16 from the group stages has flipped, right? This is no longer a one-game kind of elimination round robin, right? This is a two-legged game of FIFA. And what I said yesterday is anytime I'm going into a two-legged game, just as I say it, a big mistake at the back and a little bit of lacks in concentration there for Raxanti. And we see a goal back from La Concha straight away on the stroke of halftime. And that's a massive, massive goal going in at halftime, Lisa.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'll be honest with you. You know, when you're 2-0 down in a game of FIFA, you think, you know, if you can get the next goal, it's helpful. You don't expect to get it normally, you know, from kickoff, do you? But I mean, going into halftime, 2-0 down, if he'd be upset. It's 2-1. He's back in it. Let's be honest. And I actually wanted to mention, you know, I actually do want to see Raxani win this, just because he's been involved in the chat. He's been here every single night. He's been, you know, talking to us about who he wants to play. He's excited, and that's what we like to see. But on the flip side, Laconcha's a very good player, and it's interesting to see Rodrigo playing striker. I mean, he's just switched it, as I said that, to be fair, because he's making some subs. But, you know, interesting to see Rodrigo starting in a centre-forward role, you could say, and Benzema on the wing, it seemed then.
Yeah, the only reason I could really think of for that, Lisa, is probably Benzema's Trevellas. I know sometimes I played my Benzema out wide just because I like to cut in, do a little ball roll and a Trivela, and he's lethal with the Trivela shot. So unless it was a mistake, I don't know, he's obviously moved him back into central there. So maybe it was just a mistake on his half, but he's fixed it now. And straight away at the start of this half, we're seeing Raxani go on the offensive, but it gets snuffed out. Very, very good defending there. That could have been a major blow to La Concha at the start of this half, Lise.
Yeah, especially as he just scored. You know, you don't really want to concede from kickoff, but a potential chance again with Vinny on the wing. Let me see some skill moves. Nice step overs there to Benzema. Is this why he's moved in there? Potential chance to obviously get it back there. But yeah, I think, to be honest with you, this has been a great game, especially for the first watch of the tournament in terms of today. And, you know, they're both very, very good. They're counting out each other, and they both had opportunities to probably be drawing this game, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing an attack now from La Concha with this PSG team and snuffed out by Raxanti. And Lise, again, coming back to the mindset of a two-legged game, right? 2-1 down. I was saying yesterday when I've been involved in two-legged games, if I'm going to lose, my mentality is only lose by one. You know, you can't concede that killer blow of a two-goal lead going in to a second leg, because it does change the whole dynamic of the game. If I'm 1 goal down, you know, I could be confident saying that, okay, I kept him to 1 goal. As we're just talking, Benzema gets through. Incredible little triangle play, up, back, and through there, and Benzema with the chance, but it went missing. And again, Donnarumma with a big save, Lise. You know, Raxanti is going for this 3rd goal. He feels like he needs it. And as long as it stays 2-1, La Concha's going to feel like he's in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's been a close game. Every time I speak to someone, something happens. I'm just making sure that doesn't happen there. But yeah, you know, it's been a close game. And I think, you know, like you mentioned, I actually was going to bring, you know, E-Premier League. You know, we both played that tournament. That is a 2-legged game. You know, when I'm 2 goals down going into the second leg, for example, you know, you got to think to yourself, when do I start going press after possession loss? When do I go constant pressure? And even if you're more goals down, that's when you got to think about that. And that costs you more goals realistically in the long run. So when it's just 1 goal, potential chance hits, full back to him.
Oh, wow. Maybe a little bit of luck there, Lisa. A bit of pinball off the centre back to Vinny. Vinny finding himself in acres of space to put that away, and a little bit hard done by. I think Concha actually defended that relatively well, at least. He snuffed out the danger with Benzema going in, and we are seeing quite a pattern here from Raxanti of an up, back, and through pattern. Puts it up to Benzema, he plays it back to his centre mid, and he gives it to a third-man run going through, but he is breaking the lines. Maybe a little bit fortunate there, at least, with that goal.
Yeah, another chance here to get another one. Oh, the extra passes are just amazing from him. Let's be honest, some people there were just shot. I mean, you potentially could have just shot, sting the hands of the goalkeeper, or even it just go flying into the back of the net. On the flip side, potential chance to come back into the game to make it 3-2. Can he do something with it? He's just looking for the extra pass, but his own player's blocked it. I think that's potentially offside, but he's won the ball back anyway. But yeah, like I was saying, these players, when you go down 2 goals in a game of FIFA, going into the next leg, you think, when do I go constant pressure or press after possession loss? And that's where it costs you more goals, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in a game like this, if it was a group game, at least we'd be seeing probably a pause and go into a constant press to try and get these 2 goals back really, really quickly. However, I mean, it is a massive risk now if Concha tries to get an equaliser. As you see Vinny go in, he's gone for the chip, but Donnarumma comes flying out, cuts down the angle, and clears the ball. And at least, it's vital for Concha really to not concede another goal here going into the second leg, right?
Yeah, I think if he does concede, I do think over 2 legs of FIFA, it's going to be very hard to get, 3 goals back in the next one, because especially having to go, hang on, another chance to get another one here. Every time I try to say a point, they love to stop me.
Oh my God! What a block! What defending that was! That was what I like to say, for the badge at least, putting his body on the line, gliding in and stopping that goal from going in, and that could be a massive turning point for La Concha in this tie, Lisa, because if he comes back and ends up winning by 1 goal, he's going to look back at that and he's going to say, that's exactly what won it for me, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was a great block by Ramos. And we talk about Ramos being in the game, he's not the fastest, let's be honest, right? But, he's able to get his body in the line. He's sort of that body type that you want for a centre-back. Sort of like Luke Shaw, for example. I know he's a left-back, but he's a player that you can use centre-back in game because of his body type. And that was a great block, especially, going 4-1, if that was to go in. Going into the next game, you think, well, can he come back? 3 goals. We talk about constant pressure, press after possession loss, and it's been obviously nerfed, hasn't it, the last couple of days? So it would have been tough. But, if that went in, I do think it was game, set, and match. But, I mean, a great performance from Raxanti.
Absolutely. Very dominant, in my opinion. Had a couple of chances to kill the game off. Maybe could come back to bite him. However, at least I have to talk about the mentality now of both players going into the second leg. Raxanti with a 2-goal lead. And we'll probably feel hard done by that the game isn't essentially over yet. However, on the flip side, Concha probably 3-1 down, but feeling pretty good about it, right? It should have been 4, maybe 5. But Concha coming into this game from the off, are we thinking he has to go for it? Like constant press from the off? Or does he kind of back himself and say, right, okay, we're going to play at the same level. I'm just going to try and shore up the defense and try and make my attacks count. And then is there a time where La Concha has to say, right, okay, it's do or die now?
Yeah, I don't think, the goals difference in that game obviously of being 2. I don't think you do start constant pressure or press after possession loss. In FIFA, 2 goals in FIFA, you can get that in probably realistically, especially if how it goes 5 minutes in game. So I think if it's half time and Raxanti hasn't still scored and he hasn't scored, so it's still 2 goals, I think that's where 60th minute, maybe make some subs, you go press after possession loss. If you get a quick goal, then go constant pressure, especially if it's the 80th minute. But that's where pauses are vital in this game. But I actually was just reading chat, we might as well get them involved. If you guys want any questions, I'd actually just read in chat, and Messi for Ballon d'Or, who is Raxanti? He said, Raxanti, too good. He said he was too good. But also, I saw a comment saying, Modric 91 since when? Well, let me explain, and I'm sure Danny can as well. The mode that we're on, it basically goes on how they're performing in real life. So if they're doing well in real life, they get, +1, +2. And if they're playing bad, they go down. We saw Ruben Diaz, didn't we, for City? He's normally an 88, but he was an 86.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are not on a Ultimate Team mode. We are on like a seasons friendlies type mode. So obviously using teams rather than their own personal teams for Ultimate Team, which is what most of the chat is probably used to. So yeah, it goes off individual form for their teams, how their team is doing in real life, and it is their live stats of how they're playing in real life. So that's why you will see some players go up and you will see some players go down based off their real life performances. Lisa, that has to be talked about as well. You were saying the likes of PSG, Real Madrid, they're going to have really, really good kind of live stats, right? On the players, we're seeing Modric there that was mentioned at 91 instead of an 88. That's a very big deal, right? I mean, you know, someone like United, who maybe haven't been doing that well,
Chat.
there.
There was
Listen,
no
that
need.
wasn't.
No need.
Listen, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it
I
like
see how
that.
it is.
It's
You're starting the digs already. Unbelievable.
listen. It's true though. You know, someone like United who aren't doing that well, like their stats are going to be affected by it. You know, so someone like Biscuit Team, who we may see come out with Man United, that could be a leveler for them, right?
Unbelievable. I'm upset. Even the chat's laughing. I'm embarrassed, chat. No, but I mean, I'm going to get a dig back at him. You know, that's why no one's losing Liverpool as well, chat. You know how bad they're playing at the moment as well. And, you know, we've only actually seen Liverpool being used once this tournament by one competitor. However, United, we've seen them 3 times and unfortunately 2 of the competitors switched, but we don't talk about that, okay? However, I mean, like you mentioned, you know, it's very tough to know what team to use, and especially if you've used that team before and your competitor that you played against also use them, it's like, who switches? You know, I actually intrigued to know that as well. But yeah, reading the chat as well. You know, people asking how we're doing. We're doing great. I hope you guys are doing well. Also, make sure to type exclamation mark raffle in the chat to obviously get involved in the giveaways. You know, I've actually won a giveaway. Have you, Danny?
I actually have, believe it or not. I
Have you?
But it's not the popcorn machine on the Brag House app. Guys, if you want a chance to win incredible prizes, Apple AirPods, popcorn machines, bags, hats, everything, make sure you download the Brag House app on the App Store or Google Store for a chance to win them, and place your brags on each game as they come up. Incredible first game, Lisa. 3-1. We are now into the second leg, and we're seeing the same teams. Obviously, they have to use the same team for both legs. They cannot change them. So, Lisa, it really is, it's do or die now. Raxanti has to shore up this lead. He has to get a goal. I reckon he has to get another 1 or 2 goals, really, as we see an early chance for La Concha. And there we go, Lisa. We're seeing La Concha on the front foot from minute 1 going forward, and that could have been an early goal for him, and that could have turned this tie on its head.
Yeah, I think that needed to go in there. You know, he's still only 2 goal difference, but if he scores that there, it's only 1 goal difference in the 81 minutes left of the game, plus, you know, a couple of minutes added time. But now on the flip side, is it going to go to bite him? We know this happened in the tournament. Potential chance pass across the box, and it's gone to bite him.
Wow, Raxanti answers exactly what we just asked, and it is a case of Raxanti picking up where he left off, being very, very clinical. You know, and that's it. It's 4-1 on aggregate now. Raxanti going on the attack yet again, looking for more. He'll the ball roll there as well, showing off a little bit. We love to see it. And at least, is this tie, is it over?
Hey, we know in this competition that we can't say that it's over, because we know that loads of late goals do happen, and you know, we've had a chance already. And however, Mystic Manley might come into play again. Potential chance. I mean, that's why you have that defense, don't you?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's actually interesting. I actually wanted to mention, it's interesting they can't change teams for the second leg, because especially if they want to use a different team. If, let's say, for instance, in this game, it's Real Madrid versus PSG. If they want to switch to a team that isn't PSG, if they're Real Madrid, it's interesting they can't, because, you know, we had a competitor yesterday saying that, hang on, potential chance here. And
Wow, Raxanti is running away with this tie, and that is 5-1 on aggregate, 2-0 in this game. And Lisa, it's probably looking a little bit bleak for La Concha here in this leg. Raxanti firmly has 1 leg in the next round and the quarterfinals for tomorrow, Lisa. Very impressed. I'm very impressed with Raxanti in this tie.
Yeah, it's actually making me laugh. He's putting fire emojis in the chat for himself. Oh, I love it. But yeah, he's definitely, I think he's showing how good he is. And a potential chance here, an extra pass. Maybe he could have shot there with Tuchemeni, but not the ideal player that you want to be in that position. But yeah, like I was saying, we had competitors yesterday saying that they wish they was PSG, and they wish they didn't pick PSG because that's what cost them. So it's interesting that they can't switch to a different team, especially if they think that team's letting them down, for example, especially if the other player isn't using that team. But I do understand it to be consistent, you know, it has to be like that. But yeah, I mean, Raxani is showing some fire indeed, especially, you know, he's even showing it in the chat. He's typing it himself. Yeah, he's definitely a fire player and one to look out for.
Yeah, and he's in again here with Modric. He goes across to the goalkeeper's right, and he makes it 3-0, 6-1 on aggregate, and he is running away with this tie. He is showing us why he backed himself to win this whole thing, Lise, and he is setting the standards for the rest of tonight's games.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I feel like coming into this game, me personally, I don't know about you, but he was my favourite to win this game, especially with how much he's been interaction and you know, the player that he is, especially from what we've seen so far. Hang on, potential chance here. Every time I like to speak, they like to score. So potential chance, great save there. But yeah, you know, it was my favourite coming into this game. And, you know, he's showing why he's the favourite, you know. I don't even know what the scoreline is. It's like, what, 6-1 or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
He's showing over 2 legs. I expected goals to be scored, but they're showing it, aren't they? I mean, he's showing how good he is. He's doing some skill. He's having a bit of fun with it, you know.
Absolutely, and what better time to do at least when you're 6-1 up in a round of 16 of this SoCal FIFA 23 tournament brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. And Raxanti is really setting a landmark, a standard really for the rest of these competitors to follow this. I wouldn't want to follow this game, Lise, because Raxanti is he's setting the target here. You know, 6-1 up, he's chilling. LaConcha really doesn't need a goal early or before halftime to give us something. Tries a Travella shot there, and you know, I like it. Raxanti, you know, he's gonna have to watch out for that, because if he does score a couple of early goals, it could be game on here, Liz.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the dominant performance. However, LaConcha actually has had chances. He had a chance straight off the bat in this game. Unfortunately, it didn't go in, obviously, as the scoreline shows 3-0. But if he scored there, it was only a goal difference, wasn't it? However, on the flip side, now there's a lot of goals to come back in this game. You can see the statistics. I mean, he's had 3 shots, 3 goals. That shows some consistency and how good he is. But also, I'm just having a little, you know, look at the chat, and I saw a player, or a viewer say, iTouch, his name is. He goes, I'd love to play against Anthony. I'm not sure, obviously, if he's in the competition at the moment and maybe he wants to play him. But if he's not, obviously, if you're from this area, so, you know, let's be honest, Braghouse has basically said that there could potentially be one coming soon for the World Cup. So make sure to look out for that, because you could potentially play him if they do another one soon, right?
I believe that is actually Gold Links, believe it or not, in the chat as that username. I'd seen a message from him earlier on that I didn't get to, unfortunately. But yeah, I believe that's Gold Links. Do let us know if I'm wrong about that, and I will apologize. But I'm fairly sure that is Gold Links. So obviously, Gold Links is taking part in this round of 16 as well. At least we have him coming up in a few games, and very interesting insight into his mindset, Lise. You know, seeing a competitor kind of run away with a tie and saying, yeah, I want to play him, instead of I want to avoid him.
Yeah, exactly. And he has just confirmed in the chat that he is actually Gold Links. Interesting, actually, that you're here. You know, maybe we have some questions for you, really. I mean, are you looking forward to your game? Are you nervous? Because, you know, a lot of money on the line, especially if you go through, and a potential chance here. And well saved. But yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see your points. You know, how many wins have you got in Weekend League? As one question, and also, are you nervous? Because we know that me personally, and Danny, I know that I can't really speak for you, but I'm always nervous before a tournament, and sometimes that affects the way I play. I mean, are you excited? Obviously, you're saying that you want to play arguably so far one of the best competitors that we've seen, obviously, of today. But yeah, it'd be interesting to know, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to his tie as well. Of course, one of the players that went undefeated in the group stages, Lisa, so 100% one to watch in this round of 16. What a start we have had to it as well, Lisa. We have been treated to 7 goals already in the first game. And if you did put your brags down on a high goal total throughout this round of 16, you are being blessed right now, because 7 goals in the first tie is really, really good for you. Lisa, it is looking like it's going to trickle out, and Raxanti really is just dominating here. Probably going to score a couple of more goals. It does seem like he's taking his foot off the pedal a little bit, which is fine. Like we said, it's not group stages anymore. Goal difference does not come into it. In terms of other players, of course, in the 2 ties it does, but it looks like he has this one wrapped up.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a dominant performance. However, like I said before, the Condors had some opportunities, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way, does it? And that seems to be happening here. But, you know, so far, he's played really, really well, Raxanti. You know, coming into this game, we did knew that he would be up there, but you could just see a couple of skill moves that he's doing. You know, it just shows the confidence that he has. And I would be confident if I'm this amount of goals up with only 20 minutes to go in game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the chat, Lise, and Gold Links has said 3 games, 3 wins. I've been nervous against every player, but can't let that get to you. Once you score 1 goal, you really get that momentum going. And I couldn't agree more. You know, going into it, it's normal, you know, to feel them nerves, because there's a lot on the line, Lise. $1,000 to the winner. And like we said, to these students, it could go a long way. I was speaking to Spicy last night, and he said, listen, that $1,000, if he wins it, will go towards his books for college, you know, which is, you know, books are very, very expensive. So it's fantastic that Coca-Cola and McDonald's have given these gamers and college students an incredible opportunity to be able to, help themselves by playing the game of FIFA. And, credit to Bragg House as well for putting on an amazing event. And there's still loads to come, Lise. This is the first game of round of 16 ties. And if this is anything to go by, it is going to be an incredible night ahead.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of goals as well being scored. We can say that there would be quite a lot of goals being scored, especially with certain competitors scoring 14 goals, in the competition over 3 legs of FIFA. So over 2 legs of FIFA, we know there was going to be goals as well. I think, there was obviously a brag that you can put on for it as well, which was how many goals will be scored in these rounds. And no one put anything on 100, I'm pretty sure, which so far, goals galore, really, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, I think Raxanti has kind of taken his foot off the pedal, really, in terms of this second leg. He got his 3 goals that's needed. And, I don't blame him. Save your goals for final rounds tomorrow, right, Lise? Keep some in the tank.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow's it's about getting through today, winning the game, but tomorrow's most important. I'm pretty sure if they win tomorrow, they're guaranteed to get a bit of money, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, third, fourth, first and second obviously do get money. So, crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. You would need to get to the semi-finals to win some sort of cash prize. But Lisa, we see an end to the first time. We see Raxanti blow his opponent away, and 6-1 on aggregate. A fair score line, could have been more. Very impressive start from Raxanti.
Yeah, amazing from him. He's been in the chat as well. He's been putting fire emojis in the chat. But yeah, I think it's a deserved win. I think on the flip side, I thought that he could have probably scored more goals his opponent. However, that sometimes happens, right? Where luck doesn't go on your side, and
yeah,
that's what happens, right? But I think he could be happy with his performance, Lecontra. I don't think he was the worst player at all. I think they both played really, really well. I just think it's about taking chances, and we had that in the group stages. People that didn't take their chances, they narrowly missed out. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is sometimes.
Absolutely, Lecontra could be very proud making it to the top 16 out of 64 competitors. And while we're on the subject of competitors, Lisa, it's a pleasure to tell you this, but we had over 250 applicants sign up to this tournament. Obviously, we could only take 64, and that's an incredible number of FIFA players and college students looking for an opportunity to show that they're the best competitors in the South California region. And while we're on the subject, Lisa, like you said earlier, it does look like we're going to have potentially, some other events taking place with Bragg House and the SoCal region. So, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you go and follow Bragg House on all social media platforms to be in with a chance to see that first and get in first and try and secure a place in the next event. Lise, just touching on that game that we had there, you said Concha, it came down to a game of chances. I think Raxanti kind of won it pretty comfortably. He was probably, on autopilot in that second game. But, going forward, he could be very confident. He won the round of 16 game, 6-1 on aggregate. It sets a marker for this whole day. And, other competitors are going to be looking at that too. I'm sure they're watching and scoping out the competition, and they're going to be watching Raxanti saying, okay, this is a good player. Do I want to miss him? I know GoldLink says I want to play him because that's his mentality. But realistically, you take the easier path. If there is someone, with less ability than Raxanti, you would rather play them, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to beat the best to be the best, right? But, in an early round, you don't really want to be playing one of the best players. And I'm actually just looking at the chat, and Diego's also in the chat. They're playing each other, looking at the who's playing who. Diego does play Gold Links, and they're both in the chat. So it's great to see Diego's also in the chat, like I mentioned. So it'd be interesting to see how he's feeling before, because we've obviously seen how Gold Links is feeling. So it'd be quite cool to see from both of them as they're playing each other. Not next. Next is obviously Ninja and Tupa, which is also going to be a great game. I'm looking for. They're all great games, but as they come, I think Ninja and Tupa. We know Tupa obviously topped his group. Well, he all did, but he topped his group without losing a game as well, sort of like Gold Link. So I think, that's going to be a good game. I think there's going to be a lot of goals in that game. But I'm still waiting for my game. My goat. I'm hoping they're still going to be using Man United. I mean, they've got to, right? Surely, I mean, you just got to go with what you're used to. Biscuit team, come on. if you're in the chat, please update me. Are you using the best team in the world? Come on. I know he's going to disagree, but
yeah. Well, listen, if they're smart, they will want to give themselves the best chance possible, and by doing that, they would not be choosing Manchester United. However, folks, we are going to go to a quick intermission. We'll be right back.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
whatever. All this ever about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of here, I'm out of here. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of here, I'm out of here. Ain't no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and I am joined by a very special guest. Hello, sir. Tell us who you are and what school you are representing today.
Hello, my name is Santiago, also known as Rack Santi. I'm representing Southwestern College today.
Rax Santiago, it is a pleasure to speak to you face to face and not through the Twitch chat. Listen, fantastic performance there, Santi, and you're clearly a very confident FIFA player. You know, you're putting the fire emojis for yourself in the chat, bigging yourself up. We love to see it. Listen, that's what it's all about, you know. Listen, $1,000, right? You've booked your place into the quarterfinals tomorrow. You are essentially 3 games away, well, 3 two-legged games away from taking that $1,000. What would you do with the $1,000, and how much of a difference would it make to your life?
With $1,000, I would probably buy books for school, and
Books again, yeah.
And I would most likely buy a new Xbox controller because after playing Foot Champs this weekend, mine is pretty messed up.
Oh no, you didn't, Santi, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, listen, well, we've all been there. I don't rage at all playing FIFA, at all, ever, because I just win every game. I never lose. So, it's fantastic. But listen, Santi, did you have? It looked like you had fun. I don't even have to ask you that question, do I? It looks like you were having fun there. Did you kind of take your foot off the pedal a little bit at in the second leg?
Yeah, I know I had it in the bag, so I didn't really try to score as many goals towards the end. I wasn't trying to show off too much, so I just kept my cool and tried to keep possession of the ball towards the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you said something there. You didn't want to show off too much. Was that to kind of keep some things in the locker maybe for later on in this tournament? You know, people are watching, right? You're trying to be a little bit mysterious with your gameplay. Does that come into it as well?
Yeah, definitely. I can't show off too much because then they'll know how I play, you know, and later on in the rounds, especially since I'm the first person to go through. Yeah, I can't show off too much.
That's very interesting. I wouldn't have thought of anything like that. So, you know, it shows the level of mindset that you have and how much you've thought about this tournament. And, you know, listen, Santi, you're the first player through. You can relax and enjoy the show, scope out the competition, see what you're going to be coming up against. And congratulations. Absolutely well done. Fantastic show there. Well done.
Thank you, man.
Absolutely. Rack Santi, everybody. Lisa, as you've seen, we just spoke to Rack Santi, and very calm, very composed, and he put on a show in them 2 games. And I have to say, I was surprised, but at the same time, something clicked with me in terms of he took the foot off the pedal, like he said, and he said the reason behind it was because he didn't want to show off too much of his ability to these other competitors. And it just shows you the level of thinking that goes in to some of these gamers' minds when they're playing a tournament of this magnitude. And so much on the line, $1,000, which we said, you know, we heard him say again, college student, it's going to go towards books, you know, they're very expensive, and I'm sure it will help out a lot. But, you know, it was very interesting to hear him say that he didn't want to show off too much, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it just shows his level. And it's interesting. I did actually say, I think, towards the end of the game that and so did you actually, that he'd let his foot off the gas there. But, you know, we said that people shouldn't do that in the last round robin. But obviously today, he was, 6 goals up? I'm pretty sure it was, or 5-6 goals up. And obviously, as you can see on the screen, Ninja, Tupac, this is going to be a great game. Both, again, the exact same team, by the way. But I just wanted to say quickly, I heard you say you don't rage. I mean, I'm sure your chair disagrees with that, by the way. I mean, he uses his controller to break it. like you said, he potentially needs a new controller. But your chair disagrees. I'm hashtag chair, in the chat if you're from his community, because that chair is disagreeing there. He's not happy with you. That's what I'm saying.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Lisa. But listen, we are into our second game here, Lisa. And of course, it is Ninja versus Franquito. Franquito going unbeaten in his group. And this is going to be another mouth-watering tie here, Lisa. How do you see this one going?
Oh, chat. He's hitting me on the spot. All right, I see it again. I mean, I actually said I like a lot. I like Ninja. But you can't go unnoticed that he was on the flip side. Franquito went unbeaten. That's got something to say about it as well. He's got something to say about that. But I'm not sure. I'm on the chat. Help me here. Who do you think's going to win? AZ in the chat saying Tupa. So I'm gonna reach. I'm gonna go with what they say. What do you think?
Yeah, so that is, if I'm not mistaken, Lalo from yesterday's group stages in the chat saying, Franquito, vamos! So a Franquito fan in the chat, and Lisa, yeah, this is going to be a really, really good tie, and it's going to be very difficult to separate these two, and in my opinion. Early on here, we're seeing Franquito on the front foot, getting it down the edge of Ninja's area and winning the corner. We're seeing some skill moves there as well, so it is very, very interesting to say the least. And I think, again, this is a sort of tie that is really going to come down to the focus and concentration of each competitor. If whoever takes their chances, like clinicalness, I think, and I know that's self-explanatory, but, in FIFA terms, we've seen goalkeepers with a lot of saves, and, sometimes the fine margins are the ones that green time it, Trevellas from the right areas, the intricate play up, back and through, so it's going to be very, very close, in my opinion, this game. But we are seeing some good play from both players here as Ninja works a big opportunity there, a lovely shot cancel to find some room in the area and get a shot away, but a good save from Donnarumma. But Benzema picks it up inside the area. Now he recycles it out to Vinny, who goes for the Trivela, who just skims past the post. And again, Lisa, it's coming down to these two players who have abundance of FIFA ability. They know the mechanics. We're seeing Trevellas, we're seeing shot cancels at the beginning of this game. This is going to be an incredible tie.
Yeah, and I've actually been looking back at the standings. He's obviously in Group F as Ninja, and he went unbeaten as well. He won 2 games and he drew a game, so he ended that group in 7 points. And on the flip side, Tupa also went unbeaten, but obviously he won all these games. However, I mean, Ninja's starting really well, and I'm actually looking at chat again. We love to look at chat. If you guys want to interact with us, we'll be looking as well. And Diego is saying, let's go Tupa, and he's obviously we do know that he's obviously in this tournament, so it's interesting to see why he's supporting him. Let us know. Do you know him? Have you played against him maybe for some practice? But yeah, a lot of support for our competitor. He even said well played to Santiago as well afterwards, just the game before. So he seems to be supporting everyone, and I like it.
Absolutely. It's fantastic to see these guys supporting each other throughout the tournament. We've seen an abundance of support from all universities and all sort of gamers throughout the group stage as well, Lisa. It really is fantastic to see, the community coming together for such a great opportunity and great tournament. Of course, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's and Bragg House as well. It's been fantastic to be a part of it, but we still have plenty more action to come as we get this second game underway, and we're seeing a power shot cancel, which gets the space in the area for Ninja to take the lead. He gritties on him, round of 16, power shot cancel, Lisa. We haven't seen one in the group stages at all. It seems that Ninja was holding that for the round of 16 when it mattered, and that is a mechanic that I have not mastered yet. However, I have heard from numerous pros that it is a very big part of the game this year. It can be very, very effective. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we haven't actually seen it, to be honest, throughout this competition, but I just wanted to say, Ninja's looking good. I mean, we're seeing him have a potential chance there to obviously do Trivella, but he's looking good. We've seen him do a couple of skill moves as well, but I mean, interesting that he gritty. Me personally, I love doing it against my opponents, but not a 1-0 because, if they come back in the game and they go on to win the game, you're thinking, But also it's to the frustration element, I know when my opponent does it against me, my head's into the camera, or my monitor, you could say, also I stream, so it's into the camera as well. And I've got a headband, towel next to me. I'm sweating away the sweat because I want to win the game. And you could say that could help him in a way because he could frustrate his opponent and he could dive in. And it is one-way traffic at the moment for Ninja. And we know Tuber is a very good player, but wow, I mean, Ninja's, wow, dominant.
Yeah, dominant display so far. It is all Ninja as we close in on the 35th minute of this first half. And again, Lisa, 2 legs. So, you know, even if you do lose this leg by 1 or 2 goals, it's definitely not over. You know, Ninja pulling out all the skills now as well. A little heel the ball roll there too. And Ninja looks like he definitely knows his 5-star skillers, his 4-star skillers, skill moves, power shots, Travellas. We've seen it all in the opening half here, Lisa.
Yeah, we've seen it all. And I talk about the level of these players, and they're just showing it. Interesting, obviously, the interview you just had, he said that he didn't want to play his best, and obviously that second leg, he didn't want to show the techers he's got. And on the flip side, I think Ninja's showing everything. Obviously, you don't think about it, and I didn't even think about it. Like you mentioned, I didn't think about him not doing a certain thing that he likes to do because, you know, competitors watching him. I was actually just looking at the chat. I'm going to let this attack go just in case something happens.
Oh! Wow. Wow, that is the power of the Travella. We're seeing it in full force there. We usually see them go in, Lisa, but this one, it burst off the crossbar. I thought it actually went behind the line when it hit down off of it, but obviously it didn't. Goal line technology in FIFA now as well, which is a nice little touch from EA. However, that looked like it was set for the top corner, and usually you do see them go in, Lisa.
Yeah, you do. And as I was about to say before someone almost scored again, I was actually looking at the chat, and Daniel's question was, well, I guess it was a broad question, but he said, who will be the first gamer not to use Real Madrid and PSG? And that's true, because this is the second game where that's happened. But, chat, I've got to say, Daniel, it's going to be my goat. I'm hoping it's going to be Biscuity to use Manchester United. Will he stick with it? But it would actually be interesting, actually, because like he said, it's Real Madrid, PSG. However, what happens, well, we know what happens, but it'd be interesting to see in the next round, if they both want to use PSG, what will happen? Because I know you can't use the same team, but you know a lot of these competitors are using the same teams over and over again, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But I do want to point out as well, there were some players definitely in the group stages that preferred Man City and Manchester United, you know, over PSG and Real Madrid as well. So I'm sure we will see an abundance of different teams being used. However, obviously in a tournament of this magnitude, in a 2-legged affair, you do want to use essentially the 2 best teams, the most usable teams in the game, and Real Madrid and PSG they just are that. You know, we did see a lot of Bayern Munich as well, Lise. I'm sure we'll see some of them using them as well. But listen, Lise, end of the first half, and it is very much one-way traffic here for Ninja, right?
Yeah, but over 2 legs of FIFA, it could switch in the next game. However, you know, you was just mentioning teams. I want to bring it up because, you know, you've been dissing my team. Only one person's used Liverpool. We've had about 3 or 4 students use United. That just shows levels, I can't lie, you know. Manchester United are just better, aren't they, chat? I mean, let's be honest.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to get into that right now. But yes, Daniel has asked me, who do I support? It is Liverpool. I am a Liverpool supporter. Been a Liverpool supporter all my life. And yeah, so we're not going through the best of times right now, but we got 3 points today against Southampton. Happy days. And we are now currently a couple of points off Man United. So listen, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, guys, look, an incredible tie we have here at the minute. And I've just noticed, Lisa, that the names have actually changed down the bottom right. So maybe it's actually Franquito who is ahead in this game. We could have been, I think they were swapped around, or have they done that for the second half possibly? I think it's for the second half. I could be wrong. But yeah, Lisa, a dominant display from Ninja, what it seemed to be. So going into the second half, it is a case. Yeah, they switch at a half. Yeah. I've just noticed. The production team are way ahead of me. That is the issue. They're too good at their jobs. Yeah, my bad. But listen, it is Ninja ahead, Lise, and a dominant display. Kind of surprising, right? I didn't expect Ninja to come out and be as dominant against Franquito, who really showed us what he was capable of doing in the group stages.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you're going off statistics, we know that Ninja's a good player, but if you're going off statistics, Franquito went unbeaten, didn't he? So, I mean, at the moment, he's doing some kick-ups. I mean, what?
Yeah. Very, very calm and composed, and almost kind of taunting his opponent. Again, Lisa, maybe a bit of mind games, right? He done the gritty. Now he's doing kick-ups. I mean, Franquito must be taking a little bit of disrespect from that, right? And which could lead to him jumping in, like you said, or making a mistake, or rushing out, or going constant press and leaving gaps in behind. And, you know, these gamers are pulling out every stop, every trick in the book to try and gain an advantage on their opponent. And I can't blame him. I can't blame him, right? You do whatever it takes to gain an edge. It seems like Ninja is trying to frustrate him, keep the ball, work the ball into the area, which he has a crunching tackle that needed to be made by Kibembe there, and very good defender from Franquito, but he just can't seem to get a hold of it up in the final third of Ninja. Lise, it's again, one-way traffic. Ninja looks very calm and composed.
Yeah, I feel like, I guess the best word for it, potential chance every time I tried to spit, they love to go through a goal. Potential chance, and what a save that is! Oh, the goalkeeper's missed it! Oh, and he's going out for a corner! But yeah, what I was going to say is, you know, he seems to be, I guess the best word is playing with him in terms of, you know, he could go forward for the attack, but instead he's doing keepy up, he's scoring, doing the gritty to frustrate him. But I've got to say, I hope he knows it's 2 legs of FIFA, because I mean, it's only one luck. We know in FIFA, you know, you could score 2 goals in the 80th minute and 85th minute to go 2-1 up and then he'd be in a losing position. So I think before he starts doing this, I think he does need to get a couple of more goals. I mean, chat, competitors that are playing in the competition, do you agree with that? Because we all know one goal, he could score here!
Ooh! There we go, you see. And Lisa, let's not forget, he's playing against PSG, who have Mbappe, who have Messi and Neymar, who are capable of creating chances like that out of thin air. Like, he looked like he was going nowhere. Mbappe looked like he lost the ball all of a sudden. I like to call it Mbappe tax. You get taxed for trying to tackle Mbappe because he just bundles his way through. We're seeing some agile dribbling now as well. So Franquito looks like he's warmed up and he is ready to give Ninja a game. I think it may have ignited a little spark, a little hunger, a little fire in his belly, and he wants to get this win now and really, you know, kind of put it into Ninja's face for taunting him, please.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess, you know, can you look at that as being a little bit disrespectful? Potentially, but a potential chance to go 2-0 up and it wouldn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, you know, when your opponent does that, they're kind of saying, oh, I'm winning this game, you know what I mean? You're not good enough, I'm just going to start doing this. And, I mean, we know Tupa's good, and we saw that snapshot there that could potentially fly in the back of the net. And you know what? I actually want to see him equalise. You know, I'm a Ninja fan, but I'd love to see it. I'll be honest. I'll be running around my room screaming if he scores, right? And he gritties. I mean, I'd be laughing, but I want to see it. A potential chance here to do so. Oh.
I'm going to hold you to that, Lisa, and I'm going to need to see video evidence that you actually done it, and that would be fantastic. But listen, Lisa, Franquito has upped the pressure a little bit. He seems to have been a little bit, he's playing a little bit more calm this half. And again, Lisa, as the scoreline is only 1-0, 2 legs of FIFA, you have to back Franquito to score at least 1 goal in these ties, right? It's very unlikely that any player really keeps a clean sheet over 2 legs. As we see Hakimi go down the right, ball roll and a step over. Can he work his way into the area here now? Nice and composed, doing some agile dribbling, recycles it out to Verratti. He's doing some agile now on the edge of the box. Renato Sanchez looking for that opening to Messi. The chance may have just gone there, Lisa. I think he didn't expect it to open up that quickly, and he kind of brought it back out to the edge of the box when really the space was there for a finesse shot with Messi in that area. 9 times out of 10 that goes in.
Yeah, that was well worked though. We got to be honest. You know, that I think you mentioned. I think he could have shot it a little bit earlier. Maybe you could say did a little bit too much there. I think he didn't really expect himself to be so through on goal. You could say, right, the goal be so open, especially with the defense of PSG. The defense of Real Madrid even, but both of them are really good as well. But yeah, I think it's opened up the second half. I don't know. I think that ignition to the fire of him doing that step over.
Yeah, he's in here though. This could be it. This could be it. And it is 1-1. He has done it. It is Nunes with the equalizer. He has opted to go for the corner flag instead of the gritty. And it is game on. Like we just predicted, Lisa. You know, Ninja doing some keepy uppies in the middle of the park, being 1-0 up. Franquito took that personally. He said, okay, let me get comfy in my chair. Let me pull myself forward to the monitor and let me show this guy what I'm about. And ever since then, Lise, he has been dominant, and that goal is well deserved.
I was literally just saying fuel to the fire, and next thing you know, he goes and scores. I mean, wow. I mean, interesting actually. I think he's actually on the right, especially as he's normally on the left in Ultimate Team, especially his preferred position. But obviously, Casemiro, for you guys wondering, I know he's obviously at United, but this is the kickoff mode, so he is obviously still there. And I think he's a good player, especially this year with lengthy and stuff like that. He's not as fast, but he's definitely still usable in teams. You haven't really seen him too much, have we? We've seen Modric, we've seen Valverde, we've seen Tchouaméni, I think his name is, in the midfield. So, yeah, we've seen every other option bar him, and he's there, so you can use him, right?
Absolutely, and at least this sends this tie wide open now. Maybe now Ninja will actually realize that he's in a game here. This is not group stages. This is not any sort of game. This is the round of 16 in the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, and it is for $1,000. He needs to take this serious. He needs to be respectful to his opponent, because everybody is in a round of 16 right now. They've earned it, right? They've all gone through the same process to get here, blood, sweat, and tears to get into this round of 16. And I think a level of respect has to be given to your opponent in every sort of FIFA game and real life football as well. You know, I feel like there has to be some sort of mutual respect there to the fact that your opponents are playing at this level. And, you know, we didn't see it. It's come back to bite him. And now Franquito is going to be very confident as he tries to break through here. Listen, Lisa's coming into the final stages of this first leg, and it is very much what we expected. Very tight, very, you know, not many chances. But the two chances that we've seen 2 goals. Ninja now trying to work it into the area. He finds an opening, and a big save from Donnarumma there. Maybe just a green time shot would have seen that go into the net. But again, now Franquito is seeing the power of Ninja when he concentrates and focuses on his game.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, you speak about, obviously, these competitors and the respects, but I'll be honest, that was against the run of play, that chance there for Ninja. I think since the goal, it's been all Franquito, let's be honest. But, I mean, a draw, first leg, I think that's probably what we expected to happen, especially with the way they're cancelling out each other. But I'm interested to see the next game, you know, and the interviews that we potentially have with either of them who goes through, you know, seeing maybe the reasons for why he did it, if Ninja does it. And on the flip side, you know, did it sort of make you want to win even more, you know, depending on who wins. But, yeah, I mean, what a game we had there, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, 1-1. Franquito will be buzzing that he got that goal. It was a very important goal, and going into the second leg at a draw is obviously detrimental to, you know, your confidence and momentum as well. He got the final goal of the game, so he knows that he's able to open up Ninja's defense if needs be. But warning signs again that when Ninja takes it seriously, he got through quite easily at the end there, and it could very well be 2-1 going into the second leg.
Yeah, it's interesting that he did what he did only at 1-0. I said it at the time, and then he ended up scoring. But reading the chat, Lalo is obviously saying Franquito is winning this leg, which is interesting. You know, I think he was backing him from the start as well, but I think he did show how good he was once, I guess, he got motivated, you could say, to try and win the game. And I think once he actually got that goal, I think that's where the confidence started going. You know, he ended up having a lot of opportunities and creating, you know, space in and around the box. However, Ninja did get the ball, and he showed how good he is, and potential chance to obviously score there. But it's a battle of the goalkeepers again, isn't it?
Absolutely, and of course, reading the chat as well, I believe there was absolute scenes when Franquito scored that goal, and Victor said, "Hey, oh, that lady jumped on that man's shoulders." Listen, Victor, this is the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, okay? If a lady wants to jump on a man's shoulders when a goal is scored, they are allowed to do that, okay? I'm going to get, Lisa, you owe us a video of you running around your room as well, by the way. You said you were going to do it. I told you I'm going to hold you to it. And listen, I'm so hyped. We're only 3 games in, essentially. You know, we have a second leg coming from Franquito and Ninja, 1-1 in that leg. Already there's been drama, there's been a little bit of showboating, you know, and we still have so many games left to come, Lise, and this one is hard to call. This could honestly go either way.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe that woman took it personal when she saw them kick-ups, and she thought, you know what, I'm going to go celebrate with the team. I mean, crazy scenes like you mentioned, but I'm looking forward to the next leg. I think it'll be a lot more open, or maybe less open, you could say, because of the nerves, knowing that you need to actually score. The first goal in this game is huge, right? It's obvious because it makes one of these competitors go 2-1 up. But I'm interested to see, is there going to be any over 2 legs games where we have to go to golden goal? Because personally, I do not like golden goal. I don't like penalties. I feel like the better player doesn't win over penalties. But golden goal, let's be honest, if you start with the ball from kickoff, that's a massive advantage.
Yeah. Massive advantage, and I personally think we will, because these competitors are so alike in terms of skill gap, Lee. So listen, like I said, I want entertainment. I want, you know, drama, intense games. So golden goal would be fantastic for me as a neutral, but it would not be fantastic for these competitors. It would be heart-wrenching. So listen, Lee, we're into the last leg of this tie, and it is of course, 1-1 on the scoreboard. It's basically whoever makes the most mistakes here is going to be out of this tournament, and you really have to have your focus levels at the highest point possible for a game of this magnitude and this pressure, Lise. It's a lot of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, we saw a lot of mistakes yesterday. I can't remember. I'll have to look back and see the name of the competitor, but he ended up giving away 2 goals, ended up coming back 3-3 at the end of the game with 2 green time shots. But ultimately, in that game, it cost him because he made mistakes. And especially with more pressure on the line, especially today compared to yesterday, it's huge pressure. And sometimes it gets to you too much and you end up losing because of it.
Yeah, but also, Lisa, coming into the round of 16 as well, these are high-level players, every single one of them, because they've topped their group, right? We had a kind of a difference in skill gap with some of the players in each group and, mixed abilities in terms of FIFA. Now you're playing the best of the best, and the saying goes, you have to beat the best to be the best, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you don't really want to play the best, let's be honest, in the first round. But you got, like you mentioned, if you want to be up there, you got to beat the best. And yeah, you're going to want to play the best in the final. You don't want to play them on the way to it because you'd be quite unfortunate to go out to the best player in a competition, especially if it's a close game, thinking, I could have been in that final, So, however, you just got to take each game as it comes. You can't think, if I beat this person, I'm going to play Gold Links, for example, in the next game because, you got to beat the person that's in front of you to then think about the next challenge ahead.
Absolutely. We're seeing a very 50-50 match here as Franquito goes down the left. I don't know whether that was a dinked shot or a dinked cross to Messi. Probably not the best player to kick it to in them circumstances, but it's very even here, Leash. 50-50 more or less in possession, and we're not seeing many chances created. Both players very defensively solid, which it's not kind of the end-to-end type games that we were used to seeing in the group stages, and because people wanted goals. We're seeing a bit of a more of a laid back approach, not too worried, looking for that opening, trying to get that 1-goal lead to kind of see out the game, right? It's all about game management at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's sort of like what I say when I go into a tournament. I'm nervous. I'm trying to work out how my player plays that I'm playing against, and then not being too. I feel like I worry too much, and that makes me not play as good because I'm worried that for example, he could pass to Vinny, but I'd be worried potential chance. I'd be worried that if I did try to pass to Vinny there, that he would intercept it and go counter and score against me. So I don't play it the best I can because of my nerves. But once I get flowing, sort of like the last game where you had the interview, and he said that I'm nervous. Even Gold earlier said I'm nervous every game that I play. But I got flowing and I was able to do well. But potential chance for a power shot there. Oof, close.
Yeah, interesting choice of shot there. The power shot just on the edge of the box. Very effective, but also very hard to master, at least with the manual shooting on that mechanic as well, but can be very, very effective. We are seeing now Franquito go down the line. And again, Lise, it's just a case of my defense versus your defense. Both attacks really just being snuffed out and taken care of quite early. And a lot of change in possession. This is very much a chess game right now. And Lisa, I'm gonna say it. We could be looking at our first golden goal tie here after you just saying it. You are Mystic Manly after all.
Hey, come on. We know that, we see last minute goals in this tournament. Come on. It always happens. And a potential chance for you to, yeah, you almost, I could say, eat your words there. Let's be honest. We almost saw a goal there. But yeah, I mean, we all know that, in the last couple of minutes in a Bragg House tournament, we do see goals. And these are both great competitors, and they are cancelling out each other at the moment. But it's just going to be, it's going to come down to it. It's obvious. It's going to come down to who takes their chances. Their potential one here. I think this is a interesting game chat. Let us know who you think is going to win. Tell us. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, very good defensively. I'm very, very impressed by both teams' defensive capabilities. They're snuffing out the attacks. Look at that, like even a right stick switching to move their defenders up to cut out that space in front of them and intercept the ball early. What we're seeing is a lot of interceptions in like kind of the middle of the park rather than, where we usually see it in the area of each players and trying to cut that space down. But Ninja has worked some space here, tried to get it back, and what a tackle that is. What an interception. And he's read that very, very well. I personally would have never slide tackled there to try and cut out that pass. I would have been 1-0 down in this game.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just reading chat. Bragg House said Tupa for the W. And Daniel on the flip side said Franquito. Wow, I mean, everyone's a bit split here, and I understand why. You know, it's a close game, 0-0. Obviously, you know, on the aggregate in terms of last game, it's 1-1, so it's still a draw. So it's just who can break the deadlock. But I think once someone does break the deadlock, I feel like we'll see a couple of more goals because the opponent that doesn't score knows that he has to score, you know, or he's out. So I think that's where as soon as someone scores, I think a couple of goals will be scored. You know, Mystic Manly and all, just said.
Yeah, you have been fairly spot on with your predictions, Lisa. I have to say, I hope you've been placing your brags down because you have a great chance of winning them AirPods or the popcorn machine for me if you have. But listen, guys, it looks like we're going to come to the end of this half at 0-0. And Lisa, the more this game goes on, the more I have to say, I do think these guys are going to cancel each other out, and we could be looking at a golden goal here.
However.
Yeah, just as I said. Oh my. Wow.
You have to
too trigger happy on that shoot button, Lisa, and he just put too much juice on it. Probably about three levels of 3 bars of power, and you know that was a big opportunity at the half. You know, at least we say it time and time again. Halftime goals, 90-minute goals, they happen quite a lot, and that was a massive chance for Ninja.
And Benzema coming off the pitch, interesting. Especially when you've got Asensio on the left. I mean, he's a player that you don't really expect to be there, especially in this team. It's interesting that he doesn't move maybe Benzema to the left and he can have that sort of Trivela shot that you mentioned. But, I mean, close game. He actually is in the driving seat, really, and he's had, like, I think it's 4 shots there. So, interesting, but he could go to bite him, especially if you get into that position and, you know, your star man's not there. Maybe he's just a bit hurt that Benzema's just missed that opportunity where he should have scored. I think he just maybe got a bit too excited and powered it up too much, maybe.
Yeah, interesting enough, you know, what I would take from that is the fact that Benzema actually had the ability to find space to get that shot away, and I'd be quite confident keeping him on and knowing that he's capable of getting into spaces like that to potentially win me the game. So interesting sub, maybe a little bit of frustration coming out there, but you have to keep your emotions at a level field. 0-0 Leafs, start the second half, 45 minutes for both competitors to show us what they got. Get this goal that could potentially put them into tomorrow's quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, and give themselves the best chance to win that $1,000 in cash for first place. And Lise, you know, I'm going to say it again. I think bar a mistake, which is what we've just seen. Oh, thought that was in. I don't see anyone scoring here.
Oh, wow. I mean, we always have goals in this competition, let's be honest. I actually would love to see a last-minute equaliser, I'll be honest. Well, not equaliser, winner, sorry. And a potential chance here to go one way.
He's left the whole side of the goal open.
Oh, yeah, it's gritty in!
Mistake. He's hitting the gritty out as well. It's all popping off. Ninja with the goal, and it's that Asensio, Lise, got into space. We see some keeper movement from Franquito, who gave him the whole side of that goal. He maybe expected an early shot from Asensio across the goalkeeper there. I don't blame him for moving him. Maybe just moved him a little bit too far and too early. However, it is Ninja who takes the lead. But literally, as we speak about that, Mbappe is getting down the left-hand side and very composed header back to the goalkeeper there, Lise. And now it is all about game management for Ninja, right?
Yeah, we spoke about you know, mistakes being costly in this competition, and that's one there. You know, goalkeeper movement is very, very good if you do it correctly in that position. I mean, he just allowed that shot. You know, even if the goalkeeper was, you know, if there's 4 goalkeepers in the goal, he wasn't saving that because of how far he moved into the left there. And I spoke about Asensio. Maybe he was watching, thinking, "Hey, I'm going to prove you wrong because I've just scored a goal." But I think more goals do end up flying in now because you know, Franquito needs to get a goal. On the flip side, you know, constant pressure, press after possession loss, he's going to be open at the back, and that's going to cause more goals for Ninja. Or sometimes people crumble under the pressure, and a potential chance here.
Ooh. Yeah, Franquito maybe a little bit hectic at the minute. He's losing the ball an awful lot in his final third of the pitch, and Ninja is a player who will punish you if you give them the opportunity to do it. But we see Mbappe 1v1 now, some agile dribbling, but snuffed out again by Ninja. Very good defensively. And again, Lise, it did come down to a mistake, really. Franquito losing the ball deep in his own half, and you know, Ninja making him pay.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, sometimes in FIFA, mistakes happen, and it's just unfortunate for him that he does it in this situation. But that's allowed, I feel like, Ninja to get a bit of confidence, and he's going up very fast there, but a great challenge there. I actually was reading the chat, and this was before the goal went in. You've got to remember that. We see Lalo saying, "I want to see Raxanti versus Franquito in the final," and also Braghouse said, "I want to see Raxanti and Tuber in the final." And at the moment, it looks like he's going to be sat out the competition.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get a goal here somewhere, some sort of creative flow from somewhere as he gets the finesse shot off with Neymar. It is saved by Courtois. Maybe just a little bit too quick on the trigger there, at least. He had a little bit of space in front of him to maybe move into and give himself a better chance at finding a net. But warning signs to Ninja that Franquito is here. He is going nowhere, and he is ready to fight for his place in the quarterfinals. We are seeing now an onslaught of attacks from Franquito as he tries to work his way in. And oh, that's a big mistake, at least. This could be a goal to get it back in, and it is! It is Mbappe from that angle! I can't believe that's gone in, but he grabs the ball, intent from Franquito now to get the ball back as soon as possible. He wants to win this game. Very surprised that has gone in, but it is Mbappe, Lisa, and it is a fantastic goal. 2-2 on the night, 1-1 in this game, and it is game on.
And that is why you have PSG, because you have the likes of Mbappe. I'm not going to read exactly what Daniel said there, but he's very excited, to say the least. But, I mean, a potential chance for him to go 2-1 up. Wouldn't this be amazing? Twisted and turning, and a great challenge. I mean, it's risky to do that type of challenge in the box. But, I mean, it's one-way traffic now that Tupo's scored. And can he score here with a finesse shot? That was never going to go in, especially with, you know, the likes of the main man Courtois in it.
Yeah, very interesting, Lisa, as well, to point out that shot and goal with Mbappe wasn't even green time, by the way. Like, that was an insane angle. Very rarely you see a shot like that go in from that angle against Courtois as well, and Rudiger in front of him. Maybe Ninja feeling a little bit hard done by that, by it not being blocked, first of all, by Rudiger, and secondly, going in off the post and Courtois being better at that angle.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, it did bounce off the post and went in, so it was obviously a great shot. But you don't really expect it to go in. But I do say, you know, in this competition, that you sometimes in them positions, you just got to shoot. I know sometimes it's good to work it, you know, in potentially. But like I say, if you don't shoot, you're not going to score. And like I said, even in that position, even if the goalkeeper did save it, especially at that angle, it could have felled someone in the 6-yard line, waiting to.
Ninja now working some space here, and it's a big save from Donnarumma in goal. And again, it's that man Donnarumma, Lisa. He is so hard to beat, and that was an incredibly worked opportunity there from Ninja. And again, warning signs for Franquito that he cannot take a second to relax in this game. It is the last 10 minutes of this game, Lisa, and as it stands, we will be looking at our first goal game. However, a big mistake in Franquito's half and a big save again from Donnarumma, and Ninja needs to start taking these chances if he wants to win this game, Lisa.
I was saying a last-minute goal. I did say that I want to see one, and I think it's going to happen. And I told you, as soon as a goal was scored, there was going to be a couple of goals that followed. And we've seen one, so my prediction slightly correct. We just need one more goal. I want to see a last-minute winner. I don't really care who it's for. Just someone. You know, it'll get some hype going in the chat, if there isn't already hype with how close this game is.
Absolutely. And Ninja again firing a shot across goal. And again, Lisa, I have to say it. Green time. If he green times that probably goes in.
On the flip side, he's just give the ball to Franquito because he's sliced that shot, you could say. However, he couldn't make anything of it. And we talk about last minute chances in FIFA, and you know, the pros always work for it. But is he gonna try and wait and work it, or is he gonna give it away and potentially give Franquito the chance? It looks like he's trying to work it, waiting at the moment. I'll let you take it. I'm going to sit back and relax.
Yeah, big opportunity here. And again, scuffed, Lise. And again, I have to point out, that was Asensio playing through the middle, left footer, 3-star weak foot. Yes, and he done the same thing with Benzema. And I can't help but wonder, Lisa, that if that was Benzema in that opportunity on his better right foot at that angle, I think that goes in.
Yeah, and I did say, obviously, you know, at the time tonight at half time, you know, obviously he took Benzema off, I feel, because of the mistake or the chance that he had and he missed. However, you know, Asensio's not that good. He's a good player, but he obviously scored in this game. However, you want your star men there, especially like on the flip side with Franquito. He scored with Mbappe from a really, really odd position, right? And if that was Benzema there, and that wasn't even an odd position, that was a good position where you see Benzema score all the time. So that could go down to, bite him, to say the least.
Yeah, well, Lisa, we are officially 1 minute away from this game ending in a 2-2 draw on aggregate, and we could potentially be seeing our first goal game if Franquito can't work something here in the final minute, which he can't. There's 2 minutes added on, and it is anyone's game coming into these final 2 minutes with a chip ball through, and it is Hazard, who has got through, but he's done a McGiddy spin on a double top X through ball as well, and he tried it, but Franquito has made a big mistake by giving away the ball here. Gives the last attack to Ninja. Has he got back too far? No, it's still on here. Tiki Taka football, trying to find a space, doesn't find it. It's still on here, Lisa. We're into the 3rd minute as Franquito snuffs out that attack, and right up until the end there, Lisa, we've seen absolutely electrifying play. It has ended 1-1 on this game, 1-1 in the first game, 2-2 on aggregate. Lisa, call me Mystic Decamp from now on, because I predicted golden goal in this game. I have taken the reins away from you. It is 1-1 in that game, 2-2 on aggregate. We have our first golden goal game of the round of 16. I'm hyped.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, obviously, you did call it as well. Chat. He's got to get one on the board. You know, I've been getting him every single day. I've got to allow him to have a couple. You know, but I mean, yeah, I mean that was a close game, and I think honestly, I mean, I know everyone's a Tupa fan in the chat, but Ninja, I mean, he's had about 4 or 5 opportunities where literally they've looked like my nan's taken them, because my actual nan and not my nan, because of how wide they actually went. But you know, you got to take your chances, and I think that especially in golden goal. You know, we know that starting with the ball is huge in FIFA. You know, there's quite a lot of kickoff goals that do occur, and that could happen with whoever starts with the ball here, and you know they'll be happy. And if that's Tupa, I think Ninja will feel, if I'm honest, quite hard done by.
Yeah, of course, especially with that goal that went in as well with Mbappe from such a acute angle, you could say, you know, and Rudiger in front of him, in off the post and in, and, you know, you got to be thinking, if you're Ninja now, I've had the opportunity to win this game, really, and, you know, a lot better opportunities than Franquito. However, is that going to play a part here? We've seen a couple of frustration substitutions as well, Lise. You know, Asensio coming on and then coming off. You know, it seems to be affecting Ninja mentally, and his concentration in this game, you know, missing them chances. You're kind of thinking, oh my God, is it my night at all? However, you know, you can't think like that. You've got to be confident. You got to be positive. Got to keep doing the right things. And we've seen some tiki-taka play there, some very, very fast build-up near the end. He just couldn't find that space to get the final shot away. However, on the other side of it, Franquito has to be very, very happy with how this has gone. You know, he's been behind twice. He's come back twice. He's resilient. He has a heart of a lion, and it is anyone's game. This is it, folks. Golden goal for the first time in the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. And like we said, Lisa, we could see a kickoff goal here. A big mistake from Franquito, and that's it. It's done. Minute 1. A massive mistake from Franquito has ended in absolute upset. And for one last time, Ninja pulls out the gritty, and that is it. It's all over. Ninja advances. Franquito licking his wounds, and it is heartbreak for Franquito, Lisa. And we did say golden goal is so tough. It's such a harsh way of calling these games when two competitors can't be separated. And we call the kickoff goal. You said it, Lisa. You said whoever starts with the ball here has a massive advantage, because we know how OP they are in the mechanics. We know that there just is something in the system that doesn't allow you to defend properly sometimes when the other person has a kickoff. And we've seen it there. Benzema trying a rainbow flick. Gets a little bit of luck. However, I have to say, it was Franquito who had possession of the ball after it that gave it straight to Benzema.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking, you know, from Mystic Danny, you know, I'm taking your crown. You know, you've literally just said that, you know, it was going to go to golden goal, and I said it was going to be down to who kicks off with the ball. And I feel like, you know, the rainbow flick can be kind of a glitchy skill move, especially with the bounces that comes off of it. And it sort of bounced back to him, and then he gave it away, didn't he, Tupa? So, you know, and you could say that's nerves, you know, not starting with the ball, you know, winning the ball, and then, I've got it back again, and you just sort of, you try and clear it, don't you? Because I feel like when someone does a rainbow flick, me personally, I try to just spam buttons, I'll be honest, to try and win the ball. And maybe that's what he's done there. And obviously, he won it, maybe didn't think he was going to win it, passes back to Benzema, and we speak about it. That's actually what I was going to say as the game kicked off, but obviously he scored, was that it's kind of a lifeline, I think, for Ninja, because he's taken off Benzema in that game, the last game, and he's able to have him again at the start of the game, and then he ended up scoring. So I was like, people are just going to think I'm saying this because he scored, but yeah, I mean, he's obviously taken him off. He's taken off other players that, you know, had a shot, and let's be honest, it hit the corner flag. And yeah, I mean, I think that was a great game to watch. I think it's unfortunate for Tupa, because I feel like he came back in that game and I think he was dominant. However, towards the end of the game, it sort of switched, didn't it? Where Ninja had all the opportunities, but he just couldn't take them.
Yeah, very, very hard way to go out. But we do see Tupa in the chat saying, GG, great competitor. Franquito, thank you so much for taking part. You've been fantastic. You gave us and everyone at home an incredible matchup for the round of 16. And hopefully we'll see you again in the future for future SoCal events as well. Guys, right now we're going to go to a commercial break. We're going to let that sink in with you. I need to take a break, maybe change some clothes because I'm sweating after that game. It was absolutely fantastic. And we'll see you very shortly.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, the weight of you, of my shoulder. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a man. Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running
You can say
Oh,
like
here we go.
the.
Hello, can you hear me? I want to make sure because I know you might have some issues.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Nice. Okay, I mean, for the viewers watching, let us know what your name is and what school you go to.
All right, my name's Daniel. I go to Harvey Mudd, and then this is my coach right here. His name's Adne.
Hey.
And then here's my other coach over here.
My name's Leo.
What?
And his name's Leo.
Hey. I mean, were they a big factor in you winning that game there? Because it was a really tight game, wasn't it? Really.
They were. It was a tight game, but they helped keep the nerves controlled, and yeah, it went really well. I got to give a lot of credit to these guys over here.
Another question for you: what would you do if you win the $1,000 throughout this tournament? Obviously, if you win the tournament, what would you do?
To be honest, I would probably use the money just to help pay for college, because obviously the price for this can get to be a lot. That's definitely what I would use it for. I mean, obviously I'm in the tournament because I'm in college and I play FIFA, so that's definitely where I want the money to go.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that. Like, most of the time, it would just be on their books. But I actually had a question because we saw a little bit of showboat in there, didn't we? Saw the little kick ups. I mean, was there a reason for that? Do you sort of regret doing it as well because you almost lost in a way, didn't you?
I mean, to be honest, I was pretty confident the whole time. I mean, I always had the game in the bag, So, I mean, I would regret it if I did lose, but I mean, I never really felt like that was a possibility.
That's his style of play.
Exactly.
You had the hype man behind you, and it worked, didn't it? I mean, did you have fun? Like, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Obviously, we really shouted out your friends. Is there anyone watching in the Twitch chat or like other competitors that you want to shout out?
I want to shout out my mom and my brother for watching the Twitch chat. Yeah.
Hey, that's cool. I mean, congratulations on obviously winning and going into the quarterfinals. Is there anyone last question? Is there anyone you don't want to play or you want to play? Because in the last game we saw people saying they wanted to play him. So is there anyone you want to play or don't want to play?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really been doing too much scouting on these other guys. I'm just kind of,
okay.
I'm gonna go through each game. I'm gonna think and know that I'm the best one out there and that I'm the guy to beat. So I mean, I think people should be scared to play against me.
Oh, okay. I love it. I love a bit of confidence. I can't lie. Well, congratulations, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I mean, hey, some confidence. I mean, I've got to say, I love it. Obviously, he said that he was backing himself even when he was doing the kick-ups. I mean, from watching, I think, he was probably the better player. He had a few missed chances, didn't he? But, I mean, he got the win in the end, and he's confident. I mean, anyone watching, let us know. Do you want to play him?
Hey, listen, first of all, I love it. I love him having his friends there, his coaches. Shout out to the coaches, keeping him level-headed. I think maybe the coaches having his mates there maybe tipped him over the edge to do the little bit of showboat, and they were probably having a fun time laughing at it, and nearly did come back to bite him. But listen, I have to mention as well, shout out to Mama Ninja in the chat supporting her son. We love to see that. Absolutely fantastic, and she could be very, very proud. Fantastic FIFA player, fantastic competitor, and he has booked his spot into the quarterfinals as well. So congratulations to Ninja, fantastic player, and I can't wait to see more of him. Great guy, seems like a really, really nice guy as well. Again, saying that the money's probably going to go on college. These students, it helps so much, man. I can't emphasize it enough how extremely generous it's been from Bragg House, Coca-Cola, McDonald's to give these guys a chance to really take some pressure off, man. College is a lot of pressure, and gaming is our downtime during them times of college, and it's fantastic that there's an opportunity here for these gamers to be able to do that. So love that. I love that interview, Ninja. Absolutely. You may have just become my favorite in this tournament just because of your personality. And listen, I'm a mama's boy, man. I was brought up by a single mama. I love people shouting out their mothers, and that hit me in the feels right there. That hit me in the feels.
Yeah, I mean, a great interview. I think, like you mentioned, having coaches there. I think that's the first time you've actually had a competitor that we've obviously interviewed say that, he's got a coach. And we did talk about the perks of having a coach. They can tell you this is what you're doing wrong, this is what you're doing right, and maybe you wanted to show his coach a little bit of flair, you could say. I mean, I love it really, and he's a great player, great competitor, and I'll be interested to see who he plays next. To be honest with you, we saw a couple of days ago when he played that he was a great competitor, and I mean, I love the support that he's getting as well. Obviously, in the chat, I mean, let's be honest, a few people did want to see Frankito go through, but I mean, he's gone through, and I think, well, into the next game it seems. Hey.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely won me over with that interview. But Lisa, we are into the next game. It is Diego Ya versus Gold Links. Listen, Lisa, these are two players that are in the chat that have been watching. They probably watched each other's games as well the other day. This is going to be an incredible matchup, and one that we are seeing two different teams being used. So, Daniel, your question has been answered. It is not Real Madrid and PSG. It is Man City and Bayern Munich. So a little refreshing to see that. It's going to be fantastic to see these two play. And as we see a opening chance there for Gold Links, a.k.a. Clinks, little name change there. So just have to stay on top of that for the people who know him as Gold Links as well from the group stages. However, Lise, it's looking like it is going to be a very, very interesting tie here.
Yeah, and it's great to see different teams as well, like you mentioned, like Daniel mentioned. But I actually wanted to mention that, interesting in one of the one of the points that he said in the interview was that he hasn't been watching the like the competition and people that he plays against or is potentially going to play against, which I think it could be a disadvantage. You know, we've seen Raxanti been watching the competition throughout, and he's been scouring all the competition and saying who he wants to play against, who doesn't really want to play against. So it's interesting to hear him say that, but he's confident. He says he's going to beat anyone that's in front of him. So I'm looking forward to it because he does look like a great player.
Absolutely. And just a couple of interesting stats, I'm the stat man tonight, Lisa. And throughout this tournament in the group stages, just on the teams that are being used right now. So Man City has been played 33 times. They've won 10, drawn 4, and lost 19. So that's 58% loss percentage. That's insane throughout this whole tournament as we see a goal for Diego Ya, and that has really just come out of nowhere, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, interesting. Obviously, Sane, I feel like, when we've seen Bayern, we haven't really seen like many different goal scorers. I think majority has been like, especially in the last couple of days, it's been Muller, hasn't it? It's been Mane, and I actually can't even see. Oh, there he is. I couldn't really see him at first, but yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of chances of people using Bayern Munich. However, I think that the main player that's been for them has been Mane. We've seen a little bit of Gnabry going on the scoreboard. We've seen Muller, but other than that, we've seen a few, Goretzka's as well. He got on the scoreboard a couple of times, and Kimmich maybe one or two, but majority of the time it's just Mane, isn't it?
Mane and Muller, yeah, for sure. And Lisa, another interesting fact that I have here in front of me, in any game between Manchester City and Bayern, Bayern have won 5, City have won 0, and drawn 0. So anytime it has gone between Bayern and Man City, Bayern are 5-0 on the scoreboard for this matchup throughout the group stage. So going to be interesting here to see how Gold Links, aka Clinks, comes back from this game. On the stat board, it looks like Bayern are the team to be in this matchup. But it is 1-0 at half time, and kind of a goal out of nowhere, really. But look at it. Look at the stats, Lise. It looks like Gold Links Clinks is on top, 1.3 expected goals compared to 0.1, and yet he finds himself 1-0 down.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking at his formation there. Obviously a great formation, but it's interesting to see Mane left mid. I feel like he's got to be your star striker, doesn't he? We know that obviously Sane is a good player and he actually scored the goal in that striker position, but surely Mane's got to be up there. Maybe it's for the Trivellas, maybe, but I think Mane's still got to be up front for me. What about yourself?
Yeah, well, he's on the wrong side for the Trivellas, Lisa. He needs to be on the right-hand side if he wants that ball roll Trivella into the opposite corner. So I just think maybe he's used to Sané. Maybe Sané is a player that he's comfortable with. He's used to in front of goal, making runs. And I have to say, Sané is actually quite effective up front. I used him up front for a couple of games myself. And his pace, his electric speed at the start, his acceleration is very, very useful in getting in behind players. Although, yeah, for me, I think it still has to be Mane. He's the main man. He's absolutely electric in this year's FIFA. And for me, I want him as close to the goal as possible because he really doesn't miss. But Lisa, 1-0 down here. And something that we haven't really seen from Clinks, he went undefeated in his group. So this is a position that he's not really used to as Haaland gets a shot away, but good defending there from Diego. And it is a case of, we're seeing we're seeing Klinks here in a position that we haven't seen him in before.
Yeah, and we obviously see him in the chat actually before this game started saying that he's nervous before games, but he's obviously got through it and he's got confidence throughout. But I think maybe this is where it's different because, he's seen himself in a losing position. And maybe that's where more nerves will pop up thinking, can I actually do it? So it'd be interesting to see. I mean, I think if he gets the next goal, momentum starts building and this will be an even closer game. But at the moment, I feel like it is one-way traffic.
Yeah, we are seeing Sané now with that, exactly what I spoke about with that acceleration, getting down the flanks of Klinks' defense, and a corner here now as well. And Lisa, we've seen quite a few corner goals as well, actually. It's fantastic to see like the different variations of corners, how people work corners, whether they go short, whether they go down the line like what we're seeing here. It's snuffed out this time, but that 2v1 at the corner is my favorite. I always go short. Now that it's been patched as well, it's a lot less likely you're going to score from crossing it. But I love this 2v1 situation. That's exactly how I play it, kind of go inside to go outside, so to speak, and then try and work it into the box, find some space. But Klinks has defended well here, but a big mistake there, giving the ball away. Muller finds himself in space, but it gets blocked by the Man City defense, and he's under a lot of pressure here, Lise.
Yeah, he is, but you've got to remember it's about taking your chances, and when you get that chance, we've seen it, we've had Lalo yesterday had 4 opportunities before his opponent had any. He made a mistake in terms of giving away a red card, and he conceded 2 back-to-back goals. In this game, it's only 1 game in, and this is where potentially chance for a goal. Oh, he's red-timed it! No!
Oh, wow, that's a big boo-boo. That is a big boo-boo, but he finds himself down the end line again. It's still in play somehow. I don't know how that stayed in, but Lisa, okay, when we're talking about green time and opportunities, that is an opportunity where you don't need to green time a shot, right? It's an open goal.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even think he tried to green time it. I think he just got a bit panicky
excited,
and started,
maybe?
The ball came to him. He just wanted it to shoot, but he didn't shoot maybe, and he ended up red timing it. But I literally was in the works of saying that all it takes is one opportunity, as he almost scored. And Sané in this position, I mean, that's why you have Cancelo. I was actually going to say, and also with City, we know they've got the big man up front in Haaland, and we know that he can literally get the ball and ping it and score, especially with over top free balls to him. If the player knows how to use him and use him to his maximum ability, we can see some goals. And so far, he hasn't really had a clear cut opportunity.
Big chance here. Manny is going behind. Big save from Ederson to keep the scores at 1-0. And Lisa, I just want to bring attention to the stamina of each team here. It's looking as though both players are playing possession after loss or constant press.
I'll be honest, it's looking like me at the start of a game. Jeez, they're looking a bit low, I can't lie. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We were talking about Marnie earlier, wasn't we, and him being on the wing. It seems like the reason why he's on the wing is because he likes to use his wings a lot and use Mane. Every time he goes forward, he's using it on the left-hand side where Mane is. So maybe that's the reason. And also, like you said, because of, Sané's rapid, isn't he? And he can get in behind. So I think it's working to the best, I'll be honest. And a potential chance on the flip side with Bernardo Silva. I mean, wow.
He's in here, Lisa. He has to go across goal, surely. Oh, he didn't take the opportunity to shoot. Lisa, he's probably overplaying it a little bit instead of taking a chance to take that across goal shot, especially with Bernardo Silva in that position. He's left-footed. It's on his stronger foot going into the area there. And I just feel as though Klinks has just overplayed it a little bit in the final third here, Lisa. Maybe just some nerves.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I feel like he's trying too hard to score, if that makes sense, I feel like, in the last game we saw an Mbappe goal from, let's be honest, a ridiculous position. And none of us expected it to go in, but sometimes you just got to shoot and it could potentially go in. But in that position there with Bernardo Silva, I mean, just shoot. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It could potentially be saved, as we know that goalkeepers have been really good today and all over the week that we've seen. However, if he saves it, it could potentially fall to Haaland, for example. So I think he's got to shoot there, stick in the hand of the goalkeeper, give yourself a potential chance to obviously go 1-1 going into the next game.
Yeah, well, look, Lisa, he finds himself 1-0 down going into the second leg, but he should be quite confident knowing that he probably didn't play his best. He defended quite well. Maybe Ederson got him out of jail a couple of times, but he was creating a lot of chances, getting into good areas. It was just the execution of the final pass or the final shot that really let him down. And I think now he has to be going in with the mentality of, I'm 1-0 down, I got nothing to lose, I can relax. Yes, I need a goal, so there's a bit of pressure. But if he doesn't relax, that goal is not going to come.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to remember, it's only one goal. We've seen 2 goals being scored of people within 5 minutes, so I don't think he has to change anything. I think you just got to really take his chances. We talk about taking your chances and fine margins, and that was a close game. Diego's obviously a great player. We know that he is, and he took his chance when he had it. And that's the difference between this game, the scoreline, 1-0. But it's a close game, it's 1-0. Anything can happen in FIFA. We could see him get 2 back-to-back goals within the first 10 minutes and see himself winning. And I know, obviously, he said that he's quite a nervous player, and that's going to play a part, thinking, oh, I'm 1-0 down, can I bring it back? But I think he's got the ability to do so. He's just got to take his chances. He had a couple there in that game, maybe 2-3 actually, where he could have seen himself back in the game in terms of being at 1-1 or even 2-1, really.
Yeah, I feel like he could have won that game, if I'm honest with you. It wasn't the player that we've seen in the group stages dominate and take his chances, be clinical.
A penalty!
However, we are joined at a penalty for Golden Leaks, and he's missed it, Leaks. He's gone down the middle. Another chance wasted.
We talk about taking your chances. No, we talk about taking your chances, and he just didn't take it.
Yeah, that's detrimental to the start of this game, Lisa, and that could have a massive domino effect on his confidence going forward. But obviously, we missed the first 5 minutes of that. We do apologize. However, we joined at the right time at the taking of a penalty. Unfortunately, for Klinks, he has missed that penalty. He has to keep going forward now, Lisa. And I'm gonna ask the both of us to keep an eye on the fitness, stamina of both teams here and see how quickly it's going down, because I'd love to know whether they're on constant press or press after loss, because it does seem like both teams had very low stamina at the end of that game.
Yeah, exactly, and that was a massive opportunity. We talk about nerves, and I always say every time I start a tournament and a game that I'm nervous, until I end up getting a goal to settle my nerves, or just I'm in the driving seat, and he was in the driving seat, and he just didn't take it, so that could go on to
big chance here. He's
here.
Gone near post. He's gone near post instead of going across the goalkeeper there, Lise. That was a big chance, and I feel like if he went near post, he would have got it in. However, Sadio Mane has done a scoop turn, and he's rifled it into the bottom right corner, and yet again another example, Lisa, of how unforgiving this game can be for people. Just up the other end, 5 minutes ago, we seen Kevin De Bruyne miss a penalty, and now he finds himself 2-0 down in this round of 16 tie. It could possibly be 3, but Lisa, how has he found himself 2-0 down with the chances he's had and with that penalty at the start of this game?
Yeah, I feel like most people for penalties, I know me included, and probably you included as well. We like to stay middle. We like our dignity, to say the least. We don't want to be seeing ourselves getting dinked in a competition or even in a game of foot champs. So I think majority of the time people do go middle. And we know how good penalties this year are. I know I do anyway. I've tested penalties for my TikTok channel, and you can aim it far to the left, as far as you can on a controller. Yeah. And full power it, as long as it's obviously the ball is green at the bottom of the penalty, and then it will go top bins if you aim it top or if you aim it bottom. Whereas previous years, if you aimed as far to the left as possible, it's going wide. However, this year it always goes on target, unless you obviously time it wrong in terms of obviously the penalty. So I think it's an interesting one, but I think you've got to aim corners, especially. Unless you're winning, maybe you might want to go for a dink, right? But I think with the stakes as they are, I think you've got to bury it, and most of the time, if you time it perfectly and you aim top left, it's the full bar, just below the full bar. It's not being saved, unless it's Courtois. You know how good he is on penalties, especially against him. But yeah, especially with his height. But majority of the time, it's going in.
Yeah, I think you have to just take a chance and aim for a corner. If he goes the right way, he saved it. But going down the middle, it's such a... I don't know, it's kind of easy to read, right? Because it's the easy option. So I feel like the easiest thing to do is to stay in the middle and just hope for the best. But, it just shows you, Lisa, that this game, it can just twist and turn at any given moment. But I am going to go out on a limb here and say that this game is not over yet at 2-0 on aggregate and 1-0 in this tie. Like, it's just not. We've seen what Golinks is capable of doing up the other end, and he's just a case of not taking his chances. And we did say, Lisa, at this level, at this stage of the tournament, if you don't take your chances, you're going to be punished, and the proof is in the pudding there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's game set match. That's him being back into the game if he can get that goal on the penalty there. It's 1-1, and he's seeing stars. He's seeing the best future that he has in this game, and unfortunately, he just didn't score it. And let's be honest. Diego's going to be low in life that he didn't score that, and he went down the other end and scored. But on the flip side, it's devastating, really, isn't it? For Klinks, let's be honest.
Yeah, it is, as he works it into Haaland. What a save from Neuer. You usually don't see them saved when it's Haaland in control of that ball and that shot. However, Neuer getting his team out of trouble this time. And again, another chance. 5 yards out with Haaland, Lisa, and he can't put the ball in the net.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talk about taking your chances, and he just hasn't done that here, has he? I mean, Diego on the flip side, he's taken his chances, and now he sees himself 2-0 up.
Fantastic from Diego. You know, he's capitalized on his chances. He's taken his 2 chances. He's 2-0 up in aggregate, 1-0 up on this tie. And we did see an early substitution there, Lise. Daniel just made a comment saying that that might cost him. However, you know, I do understand the substitution. You know, he had Hernandez in there, centre-back, who's not very pacey. I don't think he's lengthy either. And Upamecano he brought on, who we know we faced quite a lot, Lise. You know, he's in a lot of people's teams, and he's very, very good centre-back, very strong, very quick. So I understand the substitution. However, maybe Daniel's right. It may come back to cost them.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, at the moment, it's one-way traffic, isn't it? And well, won the ball there nicely. And that's why you have Kyle Walker on your team. You know, he's strong, he's fast, but I feel like that's like the perks of not using Man City. We know, I mean, that's a perk of having Man City in terms of Haaland winning the ball there. Can he capitalise on it?
Chance, he has to finish this. There has to be a penalty, and it is. And just as we said it, Lisa, guess who it is who popped up with that tackle and gave away the penalty? It is Upamecano. Daniel was right.
How is that
a
not
second
right?
penalty here.
Is he going to go middle?
It's not a red card, but can he put it away? He's got into the bar right, and he is back in this game, Lisa. It's 1-1 in this tie. It's 2-1 on aggregate. Game on. That's the goal that Klinks needed to gain his confidence, and he knows now that it is anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm surprised, I'll be honest, that that's not a red. You know, he's through on goal. He's going to score realistically. That doesn't happen, but a chance on the flip side. Yeah, as I was saying, you know, that's the perks of not really using City in terms of only having that sort of one attacker, right? We've seen Mahrez, but he's a player that you can only really use one foot. Whereas if you use the likes of PSG, you've got Messi, you've got Neymar, you've got Mbappe. You don't just have to really rely on that one player. Whereas City, I mean, majority of the time when you use City, the goal scorers are normally just Haaland. You might see maybe a Phil Foden here and there, maybe a Bernardo Silva, but other than that, you don't really see any other goal scorers. Whereas in the PSG's team, you know, we've seen Sanchez even get on board every so often.
Sané is in, and this could be it. He's gone near post instead of taking it further and going across goalkeeper, and that could come back to haunt Diego. That was a big chance at a big point of this game. 66 minutes gone. There is still plenty of FIFA left to play, and Klinks is hanging on by a thread as Mane wakes his way through, and this time he makes no mistake, Lisa. It's that man, Sadio Mane, again popping up for Bayern Munich, the talisman. He goes near post this time. Ederson, a little bit questionable there goalkeeper-wise, but listen, he worked the chance fantastically, and it was a deserved goal.
Yeah, that was a great goal as well. I think, like you mentioned, I feel like Ederson should have maybe parried that away. When we talk about using teams and using City, we know that Courtois and Donnarumma have been, you know, the goalkeeper of the tournament so far, and you know, and that could go to maybe Hornet, maybe not using a team like that, but we know City's been used quite a bit, and they have been decent. But a potential chance here for Muller to get on the score sheet even, and that was close. That could have definitely seen it. He could have definitely saw himself.
Big save there from Ederson. Big save from Ederson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been game, set, and match, Lisa. With 15 minutes left to go in this tie, it is 3-1 on aggregate and 2-1 in this leg of FIFA. Klinks needs a goal very, very soon here, Lisa.
Yeah, I see a pause coming in from Diego. Maybe he knows that something's going to happen where he's going to have a lot of press on himself and pressure, but he's trying to work for another goal, actually, it seems, which is good considering, but you could say that he could maybe just try to keep the ball and see time trickle down for his opponent.
Yeah, every attack matters now for Klinks as he finds himself down the left flank here with Cancelo. He has bodies in the box, support at the masses, gets into Foden, tries to skip past one, but it gets sniffed out, and very good defending there, very composed. We are seeing a high press now from Klinks, which is so effective this year, Lisa. Very, very OP. Winning the ball high up in the half, and he just didn't have the composure to find a pass for Haaland, and it goes out for a goal kick. Very good defending, and listen, this is going to be a very entertaining final 10 minutes. It's very hard. Is he taking Upamecano off now? No, he's bringing Gnabry on for Coleman. Maybe fresh legs on the flanks so he can start playing longer balls. But with this high press release, we know that if you play a ball on the ground, it's going to get intercepted, right? I tend to press my square button a lot, or or my X button a lot if you're on Xbox when a high press is coming up against me, because it bypasses the press, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was actually thinking to myself while you was talking there that I feel like maybe Gold would. I feel like he'll be a bit hard done by Lynx. To be honest with you, I feel like we saw that same challenge happened yesterday where we saw a red card and he was through on goal there and he got taken out and it was only a yellow card. I mean, would you feel hard done by there if your opponent didn't get a red card? And especially we know how game changing it was yesterday.
Well, I do think within the rules, and I'm sure in the game as well, it's the same thing. Yesterday when that tackle was made, just a big chance here though. Lacey can maybe put it in, and he does. 2 minutes to go, and can he retrieve the ball to get this equaliser release? He's got 2 in-game minutes. He needs to get the ball very, very quickly, or he is out. And he doesn't manage to get it. It looks like time is going to run out, and it looks like it's just too little, too late for Clinks. The final whistle is about to blow, and there it is. It is all over. Diego goes through 3-2 on aggregate. Clinks gonna be kicking himself. He had a penalty to early in the game, Lisa, to make it 2-1. He pulled a goal back, and then he conceded 2 quick goals, and it's so it's so unforgiving. I say it all the time. FIFA is so unforgiving, but even more so in a tournament like this, in a round of 16, you have to take your chances or you will be punished. And we just didn't see it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a great game to watch though. Obviously 2-2 was very close between them two. But to be honest with you, I know what you were saying in terms of normally in real life, if you get given a penalty, it's always a yellow card, not a red card, because you've been given the decision. But I don't know if that's obviously in FIFA. So, however, yeah, I mean that was a great game to watch, and it goes to bite him potentially missing that penalty in the 5th minute.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would have been that was a turning point, whether it was for better or for worse for Clinks. He'd be very, very disappointed with himself. He had quite a lot of chances. The first game comes to mind, with the red time as well. Maybe he didn't mean to try and green time it. He was just a little bit, trigger happy. He was trying to get the shot away with De Bruyne, the pullback. And, chances like that, they come back to haunt you at a level like this. Round of 16, you have to be clinical. And we seen a very clinical Diego there, didn't we?
Yeah, he took his chances when he got them, and I think that's the perks of having such a great team. You've got Mane up front, you've got the person that scored the goal in Sane, and it'll be interesting to obviously know why that he put Mane on the left, especially when we know that he's been scoring most of the goals for Bayern Munich throughout this tournament. But I guess, let's be honest, it worked for him, and it was a close game, and GG's to both of them. I'm sure they'll both be in the chat congratulating each other in a minute, because, I mean, we know they've been watching throughout the tournament, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Diego and commiserations to Clinks. It was a fantastic game. And Lisa, again, coming down to the wire, these games are as close as what we thought they would be, apart from obviously Raxanti's first game, which was a 6-1 on aggregate. But for the most part, the last 2 games, they've been really, really close, high intensity, loads of drama. And it's hard to separate these guys because of the skill levels.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that we kind of knew coming into the tournament today, that there would be goals, but there would be quite close games because they're going to be counting out each other, because remember, they're the best in the area, they're the best in this competition, and there's a reason why they're here, because they're good going forward, but they're good defensively. And yeah, I mean, what a great tournament we've had so far, and I'm looking forward to the next one. I mean, come on, you've got to be using United. Come on, that's all I'm looking forward to. I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be going to bed upset if they're not using United.
Listen, we have Biscuitine versus Barcelona next. I know who you want to win, Lise, okay? I know who Daniel would like to win as well, as a little birdie told me that he supports Barcelona. I'm going to put that out there for everybody to see. So this is essentially Lisa Manley versus Daniel, right?
And you guys have been digging me the last couple of days, so finally, Team Manly, we're going to come out on top. And if they're using United, I'm going to be upset if they're not using United. I might have to be supporting Barcelona with you, because come on, you got to stick with your roots. United got you there, right? Come on, we're going to win. We're going to win the tournament together.
Yeah, absolutely. Diego in the chat as well saying that was a rough game. Listen, I'm a neutral, and even for me that was rough. Like from two penalties, one miss, one scored, a late drama goal as well to maybe make you sweat a little for the 2 minutes that were added, and it did just seem it was a little bit too late for Klinks. But again, I want to reiterate commiserations to him. He was a fantastic competitor, of course, undefeated in his group, and then came up against a formidable opponent with Diego. So congratulations to you, Diego, on booking your place into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Lisa, still plenty of action to come up here. You know, we're not even halfway through the games right now. You know, I am buzzing. Still so many incredible ties to get through. We have Biscuitine versus Barcelona next. LV John versus Grungy Line. Spicy versus Tank Davis. Daigo versus Kimpembe. And then finishing off the night, we have Vision Killer versus Mo Jr. Like, looking at these games, Lise, you know, they're juicy, okay? Especially that Spicy versus Tank Davis is one that takes my eye, you know. Having spoken to Spicy, you know, I got a little bit of insight into what he's about, where he finishes the FUT Champs, and it's really made me excited for that matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And for those who did miss the interview yesterday, he did say he gets 18 wins, and he said it so casually. Obviously, yeah. I was thinking to myself, did he mean like when it was 30 games? But I definitely think he meant when it was 20 games, which is obviously now. But, you know, I think that's, like you mentioned, it's going to be a spicy game. And I don't mean spicy. I'm not trying to do that joke again, not this early. But however, I'm just saying I think it's going to be a good game. I think if I had to... listen, I won't say it in that way. Come on. But yeah, I think if I was
That's
actually
going to
say,
Lisa.
I was actually going to say spicy again. Listen. It's going to be. I'm going to tell you the spicy game that's going to happen, and it's not going to be that game. It's going to be the last game of the day. So you've got to stay with us because Vision versus Mo. That's going to be the best game. I'm calling it now. You know, Mystic Man. They call me, well, especially Danny this tournament. You know, I'm just looking back. You know, Mo scored 18 goals in the tournament, and on the flip side, Vision scored 14, and Mo also won all his games. So obviously coming into this, he's looking good, and you know he didn't concede too many. Neither of these two competitors. So I think it's going to be a very, very good game, and they've saved the best to last. I'm saying it as it is, chat. I'm saying it as it is.
Yeah, no, I agree honestly, and I'm not even just saying it. Like, it's an incredible matchup for the end of our round of 16. But ladies and gentlemen, we are into the game. It is Biscuitine versus Barcelona. Lisa Manley versus Daniel for the chat. And Lisa, they are using Manchester United. They're sticking to their guns. They're doing they're using the team that got them through to these round of 16, and you're hoping they can do you proud. Big opportunity here early in the game. Gets it across once intercepted.
Penalty maybe there.
Wow.
I mean, you got to stick with your roots.
Good start from Biscuitine.
It worked, didn't it? You got to stick with your roots. It worked in the build up to today. Obviously, you know, getting out of the group with them, and the only person to actually stick with United throughout the tournament. So I'm hoping it does them very well because, you know, my favourite competitor, just because they use United, and I think they're a really good player as well. However, potential chance early there to obviously get on the scoreboard, but looking very promising so far. Looking like a dominant performance. But, you know, anything can happen. It can switch in a matter of seconds. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking like Biscuitine is the one to break the deadlock out of the two, most likely. But listen, at least we know how this game has ups and downs. You know, the momentum shifts in the game as well. Confidence of the players. And as this game goes on, they're going to both become a little bit more comfortable. The nerves will settle down, and we will really see this game open up. But Biscuitine is definitely looking like the more dominant of the two so far. We did see Lewandowski get in, kind of. However, it was snuffed out by Biscuitine, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this one goes. You know, both of them had very similar stand-ins in their groups, and they went through in very similar circumstances as well.
Yeah, exactly. So anything is possible, they say. You know, anyone could beat anyone, especially if they're playing the best FIFA that they've played before. But as it stands, it's been a quite close game. I think, you know, both teams as well. I don't know on paper who you'd say would be the better team in terms of in this competition so far. I think, you know, they both got, you know, players that can win games. You know, Ronaldo for United, and on the flip side, Lewandowski for Barcelona. So I think it's going to be level playing field, I think, in terms of teams in this game. It would have been different if Barcelona obviously would have used the likes of PSG. However, his name is Barcelona, so if he didn't use Barcelona, I think it'd be quite criminal, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Two teams here obviously representing their teams that they support as well. So it is great to see, you know, and we've had 2 games now in a row, Lise, where we haven't seen PSG or Real Madrid. So very refreshing. I know Daniel was asking, when are we going to see it? Well, Dan, you've got double trouble here, because we have Manchester United versus Barcelona, and that was just a little bit rushed, Lise, right? A little bit more composure, draw the player in and wait for the space to open, and then he has a free shot at goal.
Yeah, I definitely think that he should have even treaded it, really. From that position, you can, or finesse it, depending on who, you know, the foot that the player was. But I think, you know, definitely just rushed that there. Maybe didn't think he was going to be in the position that he's in, but potential chance every through balls out to Ronaldo.
3v1. Ronaldo's onside, and he just takes it a little bit too early and central of the goal. Good save by Ter Stegen in goal. And early signs here, the Biscuit team means business, and they are likely to score very soon. At least they're opening up this Barcelona defense quite easily. But Barcelona do have some good players. Rafinha here we're seeing on the ball, very, very good this year. Very, very quick. Kunde at the back for Barcelona as well is a very usable player. Lewandowski up top as well, of course, and Frankie de Jong in midfield. He's very, very strong Barcelona side.
Yeah, but you know, we're United. We also have a good team. However, potential chance here on that flip side. That was a great challenge there to stop that from happening, because we know in and around that position, that is majority of the time where my opponents score in rivals and foot champs. So a great little foot in, you could say, there to win that. But I mean, what a bad touch that was. And McTominay goes forward. You don't really want him in that position, do you? You kind of want a winger.
No. I'm quite surprised to see McTominay play, to be honest. You know, in the game, obviously the players to play are really Fred and Casemiro, really, right? You have Fred, who's very, very effective in this game, as much as he may not be in real life. I know a lot of people are kind of torn between whether they like Fred or not. But in the game, in FIFA, he's actually very usable, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like at the start of the game, he was sort of a few people's starter teams. You know, he's strong. He's got a little bit of pace, you could say. He's not the fastest, but he's definitely not the slowest. You're not like a Casemiro, for example. But I think, yeah, it's interesting, like you said, to see him being used. But, you know, I mean, dominant performance by my goat. I can't lie. You know, 3 shots on target. On the flip side, Barcelona hasn't had a shot on target. So, but you know, in FIFA, you know, I'm gonna be fair to both. I mean, all it takes is one chance, right? And if you take it, you see yourself in a winning position, whether you've had 0 shots before or 5.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is where FIFA is. If you don't take your chances, as we seen in the last game with Klinks, you know, he didn't take his chances, and he got punished for it. He went out by 1 goal when he probably could have had 2 or 3 himself. He had that penalty opportunity as well, so you really do have to be fully focused and fully ready to be clinical when the opportunity arises. And listen, Lisa, I'm going to be the stat guy again. Statman Dan is here, and just very quickly on these 2 teams. So Barcelona has been played 14 times throughout this tournament so far. They've won 4 times, drawn 3 times, and lost 7. That's 50% loss percentage, Lisa. As we see a chance for Biscatine, and it is 1-0. They break the deadlock with a fantastic scissor kick from Anthony. A very well worked play there, Lise, down the edge of the box, a dink into the middle, and Anthony is there all alone to put away the shot. 1-0 to Biscatine, and first blood to Man United.
Zoom. Hey, chat, my goat, chat. See, I told you, you got to stick with it. You've got to stick with it. If it's working for you, why change it? That's all I've got to say. And a potential chance here to go 2-0 out the extra pass. I mean, could you say he should have shot there? I feel like he potentially should have. I mean, oh, it's so tough.
Yeah, that was a tough one. The angle was very bad, but they done well to work it with the scoop there as well. With Rashford, of course, 5-star skills in this year's FIFA, so very effective. And at least it is looking like Biscatine has a hold in this game. But like you said, all it takes is one more chance, and it's only 1 goal at the end of the day. 1 mistake for Biscatine, and it could be 1-1. But they look very solid defensively, Lisa, I have to say.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is going to be a very, very close game. You know, I feel like Biscatine is in the driving seat, but like I mentioned, you know, there's certain times in these tournaments where we've seen like I don't even know, it's almost like a click, you could say, and next thing you know, it's on the flip side. But that's why you have Ronaldo in your team, and he almost got his head on that.
Yeah, big opportunity there, and like you said, that is why you have Ronaldo in your team. He is lethal with the ball to his feet in and around the area, and especially in the air as well. He is a mountain of a leap on him, so very effective play. And do you know what, Lisa, I'm very impressed with Biscatine, because what we said about before is about players using teams, right, and knowing how that team plays. And they definitely seem to be able to play to the strengths of this Man United team. You can see that they've played a lot with this team, as we see Ronaldo break through and get the second goal just as I'm talking about it. Go on, Lise, take it away. There it is. It is 2-0 to Biscuitine, and it's not looking good here for Barcelona. 2-0. That puts a big gap between them going into the second leg if it stays at the scoreline, and Barcelona effectively does need a goal here going into the second leg, Lise.
Yeah, and you got to remember Barcelona's I mean, looking at the stamina bar right now of McTominay, is he on like constant pressure or press off possession loss? This could go down to
yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Not be very good. Wow. I mean, we've seen it actually throughout the competition, today. We've seen a lot of the stamina bars of the players. I don't know whether they know or not that, stamina is a lot more affected at the moment with the update that happened, where I think it was lowered by about 50%, maybe even 42 or something like that it was. So now if you're on it, it's not good for you. Unless you go on it like, 60, 70th minute, you'll be all right. But I guess they know they've got a second leg and it's not going to affect them in that. But even Arujo there, he was on about, the tiniest bar as well. So it's very interesting. And, 82nd minute, there's still a chance to come back because of that stamina bar, because he can't catch him.
Yeah, we could see that play a major part in the final members of this game. As we're seeing there, a lot of players not making loose balls there because of their stamina, Lise, and it could be detrimental. If I was Biscuitine now, I'd be making a couple of substitutions to see out this game, really, if I'm honest. Just because I'm not sure if they have the stamina to be able to make an over-the-top through ball or, a down-the-line through ball, and it could be the difference between going in 2-0 and 2-1 into the second leg. But right now, there's a minute left, and we're seeing maybe the final attack here from Barcelona, and they see themselves getting in with Dembele. A pass into Lewandowski, tries to do the extra pass into Frankie de Jong, but is cut out by a resilient Biscuitine and Manchester United defence. And that is it, all over. First leg of this round of 16 tie, and it is 2-0 to Biscuitine. They are getting the job done in this first leg, Lise. And if I'm honest, not really much to worry about for Biscuitine. Very solid performance. I don't think they faced any shots on goal, actually. So, going into the second leg, they're probably going to be very confident.
Yeah, exactly. I think, that was a dominant performance, but almost conceded there at the end of the game, which would have been an even closer game going into the last game for these two. But I mean, I'm just happy I'm seeing United. I mean, sticking with it, and it's working as well. So, congratulations to him there. But, it's not over yet. We know that 2 goals in FIFA can be scored within a matter of 5 in-game minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. It is only half-time in this leg. But Biscuitine giving themselves the best chance to get into the quarterfinals tomorrow. 2-0 up. Fantastic display. And it could have been more as well, Lise. They had a couple of opportunities. Ronaldo had a header there as well. That was very, very close to going in. And listen, you have to think, this is Biscuitine's to lose, right?
Yeah, I definitely think he's in the driving seat right now. However, we do know that anything can happen. If Barcelona gets the next goal in this game, it's game on.
Absolutely. We are seeing the start of the game here. 2 minutes gone, and it is Barcelona on the front foot trying to get this early goal, which could put this tie on its head, really, Lise. If there's a mistake for Biscuitine, a lack in concentration, maybe being 2-0 up. We see it so often. I've just seen it just there now, and Lewandowski trying to get through, but that Varane is very solid, isn't he, Lise? I know I used him for quite a long time at the start of FIFA this year.
Yeah, but as players OP when they're about 120k when the game comes out. Obviously now I think just over or just under probably 10k now. But yeah, he's a very good player, and he was a good player last year as well. But a potential chance here to go and get a goal. But defensively, I mean, this great team looks good.
Yeah, defensively I've been very impressed. I think they've definitely done some work on their defending. They were leaking a couple of goals. Actually, I'm fairly sure in every round, every tie that they had in their group stage, they actually conceded first and second in almost every one of them. As we see a ball in for Barcelona, and there it is. That is the glimmer of hope that they needed. What a cross that was. And it was Rafinha with the diving header, a Superman header at the back post to give them the lead and to bring the margin back to 1 goal in this tie, Lise. Get your popcorn, ladies and gentlemen. It's game on.
Yeah, I can't lie. I'm sipping my Coca-Cola right now after that goal winning. I'm a United fan, but when a good play happens and they score, you got to be happy for them, And now it's going to give them that. I feel like I mentioned, it's going to give them that glimpse of hope. Only 1 goal in it now. And I was just reading the chat. I like to get the chat involved, and And Tuba said, you're a Manchester United fan. What do you think of Harry Maguire? I mean, I'll answer that in a minute. It seems like every time I go to answer a question from one of you guys, they almost score. But I think, it's a player where I feel like he gets a blame for a lot of things. Even if it isn't his fault, majority of the time he gets a blame for it. And, every player in life, they make a few mistakes. And it seems like with him it happens more than any other player. But I think he's a professional footballer for a reason. You've got to work to have that status. But I think, a bit more coaching. I think he'll be at the top, not the complete top, but he'll be better than what he is at the moment.
Typical United fan, absolutely delusional. But we are here, Lisa. It is game on here. It's 2-1 on aggregate, and Biscuitine, we said it is theirs to lose, but it looks like Barcelona have really stepped up their game in this second leg. Maybe some first leg nerves, Lisa. We've seen it quite a lot, right, throughout the tournament tonight in the round of 16, that there's been a lot of nerves as Ronaldo does a bicycle kick and makes it 3-1 on aggregate. They have restored their 2-goal lead. Take it away, Lisa. There it is, Lisa and her trademark Sue. Listen, what a fantastic bit of play. 2 incredible goals at the start of this game. And I have to say, the level from both of these being shown is incredible. Fantastic bicycle kick there from Ronaldo. It's what he does. It's why he's there. And again, Biscuitine showing that they know how this Man United team plays. Putting in crosses, little dinks into the middle for the likes of Ronaldo, who gets on the end of them. And it restores that 2-goal lead, Lisa.
Taking chances. He had quite a few last game. I know he obviously scored, but he needed that cushioner, you could say, now that Barcelona got that early goal, and deservedly so. It was a great goal, great finish. But when you got like to Ronaldo up front, you got to use him to his fullest, and you know that he's very good. That's why he's so expensive. Even still, he's one of the most expensive cards in the game that are gold, of course, gold rare. Got to clarify that just in case people think that I'm stupid, because obviously R9 is the most expensive, but Mbappe's one of the most expensive gold cards alongside Ronaldo and Neymar as well. So yeah, there's a reason for that. It's because he's one of the best players in the world. Come on, man, let's not argue about it, chat. Come on.
Yeah, well, I think Daniel would argue that to the moon. He loves Messi and says that he is the only one who could have the GOAT on his shirt. What do you think about that, Lisa?
I think we've got to ban Daniel if that's possible, please, Braghouse. Unbelievable status. Watch Ronaldo score now. It's not
there
Ronaldo,
it is.
but it's Anthony.
It's Anthony again at that back post, and Biscuitine has furthered their lead to 4-1 on aggregate, and now Barcelona are really up against it. A 45th minute goal, probably a little bit harsh, Lise, but again, Biscuitine showing that they have a method of attack, putting the ball in at the back post. People seem to be there, and they're taking advantage of it. It gives themselves a 3-goal lead going into the second half, and Barcelona really has to pull it out of the bag. A miracle here, Lise, if I'm honest, to really proceed into the quarterfinals. Biscuitine, 45 minutes away from the quarterfinals with Man United. Lisa, how are you feeling?
Hey, we're winning, chat. Up the United. We don't normally win too much recently, to be honest, in your life. So you gotta be happy, especially when he's the only person in the competition using United at the moment that we've seen, and I'm sure probably no one else will use. But maybe after seeing this performance, I'll be interested to see if anyone else, Tupa's in the chat as well. Potential chance here, but not to be. If you wish you would have picked a different team, do you think the team cost you? Because we've seen competitors before saying that they wish they picked a different team, and United at the moment, I'll be honest, they're looking quite dominant. And I know obviously it's majority of the time down to the person that's using them, but Anthony, potential chance here though with Pedri.
Oh, that's a big chance. That is a big chance to get back in this game. And yeah, listen, that was a big chance. At least they needed to take that chance. 55th minute, bringing the lead down to 2 goals then, and they could have really done some work to try and bring the gap back, but not to be. De Gea coming rushing out off his line, and again, Lisa, I have to touch on it. It seems a very effective method this year, the sweeper-keeper method, as we see a fantastic ball for Ronaldo. Can he get a shot away? He does, but his weaker foot goes across goal. And listen, Lisa, I have to read something that's in the chat right now from Franquito. He says, I'm a Manchester United fan, but I have to admit Messi is the greatest of all time.
You said there's such thing as a deluded fan. I'm not saying anything, but come on, you're a United fan. You've got to be going for Ronaldo, surely. I mean, to be honest with you, like I mentioned, I'm a United fan as well. But I think, like growing up, I always felt that Messi was a player where he's a team player. He's on for a hat trick. He's not the type of player where if he's through on goal, you know, he will shoot, he'll pass it to a player in a better position. I've always said that he's a player like that. But however, potential chance here. Oof, that is a risky challenge.
Yeah, good tackle. Had to be made. Very, very much a perfectly timed tackle there. And time is running out now for Barcelona. They don't have that on their side. They need a goal, and they need a goal very soon, Lise.
Yeah, I think the time is trickling out, but he's been having the opportunities. You know, he's got forward just there, and he also had an opportunity earlier where it was a great save. Obviously, he went for the dink with Pedri. I mean, you kind of want your star man Lewandowski in that position, don't you? But I mean, Pedri can still score, but another potential chance to get in behind here. Another crunching tackle.
Yeah, yellow card probably for that for Luke Shaw. And yeah, Barcelona really have to step it up. You'll probably see a constant press here as well from Barcelona, just to try and put some more pressure on winning the ball higher up the pitch and give themselves the best chance to score. As Lewandowski goes through, he goes for it. He doesn't go for the dink this time. Goes for the power shot. De Gea there to stop it. And yet again, another chance goes begging for Barcelona. Again, that was a time to score. Lee's time is running out. They need to get a goal if they want a chance going into the final moments of this game.
Yeah, and you know, I'm all for the side of Biscuit team, but I think like this could be a goal in it. I mean, it's a red. That's got to be a red. It's a red.
That is a red card in the final 10 minutes. But Lise, we talked about the timing of things, right? Where we seen Lalo do it in the first 20 minutes of a game the other day, and it ended up costing them the game. Now, that was a very good tactical tackle, in my opinion, because I would rather go a man down with 10 minutes to go, being 4-1 up, and stopping a goal-scoring chance to bring it back to two goals, and just see the game out, right? They're not likely to score from this distance as well, so that's a very good tactical tackle, in my opinion, and that's the right time and the right kind of time to use it, you know. Very, very smart play for Biscuit team. Now they can just keep the ball, see the game out, and book the place into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's sort of like in real life, isn't it? You know, when teams, you know, there's a player through on goal, and you can majority of the time the midfielder just takes him out just so it you know, stops a certainty of a goal. And you know, they take the yellow card. Obviously, it's a different situation in terms of him getting a red card there. But like you mentioned, if it stops that goal from happening with 10 minutes to go, you sort of do it, don't you? You have to. It's tactical. You know, you'll take a red card just so your team wins. I think any player would in real life, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very good tactical tackle, and now we're seeing some. I'm not going to call it time wasting. I'm going to call it game management, Lise, because that's what it is. You know, in a game of this magnitude, you have to do whatever it takes to win, right? And they don't want to risk anything by going forward and losing the ball, so they're keeping the ball and they're booking themselves a place into the quarterfinals. And essentially, you know, 6 games away from winning $1,000. That's it. That's all you have to do. So very, very important to keep these things in mind going forward. You know, it is literally by any means necessary, obviously within the rules, but you know, it's very, very dominant and very, very solid display for Biscuit team. Congratulations to Biscuit team. They are through to the quarterfinal. Very dominant display and a very I think a very deserved win there, Lise. You know, over the course of 2 legs, I feel like they definitely deserved that win. Commiserations to Barcelona. They played a fantastic 2 legs as well and a great group stage. But the road has ended for them, and we have yet another quarterfinalist booked in.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was a great display, I'll be honest, let's be honest, Biscuit team, my goat. However, I think on the flip side, I think Barcelona had the opportunities there to get back in that game or even win it. You know, he had a few opportunities there with Lewandowski, you know, star man, you know, should be scoring. Pedri as well, we saw a couple, and I think, you know, even with the red card there, could have potentially got back in that game there as well. Obviously, it's a bit late, but still, I think, you know, he played a good game. I think he was a bit unfortunate. We talk about taking your chances, and he didn't. On the flip side, Biscuit team, you know, you see that sort of cross majority of the time into Ronaldo, into Anthony. Anthony got himself on a header, which I was a bit surprised about, especially with the height that he is. But yeah, it was a great performance from both of them, really.
Yeah, some cracking goals as well, Lisa. You know, I have to talk about the Rafinha goal at the start of that to really get our hearts pumping, and it kind of give us a glimmer of hope that this is going to be a really close tie. You know, we've seen a lot of crossing in that game. Crossing does seem to be the method this year, you know, as well as it was last year. But it's not easy to score from them chances. That's a skill that's acquired over hours and hours of gameplay, perfecting it, the timing, the angles, you know, the players that you're using as well. what's your thoughts on the crossing meta? I'm not very good at them. I don't play a lot of crosses when I play. And, you know, I'm kind of looking at it thinking maybe I'm missing out here.
Yeah, I mean, with all the goals that was scored in that game, majority of them were crosses. I don't actually do crosses myself. I like to work it into the box. I like to do a couple of skill moves and pass it across the box for a sweaty.
Yeah.
But it's not something I do. I think watching this tournament, you know, like you learn new things every day. And I think I've learned maybe to sometimes just maybe put a ball into the middle, especially if you've got, you know, like me, Red Haaland. You know, he can get himself his big head on it. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, look, a very dominant display. Your pick for the tournament is through to the quarterfinals. Lisa, we have a very mouth-watering game coming up. LV John versus Grungy Line. Now, this is one that I've had my eyes on. I didn't say anything about it because I wanted to talk about when it came up. And this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. You know, we've Grungy Line, we went through on the final game. That was I believe, the four-way kind of knockout game, right? All four in the tournament had a chance of going through into that final game. Grungy Line came out on top, and LV John, I believe, went undefeated in their group as well. So this is going to be a really, really good matchup. It's going to be very close, in my opinion. And over 2 legs, you know, I really can't call this one either. You know, we really are being treated to high quality FIFA games, and this is another one of them. What's your thoughts on LV John and Grungy Line?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I had to predict who would go through, I think I'd actually say Elwood John, mainly because obviously, you know, he had a dominant performance in the group, won all 3 of his games. On the flip side, you know, he ended up having to win on his last game to go through out of the groups. But I think, you know, I'm looking at the statistics now in the Group C that LV John was in, and he had 8 goals, 3 conceded, and obviously won all these games, which means, you know, he still scored 8 goals, didn't concede too many 3 goals in 3 games of FIFA. Is only won a game if you look at it that way, which looks like he's going to be good going forward and he's going to be good defensively. So I think in general, I think it's going to be a tough game. I think, you know, over 2 legs of FIFA, the better player always wins majority of the time. So I think it's just about who can perform and make the least mistakes. It sounds obvious, but, you know, majority of the times in this competition, we've seen goals come from mistakes and not because of, like, you know, world class play.
Absolutely. You've said it all there, Lisa. There's nothing else for me to say. You're doing my job for me. Thank you so much. But no, listen, guys, we have that tie coming up. We do have an interview after this commercial break, so please don't go anywhere. The best action is yet to come.
sleepers and sleep. Blow away your love.
Hello, 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 hello. How are you? I want to start off by asking you how you are.
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm great. I'm on. I'm just saying. I just want to let
I
everyone
know.
know the best team in the world, right? I mean, I've been
Definitely,
telling everyone to
100%,
use
100%.
United. Tell everyone watching why you're using United because I've been telling them, if he carries on using them, he's going to win the competition. Chat. That's what I'm saying.
They're just my team. I can't choose any other team. So, United all the way, 100%.
Yes, you heard that here. You heard that here, chat. That's all I'm saying. Up the United, but let everyone know in the chat if they are new to joining who you are and what school you go to.
My name's Hunter. I go to IVC currently. Just about finishing up my associate's degree in computer-aided design.
Yeah, exactly. Does it feel actually any better? Like obviously winning winning that game, and obviously the group stages with United. Like I feel like maybe like a little bit bittersweet, you could say, because you're doing it with a team you love.
Yeah, it's awesome. I just feel like everyone's playing all the meta teams, Real Madrid, PSG, all those teams. So it's just good to be able to just beat them with so-called not as good of a team. So
Chat, you heard it here first. We're just the best team, you know. If you use United, you're going to go all the way. That's all I'm saying. I mean, what a performance you've done with them. Every time you scored with Ronaldo, you can ask the chat. I was zoo. I mean, can we maybe get a little quick zoo for the chat? I mean, come on. You just made it to the quarterfinals. Yes, chat. We love it. We love it. I mean, what would you do if you obviously did win the $1,000? I mean, would it make a difference in your life?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just gonna help relieve stress of all the bills and stuff with the cost of everything lately. So just help relieve that stress.
Yeah, a lot of students obviously said it was going to sort of go on books for their studies, and we know that's quite expensive, isn't it? But I mean, did you have fun? Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
I want to shout out my friend. He's actually been watching me on the stream, in my ear the whole time, coaching me. Even though he doesn't watch soccer at all, he just keeps me motivated, keeps me going.
Yeah, we actually had in the last game, the interview we had, they said that they actually had two coaches. They had two people next to them, and I think it definitely does help having someone in your ear, just sort of giving you a bit of motivation, you know, and you want to do it for them and also yourself. I mean, congratulations. I mean, you're through to the quarterfinals. I mean, how does it feel?
Thank you. Oh, it's awesome. I can't wait for tomorrow, and hopefully I can go all the way.
Question is, are you doing it with United? That's the question for everyone. Are you
definitely.
doing it for us?
I wouldn't change it. Wouldn't change it.
Hey, I'm rooting for you. We're gonna win it tomorrow. I'm watching. I'm still supporting you. You're my favourite to win tomorrow. Congratulations. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, I'm a fan. Lisa, I'm a fan. How can you not like that guy? He's such a calming voice. I just want to listen to his voice as I fall asleep. Like, you know them calming things that you can listen to on Amazon Music or whatever it is, Spotify. I just want Hunter just to talk, okay? I could sit there for hours listening to Hunter talk, but I could also sit here for hours and watch Hunter play FIFA because he has played amazing, absolutely fantastic display. I have got into the chat and I have said Hunter's friend needs to reveal themselves so we can give a shout out to him. It's fantastic. Lisa, it's great to see all these guys, you know, playing from the comfort of their own dorms or homes or wherever they may be, and their friends backing them, you know, watching the stream, parents watching the stream, and it's a big deal, right? It's such a big deal. And again, same sort of answer, you know, with the $1,000. It's going towards bills and trying to relieve some stress. So massive shout out to the sponsors again, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and of course Bragg House for making this happen and giving these guys an opportunity. And look how much he had a smile on his face the whole time. It's brilliant to see, man. Like, we're playing FIFA. It's high pressure. It's high intensity, but it's also enjoyable as well. And this is what the great thing is about the game and the tournament that we're running here, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. And he obviously said his reasons for using United. He did say, obviously, we're not, you could say arguably the best on paper, but he's doing it because he loves United, and obviously he said how much it means to him, and congratulations to him going through with the team that he loves. However, we are back to the PSG/Real Madrid vibe, aren't we?
Yeah, and an early chance here, at least, just to rejoin again. It's becoming a common theme here that as we join, there's big chances. And of course, this is LB John versus Grungy Lime, and a matchup that we couldn't separate here, at least. Very difficult to separate these two. LB John going undefeated in his group, Grungy Lime going through on a final game head-to-head. A lot of pressure for these two, but it's gonna be very interesting to see how this one pans out. LB John using Real Madrid, Grungy Lime using PSG. This is gonna be a cracker.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I spoke about before this game, you know, that LB John definitely is favourite on paper due to, you know, going unbeaten in the group. However, it just goes down to how you perform on the day, you know.
Absolutely, and over 2 legs as well. You have to perform for 2 games in a row, Lise, which, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult to win 2 games in a row in FIFA, especially against a high-level opponent as well. And of course, you know, over 2 legs, you do say that the better player does win, but sometimes that's not the case. You know, sometimes you get a little bit unlucky. But we are seeing LB John work the ball very well into the box here, and he seems like the more composed of the two. You know, we've seen Grungy with a chance. Oh my God, that was very strange gameplay. The goalkeeper grabbing the ball underneath Modric's feet and it's falling to a Real Madrid player. However, it was blocked. But listen, Lise, like we said, it's hard to compete and perform at such a high level for 2 games in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Especially
Big
with
chance.
the mindset and the potential chance. Oof, what a save.
Wow,
You kind of expect
that's a
that to
big
go in there,
save.
don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially from that angle with the first time shot, I would expect that to go in 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100. Very, very lucky for Grungy Lime that didn't go in there. And again, Donnarumma coming up clutch when he's needed.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of the battle of the goalkeepers. We've been saying it over and over again. Courtois and Donnarumma have been the star of the shows, and I know they've been, you could say, arguably used the most throughout the competition. But we saw 16
Big
saves in one
opportunity
game.
here.
And I
He's
think there was
through
a
on
chance to
goal.
score.
Grungy Lime. Oh, he's gone for the Dinkley's, and again, just snuffed out by the goalkeeper. Who he brought his goalkeeper out again, and very, very much so effective. Very, very interesting choice of shot there. I think it was probably the only way that he could probably score. Benzema is in on the other side. He's gone for the chip, and it is again another chip shot, Lise, and it's very, very interesting to see that type of shot being used. I think Benzema on his left foot there, green time across keeper. It's probably 1-0, but Messi is in on his better left foot. This time it's hit straight at Courtois. Maybe some keeper movement, Lise, and it's end-to-end stuff. Chances for both players, and it could be 2-2 rather than 0-0, Lise.
I mean, yeah, it definitely could have been at least 2 goals in this game and a potential chance here to go a goal up, not to be. However, I just want to say, I've just seen DeCampion just won the giveaway. I want to say how rigged that is. That's 2 now. I've only won 1. I mean, maybe they're saving the airports for me. Let's be honest. You can have the 2 giveaways. I'll have the airports. It's fine.
Hey, listen, you got to get your brags on to win them ones. And again, slip through for Mbappe and Grungy Line with 2 1v1 situations in very, very close proximity to each other. Benzema breaking out the left now. And Lisa, this is the type of game that we wanted, right? End-to-end, action-packed. The only thing missing is a goal right now.
Yeah, there definitely could have been about 8 goals in this game, to be honest with you. Maybe a bit of exaggeration there, but at least 4. And, yeah, it's been end-to-end stuff. And what a watch for everyone watching. I'm sure you've got your McDonald's sitting there with your Coca-Cola sipping it, because this is end-to-end. Don't look away, or you're going to miss a goal or a potential chance.
Absolutely, as Elvie John tries to work it into the area, or stick dribble in with a header from Valverde, and just caught by Donnarumma. Great first half there, at least. Like, action-packed. The only thing missing is a goal. And again, Lise, I feel like I'll come back to a point that you made before about a game, that it just seems as though as soon as 1 goal goes in, the floodgates are going to open, and we're going to be treated to a lot of goals in this tie.
But he's taken my sayings now. You know, I said that earlier. Stop copying me. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I do agree. I think as soon as a goal goes in, you know the competitors are now losing, that you have to step it up, or you're going to go out and then they start, you know, attacking maybe more than they haven't been. However, in this game, it's been attack for both teams, and I think it definitely could be about what 2-2, 3-2.
2-2, yeah, 2-2, 3-2.
And normally, you'd see in a game of 0-0 that you'd think watching that, well, that's a boring game, but it just hasn't been a potential chance on the body. Oh.
So many chances going at begging, Lise. It's only a matter of time before we see a goal in this tie, and very much the same sort of ability going forward, right, Lise? A lot of chances. They're getting in behind a lot. We're seeing it Elvie John now, and they are working the space really, really well. It's just the finishing that has let them down, as we see a chance with Valverde, and he must be thinking, what does he have to do to score here? Valverde has had 5 shots on target alone, Lisa, but that man Donnarumma comes up again in the big moments and keeps the scores level.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. It's the battle of the goalkeepers. We keep saying it, but it just is. We speak about, I feel like when we're not using or seeing the competitors using Real Madrid or PSG, the goalkeepers don't make this many saves, and is that down to the goalkeepers? Yeah. We know Courtois is OP, and we know Donnarumma is OP, you know? Like I mentioned, I keep saying it, Donnarumma made 16 saves in 1 half in a match we had a couple of days ago. So it just shows, and it's interesting. Maybe a good brag could be, will someone use Kylian Navas? I don't think they will, seeing the performance of Donnarumma in the last couple of days.
I think they'd be silly to. You know, Donnarumma looks like he's the meta keepers as well as Courtois, and for obvious reasons, we're seeing it in every single game that they're being used in. They're saving an awful lot more than what they're letting in, and that's what you want in a goalkeeper. When your defense is beaten, you need someone reliable, big, strong in that goal, who's able to cover the whole goal essentially, and keep vital chances out. Elvie John now trying to work it out, but he gives away the ball, and this is high, action-packed, intense, high intensity FIFA being played end to end. We're seeing skill moves, we're seeing chances, and we're seeing Neymar with a shot from outside the box. Maybe just a little bit too far out to beat Courtois from there. Maybe could have taken it in a little bit further than this.
They're going for the short one.
Yeah, exactly. I think, he's been struggling to beat him from, 6 yards out. I think to have a shot from there, it'd have to be a worldie, or you could even say a green time shot to maybe
big
give him a
opportunity
potential
here.
chance to beat him this
Oh my
time.
days.
But no one could beat him.
Wow. I am baffled here by the performance of these goalkeepers. And Lisa, is it a case of really good goalkeeping, or is it a case of just wrong finishing from both players?
No, I definitely think it's the goalkeeper, because we saw one that oh my god, hang on, a back heel and a potential chance again. Oh no, chat. I'd someone take over. Honestly, I think we're done for at the moment. Jeez,
they're killing us, Lisa. We need goals. The keepers are not giving the people what they want, and I don't like it, Lisa.
Yeah, man, if you guys had your brags on for 100 goals, I don't think it's looking good, or even 50 at the moment. There's no goals in this one. I think this game's letting you down if you have a couple of goals to be put on, especially 50, because, wow, 0-0. I think this game could potentially end it if the goalkeepers carry on. I think if they win $1,000, I think they need to give $500 to their goalkeeper. Honestly, whoever wins.
Yeah. Credit to the keepers, but also credit to these two players who are going for it. At least he's in here and he's onside, and that's it. The deadlock has been broken, and it's that man, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, way better than Cristiano Ronaldo. Lionel Messi points to the sky, and it is Grungy Lime who breaks the deadlock. It was only a matter of time. It took 70 minutes, astonishingly, but this time Courtois left stranded, and it is Messi with the Trivela to make it 1-0. First blood, Grungy Lime.
Chat, we've got to stop him there, and I think me and Biscuit Teen have a different scenario on you there. Definitely, you didn't see the goal score a goal, but I didn't see Ronaldo scoring no goals, but I did see Messi and a great finish, and I think about time. It's about that time that someone scored, and it happened.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what this tie needed. Especially going into the second leg, Lise. If we're getting more end-to-end stuff, it's only a matter of time before goals start going in and players start worrying. And it is LB John who is up against it now. 1 goal down, about 5 minutes to play in the half, and of this tie, and it's not looking good for him. However, if this goes in, it could be a different story going into the second leg for both players, but it was a fantastically timed tackle, and now LV John is on the attack looking to get that equalizer. He has been put in, and it is Valverde against Ramos. He just overruns it. Good defending by Ramos, but he wins a corner. 87 minute, we're seeing a pause here, and we're seeing a very tired Sergio Ramos at the back for PSG, Lise.
Tied Mendes as well, and he's taken both of them players off. Interesting, yeah, again, you could see Mbappe so more further up on the pitch. He's almost off the pitch, you could say there. And that's down to obviously it being on a different mode to Ultimate Team, where you can move your players slightly forward, and in that case, very much further forward. And it seems to be working. He's in a winning position.
Absolutely. Last few minutes of this game and this tie, this leg rather, as we see a bicycle kick from Alaba. Very interesting method of shooting there from the centre back, but it is claimed by Donnarumma, who is potentially have been man of the match really of this game. Plenty of saves, and we are seeing a lovely chip ball for Messi, and now he's in a 2v1 position. Messi with his better foot. The GOAT has done it again. He steps up for big games, big players, Lisa. And Messi is a big player for this game. 2 goals, 2-0. It's a sucker blow to LB John. However, I don't think this tie is over, Lisa. It's going into a second leg. LB John has to come out in this second leg with all guns blazing, and he has to go for it. We've seen him get in behind Grudgy Lime a lot of times, but he just couldn't finish, and he's being punished for it now.
Yeah, exactly. And, we talk about taking your chances, and realistically, neither of them have really taken them. Obviously, more so Grungy has, because he's got 2-goal lead. But I like to see the statistics after this game and see actually how many shots they had in this game, because I'd say it's probably a good 20 plus between them, and only 2 goals scored, and that's obviously for Grungy Lime. And I think LV will be a bit hard done by in that game. I think they both had opportunities to probably be in a drawing position, right, if I'm not mistaken. And what a finish by Messi 2 times, obviously on his weaker foot that time. And we didn't see a woman celebrating with the team this time, did we? Devastated. Maybe it wasn't as good as goal was the last time.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, just while we have you, before the next game starts, we're going to bring up the completed brags for seed 1 to 4. If you did place some brags down, this has been the results. So for seed 1 to 4, how many times will gamers succeed to keep a clean sheet, not including extra time or golden goal? The answer was 2. Another completed brag was how many matches will end with 5+ goals? The answer was 1, 2, 2. So congratulations if you placed your brags on the correct prediction there for them games. And at least we have to talk about it. The talking point is the goalkeepers, right? Like, incredible, absolutely incredible performance from Donnarumma there. Kept it at 0-0. Absolutely astonished to see a clean sheet there from Grundy, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Donnarumma made a lot of saves there, and I think that kept Elvie John at bay, you could say. Obviously, I would say probably Courtois made about 10 saves that game alone. And on the flip side, Donnarumma, he probably made another 10 saves as well. So I think that game could have been probably 6-4, at least both teams scoring. But we know how good Elvie John is. He obviously topped the group for a reason. So I think there's still more to come in this game. He needs to get the next goal to have really a chance of coming out of this game with either a golden goal or winning the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he needs to score the next goal. It's vital. Also, Lisa, I'm just going to go to the chat there. I believe Victor said, what a statement, Danny. I believe he's in reference to the Messi, the GOAT statement. I'm intrigued to know who everyone's GOAT is. You know, let us know in the chat who you think is the best player of all time and why. Meanwhile, Lisa, we are back into the action. It is game 2 of this game. Elvie John versus Grungy Lime. Grungy Lime with a 2-goal lead, and it is do or die now for Elvie John. Pattern that we've seen with a lot of players in this. You know, they have to come out, they have to score the next goal to be in with a chance, and it has to be early, Lisa. Oh, we could see it now. Oh, another chance gone begging. He got caught under his feet and he couldn't get the shot at full power, Lisa. But early warning signs again that this game is not over.
It definitely is not over yet. And I mean, oh, it's just a story, isn't it? The goalkeepers and a potential chance that could go.
And it's gone in, Lisa. It's gone in. Grungy Line with a killer blow. 8 minutes into this tie. That is 3-0 on aggregate. And Elvie John will have his head in his hands after missing that chance up the other end. Grungy Line breaks through and gets the chip shot on target this time. Courtois in no man's land, leaves the goal open. 3-0, and well, at least I have to say I don't think this tie is over yet. I think Grungy Line still needs another goal.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I just think it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, just looking at it in terms of, I feel that Elvie has had so many opportunities, and I think he'll be kicking himself because maybe this is where, like, he gets frustrated and makes mistakes because he's been arguably the better player. I mean, don't get me wrong, Grungy's been insane. He's had 3 goals, but he's just been taking his chances.
Yeah, well, there's argument to say that Grungy could have had a few more goals as well. A couple of great saves in the first half. But definitely, I think I agree with you. I think Elvie has had more than enough chances to get at least 1 goal and keep this tie kind of at bay, you know. But we are seeing Grungy now really come alive in his attacking prowess, you know. And he's being very, very effective. And a big mistake there from Elvie John, giving the ball away from his goalkeeper. And some great dribbling there, but cut out by Valverde. And now you're probably thinking, Lise, you know, does Elvie John go full press? Does he chance wasted some stamina to get back in this game early and give himself the best chance to maybe win the game, if not bring it a golden goal?
Yeah, he's obviously got to do something to get back into the game as Elvie, but I think the next goal in this game is crucial to, you know, have it 2 goals difference going into the second half. But it's going to be one-way traffic with Grungy knowing that he's in a winning position and he's an extra pass away from scoring. Oh, maybe he could have shot there, really.
Yeah, I think a shot there would have been more effective. Definitely a shot on target, make the keeper work, but another chance kind of gone begging and kind of overplaying a little bit there. But listen, he can do that when he's 3 goals ahead, Leash, you know. He's not comfortable, though. As I said, Elvie John is more than capable of scoring it. If he gets a goal in the first half, it is game on for the second half. And I do think that we will see a constant press from Elvie at some point to really pile on that pressure. But it's just a case of him taking 1 chance, Leash. That's all he needs is 1 chance. And he might get it here with Benzema now. He's breaking through, and it's over to Rodrigo. Rodrigo into the net, and it's 1-1. There it is. I asked for it. Ask and you shall receive from Elvie John. And can he have it and find it within himself to get another goal before halftime and bring this lead down to 1 goal and set us up for a Grand Slam finish?
I think he can. I think, you know, he's had the opportunities in this game to do it, and he's finally got that goal back that he needs. However, he obviously still does need another goal to come back. And yeah, I think he's gonna get the next one, and then he's gonna be piling on the pressure to get that last one that he needs.
Absolutely. Valverde making a run down the right here. Can he recycle it out? He can. Out to Modric, into Cruz. Cruz trying to find some space. He finds it with Benzema, and it is. It's 2-1, and he has brought it back to 3-2 on aggregate. This is the start that LV John needed to see himself have a chance of going through to the quarterfinals, Lisa. And he looks like he's starting to tick now. He's found his shooting boots. He's put them on for this game, and it is certainly game on now in this tie.
Yeah, I mean, what a turnaround for him, and I'm sure he is very, very ecstatic with that. And I sure would be. You know, he's finally found his shooting boots when he probably needs it the most. Let's be honest. And I mean, it's game on, chat. Who's going to win in your opinion? Let us know.
Good ball down the side here, and this could be 3-3. Oh my God! Wow, that was a very strange bit of gameplay there. I thought for a second Donnarumma was going to have a stinkeruma and let that in, but he grabbed that at the last second. But again, warning signs, Lise. Big warning signs that LV is going to get back into this game. He's 1 goal away now. He found himself 3 goals down at the beginning of this half. He's clawed it back. He's winning 2-1 in this leg. Down 3-2 on aggregate, and it is game on for the second half, Lise.
Yeah, I think I have lots of words after that performance, and you can see that he's more clinical, you could say the least, in this game. Obviously, 3 shots, 2 goals. Mbappe, yet again, further forward than any of the other team. Messi, right striker. Interesting, I've never seen that left centre mid before. Vitinha, I think is how you say it.
Yeah.
I've never seen it before, really. It's interesting that you haven't got Renato Sanchez starting. It seems like he's maybe hearing me because he looks like he might potentially put him on, but maybe it's because he's got a downgrade, you know. 78 rated now.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very interesting that Sanchez isn't being used there, Lise. What do you make of that?
I think I mean, it could go down to bite him, I'll be honest. You know, we've seen every game that PSG's been used, he's been in that cam role, and he's not there. I feel like if he's in that cam role, you can potentially have Neymar up front and maybe Messi move to maybe the right centre mid role in a 4-1-2-1-2, depending on the formation that you're using. But I think that's an interesting choice. I think he's a very good midfielder, especially using someone that I've never heard of in my life. I can't lie. You know, I think that's just my point of view. How about you? Do you think he should be using him?
Yeah, well, we've seen how effective he's been for other players, especially in that cam position. He has brought him on, obviously, but he's playing him more defensively like what we would. But we are seeing, that was a big chance if he had got that pass right. But LV John will feel very confident going into the second half, knowing that he's able to score now. He's able to break him down. He has his shooting boots on, like we said, and it is anyone's game now. If we see an equaliser, we could be going into a golden goal situation, and I don't think my heart can take it, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a very, very close affair here, and he's dominating. Let's be honest. But you know, can Grungy Lime hold on? We know how good LV is. I did say that. You know, you top the group for a reason. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, and it's anyone's game. Especially if he gets an equaliser, at least the pressure will definitely be on Grungy Lion, having blown a 3-goal lead. That has to be on his mind right now as well. The pressure is highly on him, and it does look like we have a high press as well from LV at the minute. It looks like he is going high pressure, not letting him play out from the back, but he works it out really, really well there. And Grungy Lion is on the attack now with Ruiz down the right-hand side. Can he find the pass in? He finds Messi. Can he get it across? He opts to recycle the ball, and a bad touch makes it an easy interception for LV as he moves up the field here with a counter-attack. It is Benzema on the ball, and he finds Vinny Jr., who could be through here. It's Ramos who sees him out, and big mistake maybe? No, he got away with it, and yeah, you expect Vinny Jr. to do better in that situation, but maybe just a little bit of lengthy coming into play there, at least.
Yeah, exactly. We know how good Vinny is, but he's not lengthy. I feel like he's explosive, if I'm not mistaken. So I've added situations in my foot champs where, you know, I've been through on goal with, you know, likes of Mbappe, Vinny as well. And then randomly, you know, someone that's nowhere near him suddenly is next to him, and you're thinking, what? That's unrealistic. But, you know, that happens with the new ways of lengthy in FIFA, and that's why it's the perks of having lengthy players like Haaland in your team.
Absolutely. We're seeing a couple of changes there now, Lisa, as well. So personnel being changed in the 70th minute. LV still sees himself a goal down, and he needs a goal very, very soon if he wants to try and win this tie, or at least bring it into a golden goal situation. And I can't call at least. Which way do you see this going?
Oof, he's hitting me, chat. He's hitting me. I think with the way the game's going, it looks like it's all in favour for. Hang on a second. Potential chance.
Oh, there it is. And that could be the nail in the coffin that Grungy Lime needed. A 2-goal cushion now. And that is a massive time to score as well. He's coming into the last 15 minutes of this game. He may be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit less edgy. And it's a definite blow for LV. Very, 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 very bad time to concede a goal there, Lise. And now he really has to go for it. If he can manage to get a kickoff goal here, which we know is possible, which he doesn't, and it would have brought him back into it straight away. But now LV really has to go for this, Lise. He has to go all out attack. He has to get players up the pitch, and he has to try and get a quick goal back here.
It's a weighted pass.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was kind of against the run of play, if I'm being completely honest with you. But sometimes that happens with you.
The keeper had his say.
Well, he has to get a second goal soon. He's been brilliant today.
Corner kick delivery.
Big corner here. Oh, cleared away. Can he get this goal, Lise? He's looking for the Travella. It's blocked, but there's still pressure on. He retrieves the ball, and it's well defended by Grungy, and he has to just run out the clock here, right, Lise? He can't go forward. He has to try to keep the ball. Game management.
Yeah. You know, it's not pretty when someone keeps the ball, but you know that's what wins titles and wins games, right? And, you know, I feel like he has to do that to make sure that he succeeds here in winning the game, because if LV gets the next shot, next goal, it's game on again.
Absolutely. Well, he only has 5 in-game FIFA minutes to do it, and it is looking bleak for him. But what a fantastic game Grungy has played. We can't, we have to talk about Elise. He's been phenomenal in both legs, and he looks like he's going to see this one out unless we have a very, very late surge from LV, but it's not looking likely with 1 minute left on the clock and Grungy with the ball in the corner. It is looking very likely that this is going to run out as a Grungy win, 4-2 in aggregate as it stands.
PSG will have a throw in.
Yeah, I think it's probably been the best game so far that we've seen. I can't lie, you know, with both teams. Potential chance there with both teams giving all that they can, let's be honest. And it's crazy to think, you know, both probably deserving players going into the next round, but we can only have one of them, right? And congratulations to Grungy for obviously seeing out the game, and commiserations to LV.
Absolutely, Lise. Fantastic tie, and you know, LV gave us all there. He brought it. He was 3 goals down, up against it again. I'm going to say it, in the trenches, pulled himself out of it, could not get that equalising goal, and Grungy with a killer blow in the final couple of minutes, 15 minutes or so, to really just put the game out of reach. And commiserations to LV. I thought he was fantastic. You know, that first game, you have to think about the chances that both players had, and LV not scoring, getting on the score sheet, proved the decider between both teams, really, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. That first game was just about the goalkeepers. You know, both of them couldn't score. However, there was one man that got on the scoreboard, and that was Grungy. And I think, to be honest with you, that was a difference between winning the game and losing. Obviously, you know that you need to score goals to win games, but you know, he was the only one person out of the two that could break the deadlock with all the shots they had. On the flip side, you know, he was able to get back in that second game, but it just wasn't enough, was it?
No, exactly. And like you said, in that first game, it was 2-0, and Grungy ended up winning by 2 goals. So it just goes to show, you know, you need to score goals in the first leg to give yourself a good chance, unless it's 0-0, of course, and it's anyone's game. But fantastic tie again. And Lisa, we have more coming up. It's incredible. Spicy versus Tank Davis is next, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be absolutely incredible. This is the match that I've been looking forward to. You know, Spicy, we spoke to him last night. Very confident, very calm. You know, he knows he's a really, really good player. And he's my little dark horse for the tournament, I think. You know, I think, you know, what he done yesterday shouldn't go unnoticed. He was a fantastic player, and he steamrolled his group. And we found out, you know, he's a high-level player. He gets 18 in foot champs, which is not easy. You know, so it does tell us that he knows a lot about the game. He knows the mechanics, and you know, I think he's going to have the mentality to be able to get through this round. But Tank Davis, on the other hand, is a fantastic player as well. You know, came out of nowhere in his group and started steamrolling it too, and you know, really, really impressed by him. So this is a very mouth-watering matchup again, Lise. How do you see this going?
Yeah, I think, you know, with the way he spoke yesterday and the confidence that he has, I think, yeah, he probably will go on to win this game, if I'm being completely honest. You know, he's definitely the favourite, you could say, with what he said. Like you mentioned, you know, just casually said, yeah, I get 18 wins, you know, and that just shows the level that he is. And I think he's going to be probably the one to beat. And I feel like if you do beat him on the flip side, you're probably arguably favourite to go on to win the tournament as well. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And chat, let us know who you think is going to win, because I think that's going to be a good watch.
Absolutely. Well, Lisa, look, we have 3 games left. It's been fantastic so far. Every single game has given us some sort of unique aspect. I really did think LV may have had it in him to get that equalizer and give us some drama, but it just wasn't meant to be. And congratulations to Grungy Lion. He has booked himself a place into the quarterfinals. And Lisa, 3 spots up for grabs. I'm going to put you on the spot here again. Okay, I'm going to give you a heads up before it now. Who is your last 3 finalists?
Chat, he says that he's going to give me a heads up, but he still gives me the question. Unbelievable. Okay. I see it. I'm going to have to hit you on the spot back afterwards. However, obviously looking at the table of obviously who's playing, like you mentioned, next is Spicy Tank. I'm going to go with Spicy. I think that's probably the one that's favourite to win it on paper. Good odds, you could say. And then Daigo versus Kimpembe. We know Daigo went 3-0 in the groups. He went unbeaten. But in terms of, obviously, Kimpembe went through because he beat the person that was in second spot. I'm going to go with Daigo for that one. He's a go. I'll give up. I'll stop speaking. However, in the last game, I'm going to go with Vision versus Mo.
That's a tough one.
I think I like Vision's name, but I'll be honest, you can't decide someone by their name. And I think Mo showed how good he was in terms of scoring. I think it was 18 goals in these group stages. Obviously, arguably being, one of the games being against someone that was already out of the competition, you could say. So maybe you sort of give up. However, still scoring 10 goals shows how good you are. I'm going to go with Mo. How about yourself? Come on, you got to tell me now. You've had time to think in your head. I see how you were thinking it. I know. However, you might as well tell me who you think.
Yeah, I like to sit on the fence on this one, Lisa. I like you throwing yourself under the bus, so I'm not going to give any predictions whatsoever. I like you doing that.
Unbelievable.
So
Unbelievable.
But listen, no, look, I think I'd agree with you, to be honest. I think, however, I just want to bring up one important point here. And, LV John went undefeated in his group. Who else went undefeated? There was someone else who went undefeated. Clinks went undefeated as well. They're 2 undefeated players that have topped their groups, full points, and they've crashed out in the round of 16. So, it kind of gives us an indication that we may not be able to go off people being undefeated to go through the round of 16. It's not the way it works.
Yeah, you've also got to remember that Tupa, he went out of the group as well, and he obviously topped his group. So it just shows that even though you took your group, you might still potentially fall out of the competition, which is crazy to think.
Absolutely. Well, Lisa, we are into the gameplay now. It is Spicy XO versus Tank Davis. Who you got in this one, Lisa? You said Spicy, right? Spicy is representing Bayern Munich, and we have Tank Davis with Man City. Straight away, we see Spicy on the attack, and it is 1-0 in the opening 6 minutes of this game. Incredible play by Spicy, and it is your boy, Spicy, with the opening goal, Lisa. 1-0, first blood to him. Good start.
Yeah, I can't lie. I mean, my predictions always happen. The chat, he tried to hit me under the bus, and he didn't even tell me his because he's too scared. I'm going to say it. He's too scared to know that he's going to get it wrong potentially. I'm sticking with my guns, chat. I've majority of the time throughout this tournament got my prediction right, and we know, and I'm sure you would have said it as well, that Spicy is definitely the favourite into this game, and he is dominant.
Absolutely. First 10 minutes of this FIFA game sees Spicy go 1-0 up, but it is far from over, Lisa. Tank Davis showed that he's well able to score goals as well as keep them out. He had a very good record in that group that he was in, and we seen him win 5-0 in the last game as well to see him through, and he started having some fun, so definitely not over yet. However, Spicy does look like he's on form. He looks like he's having fun, and he's very, very sharp, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. He's showing how and why he gets 18 wins in champs, and that's because of the way he plays. Defensively, going forward, player switching, skill moves, just everything in general. The way his players overlaps. Obviously sends them on a run and stuff like that. So potential chance here to go 1-1 in this game. Close.
Yeah. Warning signs for Spicy there, though, that Tank is able to attack in this game, and we did see it. I mentioned it before. He scored 5 goals in that last game. Could have been more as well if he had been taking this more serious. But he definitely is a threat going forward, and that Haaland is just always a threat, isn't he? He's just always an out ball for an over the top through ball in the area as well for crosses, as we're seeing now. As I say it, Haaland winning that header, and yeah, he's so usable if you can use him in the right way, right?
Yeah, if your play style is sort of over the top through balls, and you could take crossing as well because he's a tall man. City's definitely reasons to go for, and he seems like he likes to use his fullbacks as well, which having Carl Walker, you could say Cancelo could be very helpful, especially to get the balls into Haaland. On the flip side, obviously Bayern. It'd be interesting to see how he's using Bayern, especially with Mane. Last game we saw him playing left mid. However, is he going to be sort of the star man up front, you could say, for him in this game?
Absolutely. A couple of little mistakes there from Spicy, which he could prove costly. Big save there, big block, I should say, by Spicy. But we are seeing maybe a little bit of nerves here, Lisa, as he defends. Mahrez on his left foot, pulls it back, and it is 1-1. Tank Davis has fired back. Incredible R1 dribbling there, agile dribbling to create the space, and it was on Mahrez's weaker foot with the right foot, and he makes it 1-1. Incredible scenes here, and like I said, Lise, you can't take Tank Davis for granted. He can attack and he can score goals. 1-1. Spicy will be disappointed as he gave the ball away twice in the lead up to that goal. He has to get that out of his mind. He has to focus on his game going forward and try not lose the ball so deep into his own half.
Yeah, exactly. And we talk about mistakes being the reason why a majority of the goals go in, and that seems to be the case as well. Nerves also on the line of knowing that if you get out of your group, potential chance of obviously winning that £1,000 or $1,000, I should say. And that's a factor. And I feel from there making a mistake. However, you just gotta try and forget about it, because sometimes if you have it on your mind thinking, why did I do that? You can make more mistakes. So just try and, it's hard, but try and forget about it.
Absolutely, he has to clear that from his mind, but he won't clear that from his mind. He is 2-1 down now. Haaland breaking through the centre of the defence, and Neuer is stranded in the goal. Nothing to do but watch it fly into the side netting, and Tank Davis has taken a very, very nice lead on the stroke of half-time. It is 2-1 to Davis, and Spicy, he's not going to be happy at half-time, Lise.
No, I'll be honest. He's definitely not going to be happy. And I think, from statistics, he's been dominant. Tank. He's had 6 shots on goal. I actually just thought to myself, though, when that ball went in there, if that was PSG and Real Madrid, I feel like Neuer obviously he had the chance to save that there. But I think if that was Donnarumma or Courtois, they potentially saved that, especially with what we've seen throughout today.
Absolutely, yeah, it does come into it, but Neuer's a good keeper as well. He's 90 rated in the game. He's saved a lot of players who have used Bayern as well. But listen, Spicy has to come out here with a fresh mentality. He has to play his game. I feel like after he scored, he kind of switched it up. He didn't go forward as much. Maybe a little bit of tactics there, Lisa, being a two-legged affair, kind of sitting on that 1-goal lead and trying to hit on the counter-attack. But, for me, I'm a firm believer in don't break it if it's not broke. Don't fix it if it's not broken, I mean, his attacking play was dominant throughout the first 20, 25 minutes of that game. Got him the lead, and then he seemed to switch it up a little bit, which I'm not a fan of. I feel like if it's working for you, keep doing it. Keep attacking, keep going for that second goal. Don't sit back. Don't make any risky passes like that. But we are seeing a high press from Tank here as well, and I feel like he may be on constant press at the minute, least.
I feel like the bars would be a little bit lower, potentially. However, potential chance here. Oof. Wow. That could have been 3-1 and, game, set, and match. This game, obviously, there will be another game to still play, but Daniel actually said in the chat, just looking at the chat, and he said, will this be the first Man City win over Bayern this tournament? Potentially.
Yeah, that is true. Bayern Munich are currently 6-0 against Man City for games played in this whole tournament. They have not lost a game yet. It is looking likely here that could be an upset to the card now, and at least I have to say Spicy's looking a bit nervous. This could be a big chance here. De Bruyne has broken through. De Bruyne on his left foot. Can he get in? Oh, maybe take another touch, but it's falling here to Mahrez. Mahrez back into Haaland. Haaland can't get it under control, and it's going to go out for a corner kick. But a big opportunity there. I feel like he could have taken another touch there, Lise.
Yeah, he definitely could have. It looks like a little cheeky handball there, to be fair, but we know that isn't giving him
big opportunity here
to go 3-1.
Oh, how has that not gone in? I could have sworn that I was getting ready to say that it's 3-1.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was about to go in, but Bernardo Silva, again, if that was Mbappe, if that was Neymar, if that was Messi, you just expect that to go in, but because you're using a team like City, but
Big
potential
opportunity
chance to come back after that
Gnabry is in, and
mistake.
it's 2-2. There it is. All he needs is one chance. Spicy has brought it back 2-2. And just like that, Lisa, the score is level. And just a glimpse of what Spicy is capable of doing. You know, when he goes forward, gets into them positions, it's very hard to defend against him.
I was going to say that was a spicy goal, but I think I'd have to, exit myself if I said that. So I'm not going to say it. But yeah, that was a good goal. I think he even might have moved the goalkeeper there as well. So even better finish, but potential chance for Mahrez on the flip side to get a goal.
Yeah. Oh, end-to-end stuff. That could be a penalty. It's not. The referee says no. That is not a penalty. I felt like that was. If that was outside on the street, then you're getting done for assault, Lisa. That was an awful tackle. I don't know how he's got away with it, but he has, and it's still 2-2, and it really is end-to-end stuff here now. And Spicy maybe a little bit lucky to get away with that. However, you need a little bit of luck to win these tournaments and get through to the next round. You know, definitely, like I said yesterday, I'd rather be lucky than good at anything in my life because, you know, it would definitely stand to you. But listen, this is end-to-end stuff. This is what we expected. This is the tie that we said was going to blow this tournament alight, set it alight tonight. Even though we've had incredible ties already, this is definitely entertaining, Lisa.
Yeah, it's definitely end-to-end. And I think there's definitely one more goal in the rest of this game to happen. I don't know who it's going to go to, but there's definitely going to be a goal.
Oh, that was the opening there. Maybe if he had gone with a higher through ball, a lob through pass there, he could have been in, but opted for the ground pass. And, you know, we're seeing Davis have a lot of success down this right-hand side. If he can get the extra pass, he can. It was snuffed out by Hernandez. Great defending and great anticipation there from Spicy as he reads that pass. A goal-saving pass as well. That most definitely would have ended up in the goal. As he sees Muller come through, trying to play it out to Coleman. Fantastic ball. What can he do now? He's putting it into Musiala. Musiala into Muller. He may have a little overload here, and he goes across goal, and it's 3-2 in the 92nd minute. It is absolute delirium for Gnabry and for Spicy. He's managed to pull it back out of nowhere, Lisa. He was 2-1 down, not looking likely to even get an equaliser, and just like that, bang, bang, 2 chances, 2 goals, goes in with a 3-2 lead into leg 2. What a comeback.
Mystic Manley again. I did say there was going to be another goal in the game. Didn't say who to, but ended up scoring in the last minute or last second, you could probably say, of the game. And Spicy showing no, not going to say it. I was going to get cancelled for saying Spicy again there, so I will not. I'll save it for the next leg. But I think in general, it just shows that if you take your chances, you can come out on the winning side. And he took it. You got it. We talk about waiting for the last attack and waiting for the last minute to go forward, just in case you sort of fail and your opponent can't go up the other end and score. So Spicy showing how good he is. On the flip side, I feel like Tank. I think he'd be quite upset to obviously concede that. I feel like he was quite dominant. And Daniel, your point obviously of will City come out and beat Bayern for the first time? It's looking unlikely at the moment, but there is still a leg of FIFA where plenty of more goals, I'm sure, to go in.
Absolutely. Tank Davis, I think, will be disappointed, especially conceding that 90th minute goal. We all have been there, Lise, and it takes the wind out of you, all the momentum, anything that you've been working for in that 90 minutes, it just goes to waste, so to speak. But fortunately for him, he has another leg to make it right. And we did see him come back from 1-0 down. And like you said, I feel like he was dominant in terms of the game was played mostly in Spicy's half. But Spicy showing why he's a high-level player. He doesn't need all the possession. All he needs is a couple of chances, and he puts the ball into the net. Fantastically taking goals. And I don't know who's going to win this. I mean, obviously, the next goal is massive. We keep saying it. If Tank gets it, we're on for another Grand Slam finish, maybe a golden goal, and it could be heartbreak for someone. It's going to be heartbreak for someone because I think these two players have been outstanding in the first leg. But it is anyone's game. We're into the second leg here now, Lisa, and it is Tank who is on the way to Spicy's goal. Bernardo Silva opted to pass to Foden, trying to work it in. Good defending. And Lisa, I feel like if Spicy can see stuff like that, I was going to say, I feel like if Spicy can cut out the mistakes in terms, oh my days, like stuff like that, Lise, he's got to stop playing around with it at his area with his goalkeeper, with his centre backs, because it is going to come back to bite him, and it very nearly did there.
Yeah, especially with Triple just about when Haaland's there, potential chance here with Mane. Really bad decision there, but a great block. But yeah, I mean, you can't be making them mistakes, especially when Haaland's there, one of the tallest players on the pitch, you could say. Defenders are tall, but Haaland's, especially being lengthy and he's got a good jump in as well. he almost made him pay for that, especially in the start of the game.
Absolutely, and Spicy's on the attack now with Muller. Muller being bodied off it by Laporte, and again another mistake though from Tank Davis. There's been a lot of turnover in each other's halves here, Lisa. They really, something they have to work on, especially if they go through to the next round, whoever it is. They have to work on not giving the ball away so high up in their own area, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's maybe you could say nerves caused that, early on in the game, obviously getting that late goal, but still nervous. He's still in the position where it's only one goal and a potential chance here with Haaland twisted. Oh, what a save.
Well worked chance there, and a great save by Neuer, more or less straight at him, but very well worked play. And we're seeing, I touched on it in the first leg, Lise, a lot of success going down that right hand side for Davis. It's obviously a preferred side for him to attack and to try and get in the side of the defense and pull it back for the likes of Haaland and Bernardo Silva. Lovely footwork there from Mane as he tries to find some space. Lovely little turn there as well, but it was just dispossessed. Yeah, at least he seems to be attacking down that right-hand side a lot more than any other side.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I spoke about before as well. However, Foden, that's the perks of not having Foden there and having the likes of a PSG team where they have the front three. But I feel like that's like the perks of actually watching the competition. If, for example, Spicy, if he watched the competition yesterday and saw that Tank liked to use that left-hand side, just for example, giving it to you. If you watch the competition, you'd see that's what they like. That's what they like doing, and you can stop them from doing that. If they like to use the left hand side, make them use the middle of the park, make them use the right hand side of the park, which makes them
big chance for Spicy, and it is 4-2 on aggregate, 1-0 in this tie, and Spicy puts 2 goals between him and Davis, and that is a massive goal in terms of the outcome of this tie, Lise.
I feel like that the Tank will be very upset or angry, you could say, because he was winning. You got to remember, he was winning this game against a player that's got 18 wins in FUT Champs. It just shows the level of Tank as well. When you could, a potential chance here with Haaland before I carry on speaking.
Yeah, that was unlucky. Yeah, very unlucky. Maybe a little ball roll there, but do you know what? I will vouch for Davis here. Ball rolls are very unresponsive this year, and they're nowhere near as meta as what they used to be. So in them positions, it's very hard to actually get that ball roll out. However, warning signs for Spicy that there may be a little comeback here from Tank Davis. We've seen what he's capable of. He scored 2 goals in the first leg. He's going to need 2 goals in this leg to be in with a chance of a goal situation. However, he won't be thinking about that. He's going to be wanting to win this in this game. Spicy in control now. Again, I feel like it's only going to be Spicy's mistakes that cost him this game.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see the statistics there. 3 shots for Tank and no goals. 2 shots for Spicy and a goal. It just shows being clinical. I feel like the same thing happened in the last game for Tank. He had a couple of opportunities where he wasn't in a winning position, remember. However, at the time in a winning position when you don't score a goal, you think, it's all right because I'm winning. And now he's in a losing position. You sort of go back to the moment to think, wow, I wish I would have scored that moment there and I would have been 2 goals up instead of now a couple of goals down.
Absolutely. Chances win games, pretty self-explanatory, but it is true. You got to be clinical at this stage of the tournament. And we've seen how important it was in the group stages. It's even more so now that you're playing players of a certain level. Spicy now kind of coming into his groove, finding his players, good ball rolls, good movement. However, he does lose the ball. A little lucky. That advantage was a little bit too long, in my opinion, but gets the free kick. And yeah, Davis needs a goal quite early here, at least, right? In the second half, he needs to go all out. Again, another do-or-die situation for one of our competitors, and they've got nothing to lose now. They're 2 goals down. You got to go for it. Send everything forward and try and get this goal to bring you back into it. The only problem with that is that you are susceptible to leave a space behind like this. Muller trying to get the head on it, but it is easily taken in by Ederson. And yeah, at least he really has to go for it here, doesn't he? Like, he has to go all out.
Yeah, he does. We're probably going to see a pause coming soon for that constant pressure, but a potential chance. Oh, that touch. You just don't want that. I feel like you don't really want him in that position, and the touch just to take it further away from goal. It's not really ideal. I think maybe could have gone for the extra pass into the box there.
Yeah, not an ideal first touch. Close down the angle, but possibly a chance here but it is well defended, and he just can't seem to get that space for Haaland that he needs, Lise. You know, we know that he's not very good with the ball at his feet. He's not very agile, but with the ball at his feet running towards goal, he is lethal, and he finds himself in some space here. Some good dribbling. Can he get it back across and find an opening to score? Very composed, and it is in! Tank Davis has answered back, a well-worked goal. Gundogan popping up in the right moment, and it is game on now, Lise. 4-3 on aggregate, 1-1 in this tie, and we're in for a very exciting last few minutes of this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see a pause. You know, I know he's got the goal back. I know he needs one more to sort of, you know, take it to a golden goal situation. However, hang on a minute, a potential chance on the flip side from a kickoff. He should have shot that. I think he should have shot it before trying to instead of trying to cut it back the other way. I think that was defended really well, to be fair. But I think, you know, I'm surprised he hasn't gone, you know, constant pressure, or at least press off the possession loss if he already isn't on it already, because, you know, or even substitutions. You know, fresh legs, you could say, it definitely does help out. But yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a great end to this game, or this tie, you could say, because I think it's not done yet. There's still a couple more goals to be flying around, I reckon.
Yeah, again, he gets in on this right-hand side now, gets it into the middle. Haaland flicks it on, but there's no one there to retrieve the loose ball. And I think he is on full press here, at least. You know, you're seeing that stam go down a lot quicker than what it would be on normal balanced. But Spicy with a mistake here, and Haaland has found himself in space. Can he finish? He can! It's 4-4, Lisa! It is 4-4, and yet again, I have to touch on the subject. It is another mistake from Spicy that has led to a goal conceded, and he finds himself level instead of 2 goals ahead, and he's going to be kicking himself if he manages to lose this game, Lise. It is 10 minutes left of FIFA before we go to golden goal. Is there a winner in this game, Lise?
There sure is, in Bragg House style. Definitely think there's going to be a goal in this game. Not sure what it's going to go to, but I saw the mic move there for Spicy as he conceded. Maybe just frustration. Obviously, we don't know what the players are saying. Sometimes you can hear them, sometimes you can't. But I think, wow, it's so much like, look at Tank go. He's Foden's not looking good though at the moment. I can't lie. He's looking like my stamina at the start of the game, and potentially could go on to, especially with that constant pressure, press off the possession loss. His players are going to be dying. If he gets Mane for on goal, or Coman, or brings on Gnabry if he's not already on the pitch, it could be lights out.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see it here now as he attacks. He gets in with Mane. Mane 1v1. Very good defender, and that constant press coming in handy there, Lise. And he's opted to stay on the constant press. I think he's just thinking, we have the momentum. We might as well go for it. And winning the ball high up the pitch. And it could be a massive opportunity to get in. He is offside here. However, 89th minute, and it looks like the final chance is going to come to Spicy, which is very, very interesting. 1 minute added on. So this is... Oh no, he's giving the ball away, Lise. That's a big, big mistake. As we know, so many goals have been scored in the last minute. And it's Phil Foden now coming down the left-hand side. He gets it into Haaland. Haaland cannot get a clean head on it. And this game is going to golden goal, Lise. Oh my God. Who could have called it? Spicy with a mistake leading to a Haaland goal equalizer. And it is all down to golden goal now, Lise. He has to be so disappointed with how he's conceded some of these goals. I said it in the first game. He made a couple of mistakes, 2 passing mistakes to lead to a goal from Tank. He's done it again while he's 1 goal ahead, and it's come back to bite him. Now it's 50-50 on who goes through here.
Yeah, and what a comeback that was. You know, you talk about the perks of constant pressure and press off the possession loss, and that's why I hate it, because I'll be honest, there's certain games that I play in Foot Champs and my player's nowhere near me and like level and stuff. And, you know, he turns on press after possession loss. It's almost like he's passed it to a legendary AI. He becomes so good. And when I turn it on normally, they just stand around like nothing's to happen. They ain't got to do anything. But, yeah, I mean, it worked for him. And he almost actually scored in the last minute of the game there to actually win the tie. I think it going into a new game definitely helps Tank, especially with his players been on like 2% there, because obviously the constant pressure. I think it does help him. And also, we spoke about it last time. They went to golden goal. Started with the ball. Massive.
Yeah, absolutely. We know how effective kickoff goals are, and it just seems that it's just built into the software that your players aren't like fully ready, so to speak. You know, when you're trying to switch or you're trying to move your players, they don't move as well as what they usually do. And it is very, very effective. We see it even at the pro level as well, you know, how important it is in golden goal situations. I remember being at E-Prem with you, Lisa, and one of the games went to golden goal, I believe, and it was the person who started with the ball who got the kickoff goal, and you're kind of thinking, well, what more can I do? I can't do anything. But, you know, I guess the answer would be don't let it go to golden goal, right? Like, and Spicy had it in his hands. He was 4-2 up, and a mistake cost him. And I hate to say it, you know, I interviewed him yesterday, and I thought he was fantastic. And he really has himself to blame for the situation that he's in right now. Is he able to pull his mind and his concentration together and see this through now? You know, a lot of pressure, one goal, winner takes all for a place in the quarterfinals. It's going to be very, very edgy at the start here.
Yeah, I do wonder if obviously Spicy can pull through it, especially with the emotional damage you could say that the game does to you sometimes. When, you know, you're 4-2 up, you think you've gone through, you're sailing through, and then bang, constant pressure hits or press after possession loss, and then you're in a position where you're going to potentially lose. But I mean, I think this is probably Tank's to win, if I'm honest. I'd love to see Spicy win, but he's got the momentum. Obviously a new game, he's got fresh legs, you could say, and obviously a mistake again that gives...
Yeah, Spicy starting with the ball as well, and he gives it away very, very, you know, it's kind of the story of Spicy's game in this tie, really. You know, mistake after mistake has cost him, but he does win it back. And Lise, are we going to see a quick goal like we did last game?
I hope so. I feel like it brings the hype when you get an early goal, and a potential chance here to go through on goal when he does pass it. I thought that slide there was possible. Could you imagine that giveaway penalty?
Tank Davis was willing to lose a player there to stop that goal. And, you know, we talk about it being so early on, but in a golden goal, one goal shootout type situation, you don't mind that, as he gives him space to shoot with Haaland, but maybe should have attacked the space a little bit, or maybe slipped in Mahrez down the right hand side. End to end stuff, Lise. Very much pressure on both players here. How do you deal with this? It's a golden goal. Their hearts must be racing. They must be so jittery, you know, and they have to be at the best of their level to win this game. It's it's a high pressure situation.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting because they seem to both be going for it. None of them are like, you know, let's just keep the ball and try and work it. They're just going for it straight off the bat. Because, you know, if you don't take that one chance, you can go down the other end and concede.
Big mistake for Tank Davis. You may see him in here. Oh. If he had done a lob pass there, Lisa, that could have been game, set, and match.
Wow. I saw the back post there as well. I think so did you, and probably most of the people in the chat, but it just fortunately got blocked for Tank and the potential chance to get the goal.
Into Haaland. Can he pull it back for a player in the box? Nah, and that is unfortunately the downside of Haaland. When you're trying to dribble like that and create space, he just can't do it. He's just not agile enough. But it is because of Haaland that Tank Davis is still in this game, coming up clutch when needed. Another mistake by Spicy, losing it in his own half again, just dwelling on the ball a little bit. Finds Silva in space, and he could be in here, Lisa. This could be it. It's all over. Tank Davis has done it. He has scored the goal that's needed. And yet again, it is Spicy with his head in his hands. The reason he has lost this game is down to mistakes, Lise. And we said it at the start. You cannot give away anything in these games because the level of these players, they're going to punish you. Tank Davis has upset the odds. He has knocked out Spicy. He has booked his place into the quarterfinals. Incredible scenes. And again, Spicy with the mistake, Lisa.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about mistakes, and I think it's costing, you know, 4-2 up. You could say game, set, and match. Majority of the time, we would say that, but not in the Bragg House SoCal event, let's be honest. I mean, we've seen loads of late goals, and I think it just goes down to, would you say maybe he should have just wasted time? I know you, or everyone seems to hate it. I know watching the EA broadcast and commentating it, a lot of the people in the chat, boring, get off. Like, however, it's what wins you games. You know, it doesn't matter if it's boring. It's put you to the next round to potentially win the $1,000.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I think about it is that nobody in the chat is going to pay me $1,000. You know, like, you got to do what you got to do by any means necessary. And, you know, I in that game, though, being 4-2 up, I don't think he needed to. All he needed to do was just not make any mistakes. And unfortunately for Spicy, I feel for him because he's a great player, a great competitor. Would have been great to see him go on. But you have to give credit to Tank Davis. The resilience from him to come back against such a good player, 4-2 down, last couple of minutes, he stayed going, and he capitalized on the mistakes from him. He made him pay. You know, not only do you not have to make mistakes, but when you do make mistakes, your opponent has to make you pay, and Tank Davis did. So, listen, congratulations to him. He's booked his place into the finals, and what a game. We said this was going to be one to watch, this game, and it certainly was. Goals, mistakes, action, nothing more we can ask for. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but we will be right back. Do not go anywhere.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Mm.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love.
Hello and welcome back. Listen, big upset, I have to say. You know, I personally wrote you off. Okay. First of all, let's introduce who we have here. So introduce yourself and what school you are representing.
I'm Diego and I represent Cerritos College.
Nice, represent. Listen, Diego, aka Tank Davis, Talk to me about that game. Talk to me about your emotions, because I know how I was feeling. I was going crazy. I've lost my voice for that game. Can you hear my voice? My vocal cords are done. I can't believe what I've seen. It was 4-2 down, couple of minutes left to play. You've managed to pull it back, bring it to golden goal. Incredible scenes. How are you feeling during that game?
Honestly, I was. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was really nervous, man. Honestly, when I was done playing, like as you could see right now, like my hands are like up
Shaking,
here.
right?
So
Oh, man.
it was great though. It was great.
Oh man, well listen, you done fantastically. Honestly, incredible heart, heart of a lion. Everyone was entertained. Me and Lisa couldn't believe what we were seeing. Spicy, we had him on here last night and he topped his group. He was fantastic.
Yeah.
And he's a high level player. This isn't just any regular, average FIFA player. He gets quite a high rank in foot champs. We found out. So you've beaten probably one of the dark horses, if not one of the favorites to win this tournament in my eyes, with such a great player and being Spicy. And you've done it in epic fashion as well, with being 4-2 down. Talk to me when you went 4-2 down and final couple of minutes, what was going through your head?
I was like, it's over, honestly. Like, I was like starting to feel like down, like I couldn't believe it. But it's like you said, like a heart of a lion. Like you just gotta believe in yourself and believe until like the last minute.
That's it. And listen, we know with FIFA that it's always up until the last minute. You can never count anyone out. So listen, look, $1,000 on the line. You've booked your place into the final tomorrow. What would you do with $1,000?
Honestly, I'll probably just like save it up, maybe like waste it on clothes, shoes.
Treat yourself. You treat yourself, Diego. Not wasting, all right, because you get use out of it, and it would be, of course, it would be your money to spend it on whatever you please. Listen, the main thing is, you had to have had fun in that game, right?
Oh yeah, when I scored the goal, I was just happy. I did that and just went through. Because anything could have
Absolutely.
happened.
Well, listen, it was fantastic. You had us on the edge of our seats, and I cannot wait to see more. Sir, you've been absolutely fantastic, and it's been a pleasure talking to you. Tank Davis, Diego, thank you so much. We are going to see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals. Very best of luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone into the next game straight away. It has started. We are 45 minutes in. It is 0-0, Lisa. Looks like it's going to be a tight affair here between Daigold and Kimpembe.
Well, no way through.
Yeah, I obviously said that it would be a close game between these two. They're very, very good competitors. Obviously, Daigold going unbeaten in his group, in Group E. And we saw Kimpembe, I think it was a narrow group, his group. But he showed how good he was in the final game, obviously. And he went through on, beating the person in second. So far, so good. I think in this game, obviously, you've only just joined, but 0-0. It just shows that maybe counts without each other, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. A very tight affair here. And, of course, 2 legs, Lee. So we're seeing some changes at half-time here. Obviously, Daigold using Man City and Kimpembe using Real Madrid. We are seeing a lot more City as we've moved through the round of 16 here, Lise. They're becoming more prominent, more so than even PSG. PSG hasn't been used that a lot in the last few games, right?
Yeah, and I actually wanted to mention, I was actually looking at his team there, and he seems to have Cancelo not playing left back, which I found very interesting. He has Ake there, however, he's using Cancelo in the midfield as a CDM. I find that, interesting. I don't know if you've ever seen a competitor do that yet. Not many would even think about doing that, and we know that's mainly because Cancelo is a very, very good defensive option, and Ake, he's got a bit of pace about him, he's strong, so I do understand it. I mean, what's your opinions on it?
Yeah, well, I mean, with Cancelo, especially in Ultimate Team, we see a lot of players move about with custom tactics, etc. Cancelo is a player that is all well-rounded, and he is able to play almost anywhere on the pitch, so, it doesn't surprise me. However, chance up the other end there, and Daigold with the... actually, it's Kimpembe. City, or is that being changed? I think it's being changed now. Yeah. Big chance there for Daigoat, and it is still 0-0 going into the second half. At least, again, we missed the first half, so we can't really call on who's been on top or anything, but we are seeing good play here from Kimpembe down the side. Benzema can't work it in. Very resilient defense there, very compact defense as well. They're going to be finding it very hard to get through there.
Yeah, they are, and I think that's offside if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. Interesting though, obviously I remember Kimpembe because I remember seeing his name and saying, oh yeah, of course he's going to be using PSG, but it's interesting that he's not using PSG. I'm pretty certain yesterday he used PSG.
Yeah.
And now he's not. Now he's not. So maybe that's down to watching the competition, maybe seeing that Real Madrid are a very good team, and also City on the flip side, depending on how you like to play, like we mentioned with Haaland being up front, and if you like an over top through ball, that City's your team.
Absolutely. Kimpembe with Man City and Daigoat with Real Madrid here. It is looking like it's going to be a very, very tight game, Lise. Possibly 1 or 2 goals max in this whole tie, really. Both of them cancelling each other out defensively. Very good defensively. Very compact defense as well, Lise. Very tight. They're letting the wings kind of be attacked, but they're keeping the center of their area really, really compact. With a low line, it seems, as well for Daigoat. Very, very low line there for his defensive... for the defense. That looks offside. It is. And again, it looks like this is going to probably end 0-0, Lise, unless you have a Mystic Manly prediction for it.
Oh, there's always a late bit of drama in these competitions. There's probably going to be a goal, let's be honest. And it seems like they're both cancelling out each other. We always talk about it, but they're both cancelling out each other and not really allowing each other to have too many options on the ball and too many opportunities as well. And I'm looking forward to see who can come out on top. It looks like potentially playing a bit of constant pressure or press half possession loss, because look at the bar of Vinny and really Rodri, sort of similar, aren't they?
Oh, he tried to drag back there, and not as effective as it used to be, but can be in certain situations, and it's very interesting to see that. But yeah, just touching on that, Lisa, it does look like we have some constant press here on Daigoat's behalf, and that's definitely not press after possession loss. That is definitely constant press. Vinny running on fumes in the 80th minute. Very interesting to see that, Lisa. Intention shows the intention from Daigoat that he really does want to go for the win here. Oh my God! Wow, I didn't expect him to miss that header, Lise. Big chance there, and a great save from Courtois. Kimpembe getting in around there, and that's the first chance that we've seen in this game. And a very well worked ball through there to De Bruyne.
Yeah, exactly. And 85th minute, are we going to see Daigoat potentially, try and keep the ball, work it, or is he going to potentially give it away? And he's giving it away. You can't do that in a game of FIFA. Last attack is fired to, and he's going to give it to Kimpembe on the flip side, and is he going to give it away? He has. It's going to be potentially. Yeah. I don't want to keep saying it. Every time I keep saying it, it keeps going to the other person. But Daigoat, I mean, yeah, I'm just going to stop talking. I'm just going to let you do it. They keep giving it away when I'm speaking.
Yeah, no, a lot of possession being changed over there in the final couple of minutes, and it looks like it's going to end 0-0. An interesting match, like you said, Lise, cancelling each other out effectively. 0-0. That's our first 0-0, I believe, of the round of 16 as well. Very interesting. It's coming in the final 2 games, which we did kind of expect, right? The last 2 games we said Daigoat and Kimpembe is going to be a tight game, and of course Vision Killer and Mo Jr., which is for me the pick of the matches today, the best for last, as you said. It's going to be incredible. But yeah, very tight affair, and one that we're not surprised with, right? We've seen both of them have really good defensive stats in the group stages, and it really looks like it's going to be first goal wins in this tie.
Yeah, obviously the first goal does help, but I've seen a lot in this competition where it's been a close game, and as soon as the first goal goes in, they just keep following the goals, and
yeah,
we know how good both they are. And obviously, as soon as one person scores, you know that you've got to go for it. Then, don't you? You can't leave any man behind, and you've got to go constant pressure if you're not ready and go for it. So I think there's going to be a couple of goals in this game. I think it will be quite a low scoring game though. Maybe 2-0, 2-1. But I'm looking forward to the last game, like I mentioned, because they're both players that can score loads of goals, but will they cancel each other out as well and only be a low scoring game? I guess we'll find out. But in this game, I expect Daigoat to go all the way. However, it could be the battle of the goalkeepers again, couldn't it? We've seen so many saves by the goalkeeper.
Well, what we seen, what we did see of the game, in the second half, Kimpembe had the only real chance of the second half there. There was only really one shot on target. Came from Kimpembe, who got a chip ball in through for De Bruyne. So, Daigo was kind of lucky there, getting De Bruyne into that type of position. He usually finishes that. He's very, very good with his shooting this year. But yeah, like I said, it's hard to call this one, having not seen the first half as well. We didn't really know which way it swung. But Daigo does look really, really good when he gets the ball into the area. He's trying to drag back with Benzema, trying to create that space. He looks like he's probably the better of the two in terms of like skill moves and, agile dribbling, etc. So if I was to say who looks kind of more likely in terms of ability, it does look like Daigo. But Lisa, we've shown time and time again that our predictions sometimes just do not matter because, as we see in the last tie, Tank Davis coming back from 4-2, you've seen him in the interview. He was like this. He was shaking, and that is what this game does to you, right? It's so much pressure. It's heart-wrenching. Your heart is going 90. It's an incredible feeling when you win a match of that caliber. So, both of these are going to be very nervous coming into this game, knowing that the scores are level, and it's essentially whoever scores first, it has a big chance of winning and going through to the quarterfinals.
Well, it was a good contest in the last match.
Yeah, they're going to be even more nervous knowing that they haven't scored a goal in the first game. To give them a little lead in the second game is very helpful when that happens. But like I mentioned, they're counting each other out on a potential chance early on here. Can he get it? Nice footwork, nice pass in 1-2 triangles, but a great save. I mean, it was not that powerful, but still had to make it a save, otherwise it would have gone in the back of the net.
Yeah, absolutely. Early signs there from Daigo that he is going for it. It's going to be interesting to see, Lise, if Daigo or Kimpembe go for some high press here as he gets in here, and it's De Bruyne breaks the deadlock. It is 1-0, first blood to Kimpembe, Manchester City, and that is a massive goal, and that's a goal that we needed in this tie, Lise, right? Early in the game, 10 minutes in. Now, as we predicted, as you've said time and time again, when the first goal goes in, plenty more come after.
Yeah, exactly, and it looks like it's going to go on the way of Kimpembe at the moment. Long shot, but a great block. Sort of, it would have been hard to beat, let's be honest, Courtois from that distance with KDB unless it was a thunder shot. But we've seen strange things happen. Another chance.
Again, De Bruyne.
Oh, an extra pass. That was so beautiful, but it just, I don't know, maybe just he clicked, circle or B too quickly and he slid before. It's a tough one. I think that was done so perfectly, Majority of players would have shot first time, but he knew that there was a player there to sort of, tap it home for him, but he just missed.
Yeah, no, I think that's very unlucky, but I feel like that should be a goal, really, if I'm honest with you. He obviously pressed circle to hit it first time. I would guess if he didn't up for the first time shot, De Bruyne would have controlled it before putting it in, but it's your instinct, isn't it, to do that? However, we have got a goal back. Daigo with a header, and it's Kareem the Dream, Ballon d'Or, Benzema with the goal, and it is 1-1, Lise. Like you said, you predicted it. Mystic Manley is at it again. One goal goes in early, and now we're treated to a goal fest. This tie is well and truly underway, and it is anyone's game.
I like to predict things early because when it does happen, I look absolutely amazing. But it always happens whenever someone scores. So the other person always knows they have to go for it, and in this case, they did. And you'd be a bit upset, wouldn't you, if knowing that you should have scored to make it 2-0. Especially with that amazing work, getting into the position, doing the extra pass. However, he could score here. Great defending.
Yeah, really good defending there. And this game has been blown wide open, Lisa. It's very hard to call, just like it was in the first leg. It is 1-1 on aggregate, 0-0 in the first tie, of course. And it's looking like it's anyone's game, really. And, it could be another case, Lisa, of whoever makes the biggest mistake is going to lose this game, which we've seen time and time again. Mahrez now with a very, very nice ball roll, but of course Mahrez is not the quickest of players. He doesn't have that acceleration, but his control and his passing is phenomenal in this game, but you have to know how to use him. Vinny Jr. being used on a wing here, Lisa, not something we've seen a lot throughout this tournament. He's usually been used up front for his 5-star skills and his acceleration. However, he has opted to go for him on the wing, and that is why, he works it down the edge of the box. And we have seen Daigo want to do a lot of work around them areas of the opponent's box, and it has worked out for him. He got that goal from coming down there as well, with a lovely fake shot from Benzema, but a good save straight at him. Maybe a little dink back to the back post there, Lise.
Yeah, the explosive fake shot there, which obviously is like I always look at it like an exaggerated fake shot, almost worked out. Well, technically it did work out, but the shot was obviously not good enough. I think, maybe like a back post pass or chip or dink or whatever it may be. But, I mean, this game's definitely opened up, hasn't it? I mean, I felt like Kimpembe should have been 2 goals up. I mean, that great play that he did, but unfortunately De Bruyne decided to slide instead of tap it home for him. Happened to me before a couple of times where I'm like, are you serious? Especially against a good competitor when you're getting dominated or you're at similar level to them. You really need them to go in, but it wasn't to be. And you could say Daigo goes and capitalizes on it and gets an equalizer to make it 1-1. I mean, potentially, I don't want to say it, but I should say potentially a golden goal again in this.
Yeah, I don't think my heart can take another golden goal, Lisa. I'm going to need this done in full time. But of course, listen, it's great for us neutrals looking at this game. And look, Lisa, I have to just mention how great has this night been? Action packed, so much drama, and we did say it time and time again. Each night during the group stages, we were so pleasantly surprised by how much drama there was and everything going on. There was so much going on in the groups, and we didn't know who was going to go through. And it's very much the same story here with the round of 16. We don't know who's going to go through most of the time. We had that one game with Raxanti in the opening game of the round of 16. It was just a blowout. It was 6-1. He got the job done. He was having fun. Other than that, every game has been really, really close.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it just shows the level of the competition and like everyone counting out each other. I think, sometimes it does go to, let's be honest, mistakes, and we've seen that in the last couple of games. Even in the last game, you could say spicy. I mean, favourite to go out of the group, and he made 2, you could say, massive mistakes. Should have just kept the ball. I know it's boring as a spectator, but you've got to do what you've got to do.
Big chance here, Lisa, and it's off the crossbar. He's hit the crossbar in the early stages of this second half, and what a chance that was. Maybe the extra pass was on there, Lisa, for the open goal. He's opted to go for the shot with his weaker foot, and he has been made to pay for it. It does not find the back of the net, and that's a let-off for both players now, Lisa. One up the other end with De Bruyne, and this time with Benzema for Daigo. Very, very interesting start to this half, but like you said, Lisa, an early goal would be fantastic in the second half, wouldn't it?
Or a last minute winner would be absolutely sensational. But yeah, I feel like if we do get another goal early on in this half, like sort of now, let's be honest, I think there'll be another goal to follow. Like I keep mentioning, it's a fight, that they have to do. Sort of like we saw Tank do last game. He said that he was shaking and he didn't really believe, and then he scored and he sort of believed and got the win. And you see how his hands were. He was nervous and he ended up coming out with a victory. I'm sure he's loving life.
Big chance here for Kimpembe. If he can get it across the keeper, he hits it straight at him. And again, the perks or the lack of having Bernardo Silva in that situation with his weak foot, not the best shooting stats, but also on his weak foot there, he was always up against a goalkeeper like Courtois.
Yeah, I think, that's the perks of using Real Madrid, not only just because of their attack in terms of Benzema, Vinny in the midfield, and Valverde, who's got on the scoreboard quite a lot over this tournament, maybe makes me think I should probably use an ultimate team and maybe in a higher position, maybe Cam centre mid, because he's getting on the scoreboard. But yeah, I mean, Courtois has been the star of the show, something that probably majority of us watching wouldn't expect it, especially for a team like Real Madrid. But yeah, he's been saving a lot of shots.
Absolutely, some lovely play there by Daigo with the La Croqueta to win the corner, trying to find that space, and as we can see, agile dribbling just didn't work out this time. With Vinny Jr., he overruns it, but like I said, Daigo seems to come alive in the area of the pitch where it's most needed, right? Like down the edge of the box of the opponent's area is where he does his work, and he really does do really well to find them little gaps to try and work the ball into the box. I've been working on it in my game a lot, getting down the sidelines, working it into the area, and just taking the easy route of scoring a goal by giving it to a player with an extra pass.
A potential chance.
Oh,
what a save again!
Big save. Yeah.
I think like something that I always do in my game. I try to use the wing a lot, and I always do, and that's why I think he's using Vinny on the wing, because he seems like a very skillful player, and he's able to get a lot of success from it. However, on the flip side, Haaland is playing insane, and you might have heard me actually almost smash up myself there. I moved my hand up and my phone went on my keyboard. So yeah, but an interesting opportunity happened there, and I feel like he should have scored. But yet again, battle of the goalkeepers. Courtois came up when he was needed the most.
Big opportunity here, Lisa. And it's Kimpembe with Rodri, not the player you want to go through there. And I think I predicted it not to go in there, Lisa. He didn't have the legs. He doesn't have the stamina. And we are seeing a full press as well. And this could be vital going into the last 8 minutes of this game, Lisa, that Kimpembe's team is on fumes at the minute. He needs to make some substitutions. That fell to the wrong player at the wrong time. And you have to think, if that's De Bruyne, if that's Foden, if that's Haaland, that is game, set, and match for Kimpembe. He would have taken this win.
Yeah, exactly. And I was actually interested to see why he moved Rodri there, because I feel like Gundo would have been better to swap for Rodri, and obviously Silva I feel like could play on the wing if he needed him to, which he obviously has put him there. But yeah, like you mentioned, I feel like with the way these players are playing, I feel like they don't want it to go golden goal, so they're going to be on high press. However, I feel like it helps them as well, because if they do go to the extra game, like we've said, they get a full stamina team again.
Absolutely. We're seeing substitutions there, which could make a big difference going into the last few minutes of this game, Lisa. And 1-1 on aggregate, 1-1 in this game, and it could be another golden goal situation for our competitors. A heartbreaking way to play. We've had 2 players go out due to it today, and it is an awful way to do it, unless Jack Grealish has a chance to win it for Kimpembe. He has done it. 2-1, 87 minute, and Daigo is on the brink of going out of this competition in light of Kimpembe. Lisa, what is Daigo going to do now? He has to go full press. He has to take his time. He has to take his chance.
And he's got a chance here. Oh,
He's won it back.
Hang on a minute.
Can he find the space? He's gone for it. He's gone for the step over, and it just didn't work. But Kimpembe giving him another opportunity now. Rodrigo working his way down. Is that a penalty? It's not. The referee plays on, but Rodrigo still has the ball. Does a fake shot. Fantastic defending. And Kimpembe is going to run out winner of this game. And our second last finalist for tomorrow in dramatic circumstances, Kimpembe with the clutch substitution, Jack Grealish being brought on, fresh legs, it fell to him in the centre of the goal, and what a end to this game. Daigo will be bitterly disappointed. However, Kimpembe is static.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't lose your voice there. That was a as of yet, I mean, it's been crazy this tournament so far.
It's getting there.
Yeah, I can hear it.
My voice is slowly being, I have gone through many voices throughout this tournament, and it is getting there. But at least that just shows you the excitement. Like, I have not let off. It's just been talking point after talking point, and my voice is suffering for it. However, my brain and my heart are loving this. I am loving every single minute of this. It's been fantastic to cast and be a part of. And we have one final game for you guys coming up. Vision Killer versus Mo Jr., the game of the night for me. Everybody's been waiting for it. Everyone's been talking about it. It is the top scorer of the tournament versus top scorer of the tournament. It is up next. However, we are going to have an interview after this commercial break. Do not go anywhere.
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
But you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your body got disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away through you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away through you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need an old man. Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away through you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away through you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need an old man.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the final game of the day. Lisa, what an action-packed day we have had with this round of 16. It's been everything that we thought was going to happen and more. This final game, this is the one that we've been looking forward to. We said it was going to be the game of the day, and it is 100% going to be worth waiting with us until the end. Vision Killer versus Mo Jr. This is top goal scorer of the tournament so far with 18 goals against second top goal scorer, Vision Killer, with 14. Both of them conceding very little goals as well. This is tipped to be an incredible matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's probably going to be the best game of the tournament today, anyway. I mean, we expect loads of goals. However, obviously, we both know that they have scored the most goals in the tournament. On the flip side, they're playing each other, which means they could potentially cancel each other out, which means maybe not as many goals, and especially with nerves as well, knowing that if you get through to the next round, you're more in chance of getting that $1,000. And we've seen that quite a bit with nerves playing a big part. You know, we've seen, especially a player that gets 18 wins in Champ Spicy, ended up going out of the competition to, you could arguably say, 2 mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, being 4-2 up as well, it just goes to show that you cannot have any lapse in concentration in a game of this caliber. You know, these are all top players. Every single competitor that we've seen today is a fantastic FIFA player. And it's been incredible watching these guys play. This is going to be electric. I'm calling it right now. Game of the night. It is Mo Jr. versus Vision Killer. One person could go through here, Lisa. Who are you calling? Oh, straight away, we see a chance that is in. And just like we predicted, Lisa, it is a goal fest. 2 minutes in, we see Vision Killer with the goal. And he is going 1-0 up against Mo Jr. That is how we expected this to start. Absolute fireworks. Benzema with the goal 2 minutes in. First blood, Vision Killer.
Yeah, and you would say, arguably, hang on a minute, every time I try to speak, they score and it's a potential chance here, the extra pass.
Oh my God. Listen, I knew it. I said to you guys this was going to be the best game of the whole night. We just seen 2 goals in the space of 6 FIFA minutes. These guys are out for goals and they're giving us a show. This is going to be absolutely electric, Lisa. I cannot wait. We have 2 legs of this, Lisa. We're so lucky. Oh my God, it's 2-1. What am I seeing, Lisa? Listen, these guys are doing us a favor right now because we said this is going to be the best game. And in the first 10 minutes, it's already the best game that we've called tonight.
Mystic Manly, Mystic Danny. I mean, what can I say? Hang on a minute. I don't even want to speak. Every time I tried to speak about something about the game, they seem to score. I mean, 3 goals. I didn't say that this would be the best game, literally, when we started, when we were speaking about predictions for today. And, I mean, I did say Mo was potentially going to win, didn't I? And, I mean, he is 2-1 up now after conceding the first goal in his game. But I think it could go either way. They're both good. And I was going to say for the first goal that scored, but obviously didn't get a chance because 2 goals were scored very quick. Oh, my. I mean, a player lock. We haven't seen that yet. I mean, it just shows
Lisa,
his level.
I was going to say that the one thing we have not seen yet in this tournament is player locking. And we've seen it in this last game. Literally, this is what we've been waiting for. It's all been building up to this game. Mo Jr. versus Vision Killer. And oh my God, he's got virtual fella. Yeah, these 2 are high-level players, Lisa. This is the matchup that we've been waiting to see, and it's not disappointing so far.
Yeah, I feel like this could have been like a final game, you know, to win the tournament.
Yeah.
How good these competitors are. And it just shows sort of the level of the competition. These 2 matching each other in a round of 16 match, you know, and crazy to think that one of these 2 are going out. We did say that they were both very, very good competitors, but someone's got to beat someone in this game. And Valverde in a good position. Oh, what a save.
Big save. Donnarumma again coming in clutch, but he is getting down that right-hand side, and Valverde getting into a good position. Didn't green time at least, which is interesting. For a player of this caliber, I would have thought that he would have green timed that, and it could have very well went into the top corner. But what an electric start we've had to this game. 2-1 inside 10 minutes, and it's been end-to-end ever since.
Yeah, it definitely could have been 2-2. The opportunity we had there. It's interesting to see Sola, I think that's how you say his name, the midfielder. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a Spanish midfielder. It's what I'm thinking it is. You know, in that position, I'm interested to see why like the likes of Neymar isn't there, or even just an attacker for Mo, because you know we know that they've got 3 good attackers. I mean, another player locked there just to get him into a good position for a through ball over the top.
Yeah, Mo Jr. looking very, very dangerous, especially with that player lock. We know how effective it could be. I don't do it consistently enough. I do it, but definitely not consistently enough. As Mo Jr. gets in around him here with a ball roll scoop into Neymar. What a save! Oh my God, that is the save of the night. Near post, Lionel Messi with the pullback. Neymar with the pullback with a ball roll scoop, and Mo Jr. is looking to go for the killer blow here early in this game, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great save. You know, my like favourite skill move, you know, the ball roll scoop to get him into a better position and a pass into Messi, and you expect him to score there. But we speak about Courtois today and Donnarumma as well. But I mean, Courtois a lot today about, you know, saving his team, and he could have done it there, especially if he goes on to score and this game end 2-2.
Yeah, that could very well be 3-1 to Mo Jr., but it's not. Donnarumma keeps them, Courtois keeps them in the game. Donnarumma keeps Vision Killer Mo Jr. in the game as well at the other end with a great save from Valverde early on. And the goals have slowed down, but the action has not. It is still end-to-end. Both players just going for attacking vibes, no defending, looking for the goals. This is exactly what we wanted, and they're giving us a show here. Oh, just overruns it. Listen, that half has gone so quickly, Lise. Like, I didn't even know it was halftime. I can't lie. I've been so engrossed with the action, so engrossed with both players' attacking prowess and the want and need for goals. It's almost addictive watching these two play.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's been a close game. Obviously, from stats there, you saw 3 shots apiece, I'm pretty sure it said. And that just shows how clinical they are. I mean, it's interesting to see a few substitutions at this stage of the game. I think he's been playing well enough. However, sometimes fresh legs, but normally you expect to see it at 60 minutes, 65th minute, but maybe he just feels like a bit of fresh legs now can be a difference in this game. And we saw him get the first goal, and I think, to be honest with you, again, it was a mistake from Mo. I think, you know, as soon as it kicked off, he tried to go into step overs straight into the player, and he ended up losing the ball from kickoff and conceding because of it. We know kickoff's a thing in this game, and then he was able to capitalise 2 minutes later though, so it didn't really matter really. He sort of, you know, forgot about that given opportunity and went on to score 2 goals in 5 minutes or 7 minutes.
Yeah, fantastic play from both players, and we're seeing Mo Jr. now with Messi in a 2v1 situation, and that could be a red card, Lisa, if he is deemed to be the last man, and we will wait and see what the outcome is. Rudiger having to take Messi out. It is a red card, Lisa. It's a red card for Vision Killer, and that could be a massive part to play in this tie.
Wow, we talk about, you know, I know that could have been a goal scoring opportunity, but I know the pause is obviously being made now. But like we mentioned before to Lalo, I think you just need to, you know, let's be honest, just let him score and have an opportunity to get back in the game with 10 men, because 10 men now, Mo's, let's be honest, licking his lips thinking, yes sir, I'm going to go over and I'm going to get a couple more goals to see me, you know, through in this round.
Yeah, it is a big turning point in the game, and we are seeing Vision Killer now actually get into some space here with Vinny. Gets it in. Oh, what a tackle. Very important tackle and a toe poke to the ball to cut out that attack. But we're seeing Vision Killer now kind of dominate ever since that red card a couple of minutes ago, Lisa, and he is looking like he still wants to get that equalizer. You know, me personally, I'll probably be shutting up shop. I'll be trying to get this game finished at 2-1, try and catch him on a counter-attack. He needs this pause, really, to come soon. He needs a break in play so he can make a substitution, go back to 4 at the back, and cover that massive gap that's in the middle of his defence right now, because that will come back to bite him. However, he is going for it, and he has Vinny in around here, pulls it back, and it's 2-2, Lisa! The 10-man Vision Killer has pulled the goal back. Incredible scenes. It's actually Tushimeni. No, it is Rudiger with the red card. But he's managed to pull a goal back, Lisa, with 10 men. That's massive in terms of a two-legged affair where he will have 11 men on the pitch in the second half, in the second leg. But Mo Jr. has to be very, very disappointed with how he's conceded that goal. It was very straightforward.
Yeah, we sort of, you know, go to the byline and pass it across the box, which you've seen quite a bit, and I get quite a lot of joy from doing that. I'm sure you do, and everyone in the chat that plays this game. But yeah, it's interesting. He's obviously putting him in that left centre mid spot, sort of. I guess it's not really a position you really need. I'm surprised. I was going to say I'm surprised it sort of isn't an attacker, but he seems to be doing well enough as it is. So you might as well, and he's scoring goals, but that's got to be offside. He's scoring goals even with one less man, so I guess he might as well try and get a couple of goals. But you have got a red card. Maybe best to just have, you know, lose a striker or a winger and see yourself more defensive, especially with the red card, but he seems to be going for it, which I like.
Yeah, he is going for it, and he is having success going forward as well, even with this 10-man setup. He's taken out Tushimeni and put him in centre-back and left that centre-mid role kind of free there, Lise. He does have the 4-back now as well, which is really, really important, and he has a 2-2 draw here if he's smart, hangs onto the ball, but he does seem to be going for it, and Benzema could be in. Good defending there by Mo Jr., and if you're Mo Jr. here, Lise, you have to be kind of the wind taken out of you a little bit. Up against 10 men, you're probably, like you said, licking your lips. However, he does break through with Solar here. He goes for the extra pass. Neymar is in. It's an open goal. He brought the keeper out. Big mistake on his part. And it is 3-2. He gets the lead. Very important for Mo Jr. to keep this lead going into the second leg, Lise.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really know what he's doing there. I mean, in no situation should you bring a goalkeeper out. Maybe if it's 1v1, but even so, Chips ain't that good this year. I mean, they still are. They still work every so often, but they're not OP. And he brought his goalkeeper out, and we know that he loves to do the extra pass. Yeah, the extra pass. He did it nicely, and he scored because of it. And this player lock for him, he's making it look so easy. Let's be honest, and it's not that easy, especially to you know what you got to do. You've got to click both sticks in, and then obviously you can aim it to the player that you want to make a run. But it's hard, He's making it look easy. Even like some pros don't even do it to the level that he's doing it. I'd love. Don't know whether we're obviously going to get an interview with one of these two, but I'd love to know if obviously Mo does win, where he does finish in chaps, if he's in the chat, because he's got to be I think he's like a 20-0 player.
Lovely reverse elastico there, and Mbappe is through here, at least. This could be it. 4-2 in the tie. The 10 men evidently and ultimately going down to this Mo Jr. 11-man PSG squad, and that was a fantastic bit of play, Lise. He got Mbappe on the half turn. He done the reverse elastico. He bursted through with a little speed boost, double tap on the R2 button or RT button on Xbox, and he done the business in front of goal. But we are seeing a very resilient vision killer come back here, and it is snuffed out by Marquinhos. Very, very, very good, strong end to that first leg for Mo Jr., and he needed that, Lisa, right? The wind was taken out of him when he conceded a goal 2-2 to 10 men, and you're kind of thinking Mo Jr. here could get in his own head and say, oh no, he's down to 10 men, he's pulled the goal back, I'm in trouble here. But no, he stuck to his guns, he played his game, couple of lovely little moves there, and he goes into the second tie, 2 goals up.
Yeah, I kind of think that was kind of a mistake from Vision, if I'm honest. Well, not obviously it was a mistake in terms of him getting a red card, but I think a mistake in terms of, yes, he pulled it back to 2-2, which everyone was shocked about, and it shows how good the game is. But also, once you get 2-2, you think, okay, I'm 2-2. Yeah, it would be good to go for another goal, but you've got a man down. Against a player like, let's be honest, probably one of the best players in the competition, you need to keep the ball. You need to, work your chances and not just go for it. And he didn't. And he ended up conceding 2 goals, and 2 great goals if you look at, a great reverse elastico with Mbappe there to get into better space, and it was kind of a p-roller into the goal, but a goal's a goal at the end of the day. And I think even if he didn't get that red card, I think he potentially would have still lost that game, but I think it'd have been a lot closer. An extra man, let's be honest, it does help. But I mean, it's such a great game. I would say I don't know where it's going to go, but 4-2, Vision's going to have to go for it, leave some more gaps in behind for Mo to lick his lips even more. I think it's game set match. However, we can't count anyone out in this competition, because last game we saw a 2-goal difference and he ended up coming back with constant pressure. So
this is it.
Yeah.
This is exactly it. And Mo Jr., of course, he conceded a goal against 10 men. That's going to be in his mind. Vision got in a couple of times as well. He played some good FIFA near the end there, and maybe could have got a goal back. And he's going to be very upset with the fact that he kind of, self-sabotaged himself with giving away that red card so early into the game. And it probably is the reason why there's 2 goals to separate these guys. We've seen it was tit for tat. It was literally like goal after goal, one after the other. And they were cancelling each other out, just like we thought they would in terms of goals scored. And there's a reason why both of these players are the top goal scorers in the tournament so far. They love attacking, and they're very, very good with them players. We've seen that reverse elastico from Mbappe. It's not easy to do that. The muscle memory that goes into learning these skill moves to use them at the right time. And then that double tap R2 for a speed boost and a very, very calm finesse finish into the bottom corner, So 2 very high level players. Like you said, this could be a final game. Realistically, these 2 are probably good enough to get to a final had they missed each other in the bracket. However, that is not the case. It is 4-2 on aggregate, And going into this game, like you said, Vision is going to have to go for it. But I think he will take some confidence in the fact that when he did go down to 10 men, he was still in the game. And Mo really had to work for that two-goal lead.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a Vision, early goal in this game to see him have any hope in chance. It's obvious. But if Mo gets it, I do think it's game set match. However, we did obviously see 3 goals in, 9 minutes in that last game. So anything is possible.
Absolutely. And Lisa, this is it. This is the final game of the night, the second leg of our last round of 16 tie to see who is going to take that final spot for tomorrow's quarterfinal. It is 4-2 to Mo on aggregate. Vision Killer back refreshed with 11 men on the pitch. He's going to have to go for it here, and it is going to be electric, especially if he got an early goal. And Lisa, listen, Mo Jr. looking to go for the kill there.
Yeah, and if you can game set and match it, 5 minutes into the game, you're laughing. However, we got to remember Vision is a very good player and anything is possible. However, I don't know if that was a Trevor cross or a Trevor shot. I mean, not too sure there. But yeah, again, Mo starting how he wants to go on in this game so far.
Yeah, starting how you mean to go on is very, very essential to these second leg ties, especially when you have a 2-goal lead and possibly a third. Oh, I thought he was going to take a touch and extra pass it there, Lisa. There was an opportunity for a little sweat pass there, which could have killed this tie. But again, Courtois coming up clutch there for Vision Killer, and he's up against it now. He has to survive this onslaught, kind of find his feet in the game and ease his way into it, but he needs a goal quick to really blow this tie open and give himself the best chance possible. But Eden Hazard now is going down the right wing, tries a ball roll, not as effective as most years, and it gets dispossessed. Listen, Lise, we're seeing them player locks a lot from Mo, and it is fantastic to see it. Mbappe now has broken through on his left foot. He ball rolls into Neymar. Neymar! Courtois again. The Belgian wall in goal. He cannot get past him at the minute, and it could be one of those games for Mo, having these chances early on, Lise. If Vision Killer manages to go and score a goal, it could be detrimental to how he faces this game mentally, having missed them quick opportunities.
Yeah, and I feel like he made the mistake there, Vision. He sort of brought Courtois out again there. I don't know if you saw that. And then he did the extra pass, did Mo, and somehow got back into position. I mean, he did obviously bring him out towards the right, so that probably did help. But yeah, that was a massive opportunity for Mo. But can he potentially go? Nope. Sanchez. It's good to see Sanchez on again. We did see him earlier not being used, didn't we? He was on the bench, which I felt was very, very interesting, with especially how good he is this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Vision now looking to find a way through this resilient Mo Jr. defense. And, is it fair to say that both teams probably haven't defended very well either, though, Lisa? It's been nothing but attack after attack. And you can't help but wonder that, the reason these guys, although saying that in the group stages, they didn't concede many goals. So maybe they are just both very good at attacking, very good at defending, but their attacks are just cancelling each other out.
I think they just know that they can outscore their opponents. It's like me, I'm really bad at defending, but I feel like I'm a decent player going forward. So I think they just know that if they score more goals than their opponent, then they're going to win the tie. But that's what they're doing. I mean, I like it. I like watching attacking football. I think everyone does.
Yeah.
If someone just passes the ball around the back, it's a bit like, let's fall asleep right now. But no, it's fun to watch. Two players just going for it.
Absolutely. As we close in on the first half of this second leg, it is not the electric start as what we had in the first. To be expected, though, Lisa, we're going to see Mo Jr. really taking control of the game, trying to control the pace of the game as well, keep the ball, not force it forward like what we did see there. He's been a lot more composed usually going forward, and he doesn't need to because he's winning by 2 goals. Oh, that's hit the crossbar. I didn't think that had any chance of going in, but it had a cruel dip at the end of that shot, and little warning sign that Vision is not going away and he's not going to lose this tie lightly.
Yeah, if he can get a goal, I was going to say before half time, but I think before the 60th, really. I mean, even before the 80th or 75th minute last game where Tank was able to come back. So, yeah, I mean, this is a good game, and I'm thinking that Vision's, I mean, if he gets the next goal in this game, I think it's a potential golden goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vision definitely has a chance. 2 goals in it. We say at least time and time again that 2-goal lead in FIFA is a very, very difficult lead to keep. That 1 goal goes in, your head goes down. All of a sudden, it seems like all the momentum is with the other players. And listen, this is a massive 45 minutes for both players, both incredible competitors. It's sad to see one of them go out, but this is the SoCal tournament, and this is nothing but the best players from their regions, from their universities, from their colleges, representing respectively, and this is it. This is 45 minutes or bust now.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see Militao actually at right back. I feel like he's someone that you only expect to see centre back, but I guess when you've got Carvajal at the right back, normally for Real Madrid, he's a very slow player, and even with length, I feel like he's not really that usable. He's like 85 rated on Ultimate Team, so he's mainly used, let's be honest, as fodder. However, I think this Real Madrid team are definitely looking promising in this tournament. I feel that they've got a good attack, good midfield, a good defence. They've an even better goalkeeper in Courtois making all the saves. But in midfield, we've seen a lot of goals from Valverde in this tournament, and Tuchemeni, we haven't really seen too much, but he's very, very good in real life, and he's obviously only recently moved to Real Madrid, and he's been very, very good. And Vinny's even been better, on that wing for a lot of the competitors. Some of them realistically recently have been using him up front because of his pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And just reading the chat there, Lisa, Victor says, are these even the 2 same players that played the last game? There's such a difference. And, it does come into it, Vic. It's a 2-legged affair. And Mo Jr., he doesn't have to go for the win here. He can take the draw and he goes through. So it does come into it. A lot of tactics have to go in to the mindset and to the gameplay of both players. Vision has to go for it. He's probably going to go full press fairly soon. And Mo is chilling. As long as the scoreline stays like this, he's into the next round. He doesn't have to do anything else. Job is essentially done.
Sure is indeed, It's sort of one of those things where you can relax a little bit. You don't want to let your foot off the gas at all, do you? Because if you do, there's a chance that you go out because of constant pressure or press off the possession loss, but a potential chance here to get a goal. Well defended.
I have to say, it looks very interesting because the stamina of Mo Jr. is a lot lower than Vision Killer, which is very interesting considering that he doesn't need to win, Lise. Big save.
Yeah, but sometimes when you do press off the possession loss and constant pressure, it just makes your players move a lot better.
Oh, this could be it. Game, set, and match. That is it. That's all she wrote. He got there in the end. Mo Jr. hits the killer blow and knocks down his opponent, just like we see Neymar getting imaginary knocked out. It looks like Mo Jr. is going to take this one, Lise, and probably deservedly so, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's been in a very, very good, and I think, honestly, I'd love to see my man, when with United. However, I feel like with the way Mo is looking, I said the same thing. I think it was with Chris. I think it was, or another player that was doing skill moves and doing green time shots. I know he hasn't done a green time shot yet, but with the way that he plays, the player locks we haven't seen yet, the skill moves, the reverse elastico, the travellas, he's just looking very, very dominant. And we know he scores goals and defending really, really well. So I think, I'll be honest, I think he's going to go on to win it alongside my main man, Miss 15.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. Is this probably the best performance we've seen of the night, really, in terms of actual, skill set?
Yeah, I definitely think he's best. But I've still got a back Biscuit team, my favourite, only person using United and getting the job done. So I think in terms of skill level, I definitely think he's been the best today by far. I think Raxanti sort of caught my eye. Obviously, it was a long time ago that we saw that game now, but I think he looked very dominant in his game. But I think in terms of skill and the way that he plays, I definitely think he's up there. I feel the chat can actually
a late surge here, maybe. Yes, that brings the deficit down to 2 goals. However, it may just be too little, too late for Vision Killer. He needed that goal early in this tie, really, without conceding. Also, and it does look like he will be going out and down to Mo Jr., who probably is going to be the favourite after this game, Lise, Although I have to mention my guy, Tank Davis. Hold on. Oh, that was a big opportunity, but of course, with only 1 minute left, that is going to be all she wrote. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We have finalized our quarterfinals for tomorrow. It is Mo Jr. with the win. Vision Killer goes out. on aggregate, and we have to say a congratulations to everyone who has made it through, but commiserations to Vision Killer and everyone else that has fallen in this round of 16 tie. Lise, incredible. What a start we had to that first leg. Exactly what we thought was going to happen. We said it was going to be the tie of the match. Little bit of a slow burner in the second leg, but that's to be expected with somebody having a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I had a feeling when we went into the kind of speak, it's been that good. I had a feeling when we went into the second game that it would be a lot different to the first game. You're not going to have players attacking it like they were in the first half, especially like Mo. Obviously, he in the first leg got 2 quick goals within 5-6 minutes, and he knew that in the second leg, like you mentioned earlier to Victor, that he don't need any more goals. He'd be happy to just pass around the back for the rest of the 90 minutes in that game in the second leg because he wins the game. And he ended up getting that goal to make it 3 goals difference. Another great skill move to use reverse Lasco like he keeps doing. And he got the goal that he was needed. And however, obviously he conceded it at the end there, but it was just really a consolation goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been a fantastic day. Mo Jr. certainly looking like he has cemented his place as favorite, in my opinion, showing an abundance of different types of skill moves, player locking as well. It's been absolutely sensational. Listen, Lise, there's some brags that have been completed. We may go through them a little bit later. However, I just want to talk about what we've seen today. Listen, it's been an incredible journey from group stage into round of 16. We are finally here at the finals, the round of 16 finals, and these are the results. We obviously seen Rack Santi dominate his tie 6-1 on aggregate against La Concha. And then we've seen Sprint Ninja with a very, very marginal win of 3-2 on aggregate against Franquito. Clinks falling down to Diego 3-2 also. Biscuitine, your man, Hunter, going through 4-1 on aggregate against Barca. LV John with a dominating performance against Grungy Lime. Tank Davis, obviously, in that incredible absolute scenes of a game where we've seen a golden goal and Tank Davis taking home the win and planting himself into our quarterfinals tomorrow. Kimpembe winning 2-1 against Daigo, also another golden goal, Lisa, and just incredible scenes. And of course, we see Mo Jr. take home the win against Vision Killer for our final matchup of the round of 16. Now, looking on at tomorrow's games, Lisa, this is what we have in store. Rack Santi has been put up against Sprint Ninja in the quarterfinals. A very good tie in store there. Diego is going up against your guy, Biscuit Teen. A very tough matchup for both competitors there. And in the other side, we have Grungy Lime. Of course, that was a mistake on the graphic in the first one. Sorry, guys. Grungy Lime actually bet LB John. So apologies for that. And against Tank Davis, the heart of a lion. Tank Davis going up against Grungy Lime, a very tough matchup that he's going to have there. And Kimpembe is going to go up against Mo Jr. Very tough for Kimpembe there and going into that quarterfinals. But the stage is set, Lise. It's going to be fireworks. We had the round of 16. It's been an incredible journey today from the whole week onwards. There's still one day left. It is quarterfinals, semifinals, and the all-awaited final in one day. How excited are you?
Yeah, I definitely think tomorrow will top today. I never ever thought when going into the group stages that each day would be better than the next, but it just always seems to happen. I actually was looking at the results as you were speaking over, and there was 48 goals scored today throughout the games that we saw. So close to that, obviously being more than 50, but a little bit shy of it. But there was a lot of goals. Obviously, the last one, a lot of goals in quick succession, 3 in 10 minutes to say the least. But yeah, I think there was a lot of actions today. Too much that he almost lost his voice. Let's be honest.
My voice is gone.
Yeah,
It's been so exciting. It's been so exciting.
I was looking at the chat actually, and Bragg said tomorrow's lineup is crazy. Zoo. I mean, as soon as they only come out when United play. Come on. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I'll get them out for Biscuit Team. Don't worry. I mean, he sounded really good in the interview. He seemed like a nice person, and he the reason for using him is because he supports them, and I think that's the main thing. If you can win with the team that you support, it's just bittersweet, and I think he's got a hard game tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A tough matchup for him. But nonetheless, listen, these competitors are all fantastic and they all deserve their chance at the #1 prize of $1,000. That will be crowned tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But before we sign off, Lisa, I have to talk about the brags completed. So, guys, from seed 13 to 16, the question was, how many times will gamers succeed to keep a clean sheet, not including extra time or golden goal? The answer was 0 to 1. Seed 13 to 16 also. How many matches will end with 5+ goals? The answer was 1 to 2. How many goals will be scored during the round of 16? Lisa, 0 to 50. Very interesting.
To be precise.
Very interesting. How many different clubs will be used during the round of 16? Surprisingly, Lisa, 6 to 7 is the answer to that. Very refreshing to see some different teams being used as well in some different matchups. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you've placed your brags on the correct prediction, congratulations. Make sure you do download the Brag House app if you haven't already to be in with a chance to win some incredible prizes. Apple AirPods, the popcorn machine that I keep seeing in my head every time I say it, just popcorn, I just want it. Listen, but look, Lisa, you're going to need a popcorn for tomorrow. It is going to be electric. It's going to be incredible. My voice will be 100% gone after the final. I can guarantee you that, because it is going to be insane. I cannot wait. I am going to sign off now, guys. That is going to be it from us. Thank you so much for watching. Do not forget to come back here tomorrow for the finals, and it is going to be insane. You do not want to miss it. Thank you to everyone who got involved in the chat as well. Thank you to our sponsors, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and to Brag House for putting on this wonderful event. It all comes to a close tomorrow, and it is going to be fantastic. I am Dan Campion signing off. Lisa, take him home.
I mean, he had to sign away, guys, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to speak tomorrow. However, obviously, shout out to the sponsors and obviously Coca-Cola, McDonald's. I think I might have to celebrate tomorrow. Maybe a McDonald's, I can't lie, I mean, you've got to get hyped, got to eat good before the tournament. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think if it's anything to go off by today, it's going to be even better tomorrow. And a lot of big games. So yeah, obviously, appreciate everyone watching. Be sure to come tomorrow to see who wins. Obviously, it's crazy. It's going to be the quarterfinal, semi-final, and the final all in one day. So, if you miss an hour, you might miss to see who wins potentially. So make sure to drop by tomorrow. I appreciate you guys watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed. See you tomorrow.